time being bought, but it's not going to be enough. Surely flashes away, gets on out of them, will burn down eventually, but Agony Pain goes forward and gets taken down. Ruddy are doing it. They find an ace. Mountain Soul for Ruddy, and here comes the Ezreal. Turret has already been able to take out the enemy support, but the damage from Ruddy is too much. Silky smash through the left line side. There's too many people here for you to handle. Still on before Romeo finds the re-engage into the multi-man counter-strike. The shockwave, too little, too late for Light side as it's a double for Nille. Take it down! He slides through them all! They've got Ragnar! It is all on Tom! Are you kidding me?
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
We are live for the playoffs of the Northern League of Legends Championship Spring Split 2024. We're finally up on the mountain. We got to see Nord versus Lions Creed. Who's going to keep ahead of the game? We don't know. But what we do know is that we have a wonderful desk today with Hebrian and Hadagon.
Hello, how you doing?
Yeah, I'll take it. I'm doing well. How's everyone doing? How are you doing, Archerom?
I'm excited. This is going to be our first best of 5 versus the top teams of the Northern League of Legends Championship. I don't know if you guys are feeling this quite yet.
I'm excited. It's been a very, very fun regular season so far.
Yeah.
Now that that's all wrapped up, it was tight, man. Like,
Yeah.
I am so shocked we didn't have tiebreakers last week because it was honestly on the line the whole way through. And in the final week, everyone just kind of sorted and ordered themselves out. But, man, what a regular season. And I hope playoffs deliver to the same level regular season did, because that was just so much. That was one of the best seasons I think we've had in years.
Yeah, and I'm really excited for today because Lions Creed were my team to take the entire split home. I thought they were going to win it all with that roster. But then Nord kind of surprised me with how good some players on that roster were and how they all functioned together. Players like Romeo, players like Warzy, they performed extremely well.
Well, we got the desk, but who's going to be casting today? It's the amazing and the only one, Foxdrop, and some kid from Denmark.
You have to do that every time, man. It's unbelievable. Even when I finally managed to escape the discussion, you have to put in some pun in there. Regardless, though, I am happy to be freed from your chains, and I'm, excited to be joined by Foxdrop. I think we have a banger of a day in front of us, and I think we'll have some close games, even if I have predicted a 3-0.
Yeah. I'm excited to see if Lions could really turn it up. This is our first place team and second place team, so it'll be a good series regardless.
You know what's funny is the fact that you think somehow you escaped my grasp just because you are not on desk. We'll see each other on the game we're going to be playing after this one.
No way, right?
Heading on to desk again.
You can't do that to me. I still have nightmares.
He has
Why is,
no idea.
Why has Duckling got a pigeon in the background of his camera? Did anyone notice that? He's Duckling, and he has a pigeon in the background. What's that about?
I never realized that.
Maybe it's the Danish national animal.
Is it?
No, I made that.
That'd be the worst animal to be a national animal. A pigeon, man, like a sky rat. That is, you don't want that.
I'm not going to dive into that one because maybe there's a country with the... I'm just going to say it. But we're going to dive into the bracket to understand where we're staying right now. Obviously, this is the first game of Spring Playoffs bracket. It's Lions Creed who took first place during the regular split versus Nord who took the second. And then tomorrow we'll get the opportunity to see Venom Crest versus Ruddy with the Miracle Run. Is the Miracle going to be longer than it already was? We don't know that one, but we need to talk about today's game. And in order to do that one, gentlemen, so far both of you haven't lost a single game show. So I thought maybe it's a good opportunity to put Duckling as well in the game.
Wait, what?
No, I'm kidding. I just wanted to give him hope because he's listening to this.
Man,
So
I really wanted to school him, bro. It would have been so funny.
It would have been good.
that would have been a good game. But I'm going to test you, Hip Brain. In Eragon.
Okay.
Okay.
Come on, man. Come on. I have my faith on you. Let's
On
play
Aragon,
game
not
of-
me.
I love it.
What is this about?
Guess who?
Guess who?
Pixel Edition.
Yes.
So let's see the first image. The first one to raise his hand will get the opportunity to open up and tell me who do you think he is or she is or what is, by the way, because everything is involved, by the way.
What's
Even
everything?
casters.
Hold on. Can we set some ground rules? Are we talking players as
Okay.
well? Or are we just
I'm
talking in the
about
rift?
champions, items, rifts, casters as well,
Oh, bugger.
and even
okay.
more.
Even more. Okay,
Yes, let's
there's
throw
a
in the
curveball in
first
here.
one. Who's this one? Or what? Yes,
Is
it's
that
right.
Void Grubs?
Oh, that. How? How did? No, it's wrong.
Ah,
Second image. Second image. Oh, this is so. No, come on, you got this, Ipra. You talked about this so well. Eragon, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, come on, come on. Eragon.
Bro, what am I looking at? What
Exactly.
is this?
I'll give you
I'm-
a hint. Ipra, tell me.
Oh no, I want your hint. You
I'm
can't
trying to
give him a hint.
defocus
Yeah,
my
you
eyes.
can't
It's
give
a
him a hint.
champion. It's a champion.
It's a champion.
Is it
Oh,
Volibear?
champion.
it's Rek'Sai.
It's what? Eragon, what?
It's a random guess. Is it Volibear?
I know who it
not
is.
even close. You
I
said
know who it is.
Belveth, right? Who?
It's Trundle.
Ah, good job, Hipbrain. It was Briar. I think you call it Briar.
Was Briar?
Briar?
Briar. I'm yeah.
Oh, it was her feet.
There is. Your goal
no
is just to make
way.
no one
Wait.
undefeated. There
Bro,
is
we got
no
the dogs
way.
out, man. We got the dogs out. What?
Okay.
Second one. Second
I think
one
I know
on
where
the
this is
show.
going.
I have no idea. Second one. Who this is?
That looks
Or
like
what?
LeBlanc.
Oh my! It is. It's Elderwood LeBlanc.
Elderwood
It's
LeBlanc.
Elderwood LeBlanc.
LeBlanc. I thought
That's
this
my
is
champ!
Hipbrain. Because Hipbrain, this is your main.
Do you know what? I genuine. Is that Elderwood LeBlanc? As Aragon said it. That's so sad. Good job,
You
man.
thought about it, and Aragon just came in with actually. And
That's
you got
insane,
5
bro.
points out of a sudden. Third image
Okay.
of the day. Let's see. Aragon leading with 5 points versus nothing. Aragon,
Is that
come
Crit
on.
Bloom?
That is insane that you might have pulled that off.
Wow. It's not. That was a close one. I'm going to say it to you. It's a champion.
Oh, is it
Yeah?
Seraphine?
No. Second image. Let's see if anyone can figure this one out. Ooh, kind of close. Even I can see who it is.
It's
Not because I made the game, just because. What? Hipray.
that is. I think that's the Fey Ash skin.
Nah.
Ah,
Nah.
it's one of those. It's got to be.
Is that Nico?
It's a recent skin.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know recent skins. I've
It's
been
a
terrible at
recent
this.
skin. Quite recent.
Okay, I concede. I'm not getting this, bro.
It's a Soul Fighter Nafidi.
Oh, yeah. I forget that champion's even in the game, to be honest.
Yeah, that might be the most forgettable champion in the game. You did a good job
I
there,
know.
Archer.
Yeah, that was
know.
tough. That was tough.
This one
That was rough.
is an important one for both of you.
Oh, no.
Show me. One of you will get this one. I know it. My trust is in all of you. In 5 seconds, I'll ask for the second image because we're not going anywhere.
Yeah, I can't get that off that.
And I'll ask for the second image because that. Yes, 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 yes. You know it. You know
okay.
it. You know it.
Go on.
I know you know.
Okay, is
I
it
know
an
you
item?
Know. No, it's a champion.
no, I got nothing.
You know this.
It's a
champion.
Oh, I know it. Dawnbringer Renekton.
My gosh, you actually got it.
Yes!
You get.
Do you know, I was
3
going to jokingly say Renekton just because it's Aragon, but damn, that's insane.
8 points for you, Aragon. But the
Let's
most
go.
important right now is the last image, which is actually 10 points if you can get it, because this is not an easy one. It's not a champion. It's not an item. Think outside of the rift. Show me the image.
It's not you, is it?
How?
Just a flying guess there, bro.
You
It's
think I
not
would
you.
make up half orange and half blue and just... You think? Come
Is
on.
it duckling?
No, it's not, but I'm so sad I didn't put it.
That would be a great guess.
I
If someone
honestly
with
thought it'd be
duckling
your
did it.
duckling. That was a solid guess because I felt like it would be your duckling.
Yeah.
Go on, give us
actually
the
give
second
you a
image.
point
Give us
for
the
that
second
one.
image.
Okay, a second image.
What am I looking at?
Is that Mario and Mega Man? What's happening?
It's relatable. It's related to NLC.
It's related to NLC.
Oh, it's Lions Creed versus Nord.
My man, I'll give you
Oh,
5 points
well
for that
done.
one. It's Kitty and
go.
Burb. So
That's
I'll give
good,
you
that was
5
good.
points here, Prey, and Eragon. It stays with 8 points, which means Eragon is the winner. And, that was a close one.
That was a tough one.
That was a
I
really,
smurfed
really
your
good
last
one.
one of those. So you upped the difficulty on that one.
I like that.
Yes,
That
I
was a lot
did.
of
Good
fun.
stuff. I was
Yeah.
like, I gotta test hip Prey and the
That was a
squares
lot
and all
harder.
the thing.
That was a lot harder than last time. A lot harder.
But I got something special for Duckling. Predictions.
How's he
So
doing?
let's understand.
Oh, not good. Not good.
He's way too close, by the way. He's way too close. And I don't feel too good about this one. I don't feel too good. The cool thing is that today is a special day because we hit playoffs. So the perfect day will be double points and the perfect bad day will be double minus points. So good luck, folks. That's all I can say because I want to understand where we put our bets today. Oh, okay. So
Us
only
three are in-
Middlecott
Us
believes
three are in the
in
same
Nord.
thought process here, bro.
Yeah, I kind of wish I just committed and said 3-0. But
Oh.
no regrets. No regrets.
I am pretty happy with my 3-1. I think Lions Creed are looking very, very good. And I don't think Nord have actually looked as good in the last 3 weeks as they did at the beginning of the season. But I think I'd be doing them a disservice to not think they're capable of taking one game. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes to 5, but maybe that's a bit of a bold statement, actually, which really says a lot about my faith in them right now. I feel that Lions Creed are just like this. They're in that form that we expected them to be in at the beginning of the season right now, and I think Nord have kind of dropped themselves a little bit. So I'd like to see if they pick themselves up in the last week. But you know, I have faith in Nord, but not enough to win the series, is what I'm saying there.
I understand that, and it seems like everybody's on the same boat, so that's a complicated one. But most importantly, for us, this is our predictions, but you can put in your predictions as well, and we're going to actually bump up the price for people at home, which means today you might win something else. You might win! If you wanna win a Steel Cities headset, just head on Twitter and put in your predictions on who do you think is gonna win. Win the first, win the cities, and then the overall. Come on, it's time to brawl, and it's a Steel Cities Arctic Nova 7, and it's beautiful. You know what's mutable? Middlecott and Hip Ride, because they complain all split until they destroyed all of our brands and got one for free. So if you wanna win a Steel Cities headset, just head on Twitter and put in your predictions on who you think is gonna win.
I can't believe you sang a song.
That was beautiful.
You sounded like Rick. I know you're the voice actor for him in Portugal, but you actually did sound like Rick there, my guy.
I actually did, Rick.
Yeah, I thought that did sound Rick. That did sound very Rick.
I thought about putting a Morty, but that would be too far.
Come on, give us the Morty in there. Do you do Morty as well?
No. Huh? Yeah, I did Morty as well. I did Morty, and yeah. So the beautiful thing is you can get a headset just by going on Twitter and putting your predictions. Who's gonna win the first one, the overall, and the series as well. Give me that number, the 3-0, a 3-1, or the 3-2. It's up to you to win one of these beautiful ones that we are all wearing, by the way. Look at this.
I finally get to go back to wireless. I've been on my laptop
It's nice.
for the last like 4 weeks of broadcasts, and I don't have to set it up wirelessly on my laptop. But being back and able to move my head around, I like it.
You know what's
I'm
funny?
happy.
I'm the only one with a wire just because I know everybody would use Bluetooth, so I just wanted to show there's a possibility to use a wired.
Ah.
Outside
I
of
see, that was
broadcast,
really
I never
big
used
brain.
Wired. I'm just selling it out, you know? So, today's game is going to be a beautiful one. Lions Creed versus Nord. And we need to understand who they are and how they play as well. This is our first best of 5 as well. So, what should we highlight? How do they play?
Yeah, I want to highlight these two mid laners because I think they're both phenomenal. There are 2 KDA leaders, I think, in the league right now of all roles. Maybe I'm a bit off of there, but I'm pretty sure they're ranked 1 and 2. And that's also impressive to me when I'll just go on Tempt for a little bit. He had a rocky start. I remember him at the beginning of the split not doing so hot. So to come back and fix everything, all of his stats, is really impressive. But take a look at that. And what I want to highlight here is the fact that we have kind of 2 separate playstyles, it feels like. With Warzy having a lot more KP, but lower XP difference between him and his laner, and CS difference between him and his laner, compared to Tempt, which indicates, you know, maybe he spreads his lead around the map, he roams a bit more, compared to Tempt, who plays for solo leads.
Yeah, it's the whole team were quite rocky at the beginning of the split, though, for Lions Creed, to be completely honest. And I think the whole time our eyes were on Johan and Tempt being like, man, why isn't the Korean, like, jungle mid popping off? And I can't really remember what game it was, but there was just one game where they went, right, we're done messing around. And ever since then, they have really hit their form. I've been very, very impressed, especially from Tempt. I think you're correct. His mid has been incredibly impressive. But up versus Warzy, you know, hyper aggressive player as well. Mid is just going to be so exciting this series. I want to talk a little bit about the bot lane, though. I think on the side of Nord, I think that's their avenue through to the win. First of all, if we look at the last game these two played versus each other, which was actually the last game of the split, Merps and Romeo were kind of slapping Lions Creed around. Like, they got solo kills in that lane, were basically just completely hard outlaning Jinjo and Kasing. And I feel Romeo is one of the shining stars for Nord. I know there's a lot of attention on Warzy, and just kind of Nilly because of his veterancy, but Romeo for me has just been so consistently good, and he does it through being very aggressive. Really, really powerful at picking these the kind of hook champions, the playmakers, and setting his team up. He always finds those picks, those plays that enable Nord to find those victories. So I feel like if Nord are going to take this series, I think bot lane is the avenue they need to look to explore on that. So I expect to see picks and bans probably play into that a little bit. We know there's a lot of meta ADCs at the moment, but I feel like if Lions Creed really want to shut this down, they need to look at bot lane.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And I think it might have been a little bit of a smolder diff last time, maybe not, but still they managed to get a huge lead through bot side. My only worry is their top side, because last time they drafted full top side, right? They had Belveth, really good high agency early jungler who can invade a bunch, and priority in a Karma through Warzy, but that plan completely failed. LC managed to shut them down, because usually what you do is you convert that early priority into invades, grubs, what have you, top side, but I think there was a 0-2-0 Roshan at 5 minutes, right? It was an absolute disaster, and they only managed to come back into the game off of some crazy Baron Steel late game, as well as, in my opinion, LC not being able to play through Banderas' side laning too well, considering he got so fed early.
So with this in mind, we kind of know all the team, but I think we're forgetting about something really important, which is jugglers. You look at Johan and Roshan, and when you look into Johan, he's a scary beast to deal with as well. So there's a lot of parts in the map that we need to take put our eyes on and a lot of attention. And it seems like Lions Creed is a team that is capable of playing through every single role. Am I a mistake, or you guys agree?
No, you're
with that
right.
one?
You're definitely right. I think you raised the point with Johan quite well as well, because like I said at the beginning, the jungle mid-Korean duo of Lions Creed is terrifying. And at the beginning of the season, they didn't really seem to be on the same page, but now we're actually starting to see more of those two kind of making plays together, partly off the fact that Tempt is getting control of his lane. You could see from his experience difference, his CS difference, like he is in control of the lane and then is able to rotate into a play with Johan and back him up, which for a while it feels like jungle mid hasn't been as high a priority. It's been more about the support being on the map and playing with their jungler. Yep. But Lions Creed almost play that kind of like old school, more traditional league where the mid and the jungler sync up and go for invades or go for objectives. In this case, normally the void grubs or the dragons or whatever. And I feel like that's what makes Lions Creed quite scary, is the fact that Temps and Johan, when they sync up, it is pretty doomed to whoever tries to skirmish them.
Yeah, and just very recently, I completely agree with you, Hitbrain. Just very recently, we've seen a development in the global meta with more jungle mid now. I completely agree that it used to be like support having a lot more influence, but now jungle mid with champions like Lee Sin and Ahri, they both play Xin Zhao, both junglers, and that can link up with a bunch of different pairings, and it's all about pairing off your mid jungle and roaming around with them, facilitating that jungler. So how well both teams do that with champions like Lee Sin, with champions like Ahri, Viego, Nico, etc., is going to be a big importance today.
So I like that point, Heragon, because now we can focus on the champion select itself. We're about to hit it, by the way. We're a few minutes away from the champion select. So what champion should we be looking forward the most? Because I look into Akali and both mid laners play it, but on one side you have Tempt with 100% win rate. On the other side, a 33% win rate. Like, Tempt is a machine on that champion. It's quite scary. Do you think like Nord is forced to take away the Akali every single game? So that's one of those bans you're not allowed to deviate from? Or is that a way to wiggle?
I think there's a way to wiggle, because usually Akali is more of a counter pick, and that's why he does so well on them. It's into specific matchups that he can always thrive in, right? Into stuff like control mages, where after level 6 you have kill pressure, or you have a lot of kill pressure on side. So it's not going to be a champion that will be staple in this series, despite them both playing. If either of them blind pick a control mage, which is very common at the moment in the meta, stuff like Orianna could be blinded, and then you pick Akali into it to free scale. That could be an avenue to find that pick. But what champions to keep an eye on, it definitely has to be Smolder. Just going back to that Merbs point last time, Senna, Smolder, Varus Ashe trades are very common right now globally. Nautilus blinds with stuff like Alistair and Braum to get the Smolder through lane. That's the dynamic you really want to pay attention to.
Yeah, I think the real problem right now is there's too many big bot lane bans to justify banning an Akali. And I'm pretty sure Warzy plays things like LeBlanc, and LeBlanc absolutely dumpsters Akali. So you have that as like a pick just to go and answer into it. And you know that Temp's probably going to only be looking to counter pick with that Akali more than blind pick it. So it's something you can probably either hold off on banning or for like ban phase 2, or have something like a LeBlanc in the pocket ready to kind of go in for that counter pick. And then that syncs up very well with this jungle mid synergy, where if you have like a Xin Zhao LeBlanc, it's so rough to skirmish into that, because they just have so much upfront burst and really, really good in the 2v2s. On the other side, I totally agree with Aragon. Smolder is an unreasonable champion at the moment. They really need to look at him and take him down a couple of steps. So I think Smolder's going to be high priority, at least on the bans. Like we were saying earlier, Nord lost mostly down to the fact that Smolder was in the game. Like, it just that champ, once it hits 225, it just feels so Jova. So I think you have to look at bot lane bans early, and I think that's where the attention will be. It'll be on these high priority ADCs, but also the supports that can enable them.
Yeah. So the way we're building up the storyline, it seems like the priority will be always about that bot lane. Then we can actually go for the jungle, then even the top laners, because even though they're relevant, it's that thing. Mid lane is going to be the counter pick, is that it?
That's the thing. With this meta, kind of global meta, it's kind of up in the air what you want to blind, depending on what's banned and what's picked. Because there's various champions that are blindable in each role as well in other lanes. So it's really hard to predict exactly what they're going to come in here with, because of how, for one thing, LC have played a million different champions each. If you take a look at their champion pools, they have so many champions on one game played, which indicates a huge pool, so you can't exactly predict that well. And secondly, because of that blind ability of every single role, we've only had 1 or 2 games in NLC on patch 14.4. It's not a big sample size for the NLC to understand what the NLC likes. We know that they love Varus, but maybe that goes out of the window. For example, and we just start seeing Senna Smolder trades every single game, or maybe it becomes like Korea and we see Lucy and Nami, because we know Ginger has played that. But yeah, it's one of those. I think we'll learn a lot in the first game of the series.
Yeah, I'd like to see Nord play an aggressive bot lane, because they beat out Lion's Creed with the I can't remember what they were playing actually, but they beat them out last time they played versus each other in bot. I think you just hands check them. You pick up something like the Lucian Nam on the other side, and you actually get Merbs and Romeo on it. Although Romeo doesn't really suit the Nami, it's not really his style, I guess. But you could still pick, you could pick like a Kaiser, Nautilus, or I want to see them go toe to toe and basically beat out Jinjo and Kasing early in lane. So that's where my attention is. It could just be really boring and they handshake like you said, a Senna and a Smolder over. I guess we'll find out now we're into picks and bans. Hey. TF's the first ban. Interesting.
Yeah, it is quite interesting. TF usually a setup ban to be able to blind pick champions like Renekton. What else? Aatrox is another big one, and Cassante. However, it's still up in the air. Might just be a really OP flex that Nilly and Merbs play. Yeah,
guess the
breaking up.
Nautilus is removed. There you go.
Yeah,
No
so-
more Nautilus, the Ash, but the AD carries are available, like the Senna and the Smolder.
Ban
North
Smolder. Ban
North
Smolder, Lord.
Ash. Yeah, ban Smolder.
Ooh.
Not Ash bans indicate, well, what they do is they reduce the power of a Varus, because Varus Ash is a very broken champion pairing, and Varus Nord is something that Nord like to play a lot. If you take a look at this, the champion pools, Nautilus is by far Romeo's most played champion. 7 games played, and the next most played is 2, the amount of them. So targeting away a little bit for Romeo there as well.
I guess if you banned the Smolder now, you leave like the center open to be first picked on Lions Creed. So maybe you just handshake here and take away something else. Like a support for could pair up really well with that. I love the Karma ban. Karma is obnoxious to deal with at the moment. Volibear, a very staple flex at the moment as well. So understandable ban on that front. Instant pick of the Smolder for Lions Creed. Expecting this to probably be a center and jungle, I would say, here for Nord. Actually, they don't have to pick the center up. They could go jungle support here if they want, actually. Yeah, I think they'll do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does look like it's going to be this way. I was hoping we'd see a kind of different direction where they're kind of afraid of picking Smolder because maybe the enemy team goes Kai'Sa or Zeri and they're afraid of the front to back or the dive potential from a Callista. But no, it's going to be potentially Senna Maokai with Maokai Flex because Maokai lockdown into Smolder is incredibly good. You really need lockdown. It's the last source of lockdown in this game. Actually, no, you still have Vi, so that might be priority as well, depending on what gets picked. If there's a Callista on the other side, if there's a Zeri potentially, we'll see LC go that way as well.
Yeah, I mean, I actually feel that, you know, you keep this Maokai open. If you pick someone like a Vi right now, you've revealed that. So they're actually leaning away from picking up a support here and just locking in the Jinx. Actually, depending on the rest of the team, I kind of dig this. This could be a really interesting pick. Obviously, you need to kind of pick stuff that can kind of peel for the Jinx and buy them time. And now we'll see what Lions Creed are going to look to pick up. So things like the Zinzal, what we talked about, is still up and available for Johan. They could just pick a really good support and a strong jungler here and then look for a decent mid later. And yeah, going for the Vi.
Talia flex could be not flex, sorry. Talia with Vi is a very good duo, extremely powerful, and I think they could pick that up here if they wanted to. Yeah, the Jinx is an interesting one. I think it's just a worse Smolder. Talia, like Ahri, is very similar in that, you know, you set up each other. You set up with the Charm into the Vi Q and the other way around, and you just have a bunch of bursts. So seeing a lot more Ahri around the world, and it's just a question of what you want to match this into. Honestly, I was watching LCK today, and it was T1, and they picked, they were absolutely mental, and they picked Annie into Ahri. I don't think we'll see that today, because I don't think it's a good pairing with the Maokai.
Oh,
more
I like
staple.
this.
Nico, yeah.
More staple. I like that, actually. Gives you a bit more kind of like team fight. Has a really solid laning phase anyway. Nico Q is rough to dodge in lane. It moves so quick, man. It's so wide as a skill shot. So moving into the second ban phase, I expect this to probably just be... I mean, I feel like they could just ban a lot of supports here, to be honest. Top, what would you ban if you're going to ban tops?
I think if you're Nord, you probably want to blind pick top lane and maintain the jungle support flex of the Maokai. So banning away champions that stop you from blind picking, for example, Cassante or whatever Nili has in his back pocket to blind. I think Gragas is probably one of the most meta blind picks at the moment. So maybe you see an Aatrox ban or something like that. A Gnar ban is also a very good one to set up at Gragas. And then you maintain the Maokai flex until the very end because it's also a very viable support.
All right, let's see what this last ban's going to be. I feel like you're probably right. It'll probably be like a Cassante or an Aatrox or something like that. Unless they want to blind pick the Aatrox. Yeah. We have seen people pick that one up.
Yeah. It's whatever Nili wants to blind pick on R4. If they decide to just save R5 counter pick for Nili, then fair enough. But I think there's a lot of value in maintaining the flex. And then if you're the side of LC, you just have to be able to counter pick what they blind pick, right? So if there is the Aatrox, maybe you have the Gwen, maybe you have the Camille if you're the Banderas, and so on. They probably have a bunch of different counter picks for each champion that Nili can blind.
This is the very fun part. Like, the first champ select is always really exciting because you kind of get, like, this is where they're getting the feelers for each other. And then the rest of the series, we get, like, a lot more kind of development and see exactly what these players are actually looking at. And want to be playing and want to be banning. So it's always very fun kind of going into this first one because this is where they're really figuring each other out. Picking the Rel up, I'm going to assume that is Rel support. There is a world where they swap the Maokai and the Rel around depending on how everything else goes. But I'm going to assume that's most likely Rel support. And then they'll be looking for counter pick for Nili in the top lane here. Let's see what Lions Creed are going to pick up as their blind top.
Gragas Rakan could be a fantastic rotation. It works really well as a blind pick, as well as Rakan having a lot of synergy with a single target burst to the Vi and the Ahri. But it's the Banderas Classic. He's just going to go for Cassante, despite it being a little bit nerfed on this patch, I think. If it's 14.
So you have the possibility to counter it, or at least survive it with the Aatrox to get more power on the team fight.
Well, that makes a lot of sense.
Will the Jinx get any resets? Because we've seen Venom Crest play the Jinx. It didn't work out with them. But this is a staple one for Kasing. And there you go, the Alistar. So that's a lot of tankiness. You have a lot of tanky champions. You need to get those resets, but it's not an easy task.
This is a very, very rough game actually for Merbs to play, because he's got to get through a lot of a front line before you start getting those resets off. I worry there's so many dive options to jump onto Merbs. They're not picking that, right? That's not happening. Yeah, okay. I thought not. That was a weird hover, but they do switch out. They pick up the Renekton, so I'm just handing the floor over. Yeah.
It's a super interesting draft, actually. You have scaling side lanes if you're the side of LC, and you have mid jungle to play for, especially post 6, which is what Vi really wants to get to. You have a bunch of CC on single target and a bunch of damage, but essentially LC are buying time for Smolder to scale with the mid jungle proactivity. And on the other hand, Nord, you have a lot more proactivity. You have a Nico who is always on a timer to make plays because he gets outscaled. She gets outscaled, as well as the Renekton, who obviously also gets outscaled. But the problem I have is that you have a Jinx. Jinx, to me, the scaling, I just don't think anything can contend with Smolder. So you just have a worse version of Smolder. It's a bad take. Maybe we'll see Merbs absolutely pop off, but that's initial impressions.
So with the champion select as it is, I need to understand, where do you stand on the first game? I know we got our predictions in, and everybody except Middlecott was looking for Nord, looking for Lion's Creed. So tell me, who do you think is going to take this one?
Lion's Creed. They got Smolder. I think they got that Smolder. It's too strong at the moment, and they were given it on a silver platter. They got a really solid front line as well to buy space for the Smolder in the fights. They've got the Vi that can isolate the Jinx. They've got the Cassante, which can isolate the Jinx. I just feel they got too many tools to be able to shut Nord down right now.
I completely agree. I think Smolder's horrifically broken, and I don't think the answer of Jinx is enough, but we'll see. We'll have to see. It's all up to Merbs.
It's the early game from Nord. Try to fight off the Smolder. Will the fire be too strong? Well, we toss it to the casters, but I had some surprise for Duckling, so it's time to reveal it. Foxdrop, good luck. That's it.
Oh no.
That's not a surprise. We already established that. Like, come on. What's going on?
Oh, yeah, I missed. I guess the pause is a surprise. That's probably the thing that he's been cooking up, getting us that delay. But no, welcome to the caster desk, ladies and gentlemen. Foxdrop, I am excited to be joined by you, and I'm excited to be freed from Ashram, at the very least for most of the day, as he only gets the chance of slight jabs. And, we are in for a banger here. What I think it's worth mentioning is also the winner of this best of 5 will qualify for the EMEA Masters. Not the main stage, that won't be, the seeding won't be guaranteed yet, but making it to the final when you win this best of 5 will give you a spot, or one of the 2 spots that we have for EMEA Masters. So that is obviously something to keep in mind as well. That's where you can really show off your skill up against the best ERLs. I would like to say the NLC is one of the best ERLs, but that's a couple of years ago now, right? We've had a rough one. We haven't quite been able to perform to the level we used to. Regardless, I do think we have a pretty strong league overall throughout this whole split. I was really surprised by our level, and these 2 teams are for sure gonna give us a brawl for the history books.
Yeah, it's 2 best teams in the league. It's the upper brackets here. So, yeah, if you lose this one, you're not out of playoffs, right? There are 4 teams, but you'll just go on to play whoever wins out of tomorrow in the lower bracket match. So out of Venom Crest and Ruddy there. But if you do win, as you mentioned, you get that ticket into finals, and you can get a EMEA Master slot alongside it as well. So yeah, a lot to play for obviously still, even if you're not eliminated if you lose. And I believe we are ready to get crack-a-lacking into it. So let's get started with game number 1 of the playoffs.
None to the Rift, we go for our first game of potentially 5 today. Lion's Creed number 1 seed up against Nord, the 2nd seed. This is for sure to be a banger. Looking at the draft though, Foxdrop, I think the desk were in agreement that Lion's Creed had the better end of the deal, and a lot of that lays on that one champion we see Ginger piling at the moment, the Smolder.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Smolder. He's a very, very strong champion. Really, really solid in that bot lane. Great scaling as well. And I do have to echo the sentiments of what Jake and Aragon were saying. Like, you've got Jinx, who's like a scaling hypercarry style champion, but it's kind of just Smolder light. You know, Smolder does what Jinx does, but kind of better right now, seeing as yeah, it's just kind of gross as a champion. So it's going to be difficult as well, I would imagine, for Nord to really pilot this composition unless they get ahead early, because it really does just rely on Merbs and that Jinx to put out the consistent damage. The only other real damage dealer when it comes to team fights would be Warzy or Nico. But again, she's not that consistent carry. You know, she doesn't kind of have that role, much more of like a facilitator, a setup style. So, but again, if she gets ahead early, that can certainly change.
Yeah, and worth remembering, as you can see in the bottom left corner, we are on patch 14.4, so Aragon was correct in saying there has been some slight nerfs to Banderas' champion up here. Cassante has been hit a bit still. Excited to see how that will now function, but keeping our attention towards this bot lane Smolder, yet to be hit by any of the nerfs that I have seen surfacing on Twitter today, which will be nice to see come through. I think the champ definitely needs to be nerfed in some regard. This is more like, you know, general League of Legends discussion, but I do think it is very bad when we see a champion just completely take over the meta in something like this where it is so crucial. But until that is changed, though, there's nothing more we can do than sit here and accept our new leader of League of Legends in the Smolder.
The Overlord, this cute little dragon here, being the scariest thing on Summoner's Rift. I love the Skinergy as well from Lion's Creed. That's something we've got to point out, right? That's very, very, very important. They both have that kind of like yellowish mustard thing going on right there, so definitely feeling that one. I think they've linked up nicely. As to begin with here in the bot side, not too much happening. I do think this Alistair's just a little bit to kind of stabilize, I suppose, the Smolder and the Rel that you're playing against, so that you don't, you know, just get collapsed on really easily and stuff like that. As Roshan now is looking for the invade onto Johan. Johan has no idea, and I don't think he's going to be able to check it either. No, so this should just be a free red buff now.
Will he walk straight into it? No, instead he's going for what? Maybe he senses something's up. The fact that there's no bot lane showing on Nord's side at the moment probably realizes that they were up to something, but unable to respond due to, first of all, as you said, the Alistar being level 1, not having much early pressure, and despite Smolder being the new overlord of League of Legends, his early game is far from the best, so obviously can still be put under pressure, as we have just seen, especially when you're paired with a weak level 1 support. So Johan gives that up, doesn't make the mistake of losing his life in the process, which is obviously a good thing for Lionsgate, but not. They're very happy they're able to deny those resources by a jungler who very much wants that level 6 to be able to do the ganks easily with his cease and desist, and slowing that down just a tiny bit here by taking away a camp.
Yes, especially when you're playing Maokai. It's not exactly champion known for the invades, more so the ganking, as we just saw there, as Temp's having to blow his flash. So that's flash for Roshan, flash from Maokai in exchange for Ahri. Now, Ahri, pre-6, definitely vulnerable. We'll see if that's a repeat play. It's Nile now. Big trade on top side.
He wants this. The Ghost has been popped from Banderas. He still has the flash. I think Banderas might just be dead. The W comes through. Does he have the knockback? One more auto. The minions, are they there? Can he get it? The flash comes through from Nile, and he's able to get away to safety. It is on a knife's edge in this top lane early on.
So close already, as Johan now using the flash.
Yeah, the action still is continuing here. Roshan no longer way out. First blood goes over, and it's into the hands of Temp. Lion's Creed out the gate swinging here in this best of 5, securing the first blood of the series.
There you go. The flash used by Roshan on the initial play onto Tempt mid does come back to bite him there. I thought, honestly, maybe we'd get a return play mid side from the Maokai ganking the Ahri, but it was actually the other way around. And the fact that, just a little thing here, that Johan got the first blood and got the kill, meant that he then took the red buff. And I do wonder if Tempter got the kill and he was gifted red, if he could maybe have actually blown Warzy's flash there as well, you know, with those auto attacks slowing him down. Not too sure, but either way, that is going to be a nice first blood going over to the side of Lion's Creed.
Yeah, not short of action so far. Early invades, close calls up in the top side as well. And now neutral objectives to look forward to as well, with both the Drake and the Void Grubs being on the map. It wouldn't surprise me if we see the junglers soon start to make moves around those objectives. So far though, this top side has certainly delivered on the action perspective, at the very least in terms of the trades. With those cooldowns being down, both of the players have now TP'd back into lane. So Summonerless and level 6s are coming through here for the side of the top laners. But in terms of the action, that's where it's been at. But the bot lane seems to be the next course of action as Seawarsy rotating down. He's also hit onto the level 6. Jinjo level 4, and with the wave pushing, they could find themselves in some trouble with Roshan being here as well.
Roshan just going to be scouting out the area a little bit, showing his face, but obviously not going to be making a play onto the dragon. Most likely, although he is hovering around. He is, sorry, yeah, I stand corrected. I think this is a little bit risky. You've got mid-fire for the side of Lion's Creed as well, so Tenta will be able to move down. It is level 6. Lion's Creed know about it. I'm not sure they're going to contest.
No.
Yeah, I think they're going to let it go. I think they're just going to let this one go. I do think there was a window there where Lion's Creed could go for it, but I think when you've got a Smolder on your team as well, Jinjo, you know, this bot side definitely wasn't in a position where they really wanted to leave that minion wave and contest. So with that in mind, it's fine. It's just the first dragon, not a big deal really, all things considered. And instead, just buying some, you know, more time for Smolders to get online.
Yeah, I do very much agree with that point, because yeah, you might see a window, but why would you flip something that's a 55 to 45? Let's keep our eyes on what's happening in the mid lane. Wars just jumps out of the minion. I thought he might have wanted to go for the play with Roshan being in the area, but doesn't want to do that, as Tempt instead able to find a very good trade. And just a reminder, that was the first raid going over into the hands of the North. Void drops still to play for here early on. And these two teams, for example, you know, met each other just last week in one of our final games of the regular season. As I might have to hold my breath here. I'm very much looking for these proactive trades, but that was an entertaining game to say the least. One where Nord actually came out on top, but despite that, both you and I have gone for the prediction of 3-0 towards Lion's Creed, and I want to ask you, can you elaborate a bit on why you think Nord, despite winning last week, won't even be able to take a game off, or maybe I won't be able to answer that. I think Johan will be looking for this. Yeah, the all-out comes out as well. Banderas
No flash.
wants a solo kill, but he has the assistant that he needs to make sure this won't be an overextension. The W should come through as well. Nila looks for the way out. The slice and dice just gets out to safety relatively easily, might I add. That seemed too easy to be true, right?
Yeah, Nilo played that one really well. He sidestepped the knock-up for starters and then got the cheeky little slice and dice out. The fact he had no flash, only pops his ultimate there. Really nicely well played there from Nile. That could have easily just been a kill, another kill over to Lion's Creed with Rohan and Banderas, but still able to get away with that one. Very nicely done. Rohan still getting a little bit of a prize though for forcing Nile back, as it will be these void grubs. And to answer your question more directly though, now if you've got a bit of a lull in the action a tad here. Yeah, I mean, predicting Lion's Creed, you're kind of asking the wrong person, because I sunk 5 points in Lion's Creed every game. That was just my thing. I used to work with Lion's Creed, so kind of just I'm a bit biased. But no, I still think like these guys are just, they started off pretty weak, and sure, Nord beat them in this last match, and I don't think a 3-0 is like the obvious answer. But I still think like they just show a next level of caliber, and I think coming into playoffs here, I have a belief that these guys with their experience as well will just turn it up to the new level. You know, I'm not convinced we saw the best of Lion's Creed in regular season. I just don't think they were giving us their best, because they didn't have to. You know, like whatever they gave us was enough. But now that it's playoffs, I think we'll be seeing something a little bit different, especially with EMEA Masters on the line with this series.
A very important point, right? When you look at this roster and the 5 members, very clearly this roster was built to go to EMEA Masters and maybe have a crack at making top 4. I would say if things go their way, top 8 certainly a possibility. But first and foremost, that has to qualify to the tournament as Jinjo. Now might be caught out here. The cleanse has already been used. Flash still available. Roshan comes in as well. I thought initially he was out, but forced to use both sums to escape. Kasing seems to have been sentencing his own life to death here. Will be knocked up by the remounting Romeo. Warsa coming down as well, and Johan finds himself too far forward. What did the counterplay Tempt coming down as well, but they can't find an angle to do anything. That's just one more flash wasted here from Lion's Creed at Nord. Continue to pile on the pressure and push towards this place. Jinjo walking back up. He's low. I think he might be Gove here. Yeah, very risky. Romeo should just CC him up, and the chain will be there to secure the kill. Johan, though, with the CC as well, but the turret not targeting Merps. He can't get the damage through. Now it's on to Roshan, but with Johan being all alone in the 1v2, the TP gets cancelled. Tempt stopped in his tracks to going down there. It is Nord who pick up 2 more.
Oh, there's still action though. It's not all over. He should be able to just walk away from this one. Yeah, as you mentioned, stopping the teleport, sorry, from Tempt to mop up that play, that would have been nasty as well. I do think Tempt with that ulti and flash available probably would have got both kills there on Nord. So yeah, good stuff by Warzy. Really nice interrupt and an overall great play for Nord coming out on top of that one. Now almost a 1,000 gold lead. It was quite greedy to walk back under the tower there, but Jinjo thinking he was safe having Johan around. Absolutely not the case. Very nicely executed. While Kasing was still only level 5 and Romeo hitting level 6. Crucially, that little window there is Romeo. Huge credit to him. Pulled the trigger and made the play.
Yeah, and now look what that leads to, right? It's a 1,000 gold lead now between the AD carries, and in the draft there was some talk about Jinx just being a weaker smolder later on in the game, and well, one way to at the very least kind of deny those points is, you know, by being ahead in gold, being ahead in items. That will give you more damage. Certainly so. It's giving hope here to Nord, and not to say they were out of the game before by any means, but I think in terms of the draft, the desk agreed, and I sort of think this is way. Just getting the smolder just means that at the very least you kind of go even in the draft, right? It's very hard to play against, and one of the things that I think we haven't really touched upon is the fact that Johan locked in the fight. There's been so much talk about how much work Merps has to do in these fights to try and win them the game. Well, if there's one thing to stop him, it should just be Johan with that point and click ultimate, right? The guaranteed CC, the follow-up could then be there from someone like Banderas or Temp or even Jinjo. And Merps might struggle in those scenarios.
That's the sad thing, isn't it, when you say that? Even Jinjo, he's an ADC, man. He shouldn't be the one following up, but he's just so disgusting. Bandera's getting engaged topside, and they're just walking away, but uh-oh, here comes Vi.
Speaking of disgusting, Kasante doing Kasante things up in that top lane. Yeah. I mean, Banderas obviously knows how to pilot the champ, fair play to him, but yeah, it just looks Kasante-ish. It's hard to say. I've seen it so much. It doesn't surprise me anymore when a Kasante looks good at it. That's what happens when you make a high skill ceiling champion who's also a tank. You end up with Kasante, and I don't know if it's good or bad. It's at the very least somewhat fun to watch, I guess. But to go back to what we were talking about before, right? Yeah, Merps will have a hard time in the fights. We also discussed before we went on that Nico, while you do have something to say in team fights, obviously with such a big team fight out, right? You don't really have the burst damage to take down 5 members or the longevity of the damage. You're more burst oriented. You can't quite carry these extended fights that I will assume happen with all the frontliners of both teams.
Exactly, but if you want to be in a position where you can execute these comps in the team fights, then how about having 2 kills already on the Jinx? Pretty good for Nord, and should hopefully for them translate into these team fights. But Tempt, yeah, as you mentioned, a little far pushed up. So much CC and point and click at that from Roshan. Yeah, has to pop it, has to pop the ulti. These grubs have been up for a long time though, and if LC are able to take them down, then you know that means a lot for them. But they just didn't bother with it, and so now it's just gone. The opportunity's been lost. Herald has spawned instead. I do, you know, there definitely was a window where they could, but I think the Romeo, yeah, there's something there. Wow. He definitely dissuaded that before Lions Creed didn't want to opt into that, and now it's actually going to be Nord able to pick up this void infested objective.
Yeah, the Herald, a hot commodity here, will be taken down pretty much as soon as it spawns. Sherry will go over into the pockets of Nord, who have also secured themselves the first 2 Drakes. So in terms of the neutral objectives so far, they have been able to pick up the major ones. This Herald will also help them open up the map. So I think they're very happy with how the game is progressing so far for them. They've got gold on their main carry in the Jinx. They've managed to slow down the Smolder. I think it's very hard to deny the Smolder completely. I'm not quite quite sure of how many stacks there is on Jinjo, but surely he should be around the 12 stack mark. About halfway is what I expect the Smolder to be at this point. So still halfway to when he really starts popping up with the Q upgrade. Lions Creed though, they've slowed down here in the past 5, 6, 7 minutes. It's been Nord who's taken the driving seat and been able to really make these proactive plays.
Nord have done very, very well, picking up where they left off in the previous encounter between these 2 teams when Nord was able to win. And Maokai knows the assessment, man. He understands what's going on. First item, Knight's Vow. Very, very smart. You know, that protection, the damage reduction, giving over to the Jinx when you know this is your MVP, right? This is the character, this is the strategy that you need to execute. you just buy full support if you are Malcolm. Here comes the engage.
Yeah, engage. Romeo taken down to half. Flashes away and is out to safety. Ghost has been popped from Merps. Not the flash quite yet. Cease and desist still available from Johan if he wants to re-engage. Merps lost about 30% HP, but still feeling fine and dandy, ready to go for another round. So we'll just clear out this wave. In the end, how much did they spend on that? Was that the 2 TPs they just used, or did I just completely miss something? I think they might just use both those TPs.
Yeah, I think you're right. And most importantly, though, from this play, though, getting the flash from both Romeo and Warzy, you know, that is probably the 2 premier engage tools for Nord, right? Like some kind of flank with a flash. That is something that Nord are lacking a little bit, is the power of that engage. So having that down is quite nice. I mean, we're watching this, but I'm not even talking about it because I'm not expecting anything to happen. Like, that's just the style of Cassante into Renekton. But Dragon will be spawning soon, and that is relatively important here. It would put Nord on soul point. If Lion's Creed don't contest this one, then the next one that goes down will give Nord that Cloud Soul. And we'll see if they decide to actually go for this one. I'm not really convinced that they will, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, so as the game, you know, feels like it's at a stalemate. It's very much both of these teams wanting to scale. And that's the current mood I'm getting. Yeah, they are willing to go for the place if they find the right opportunity. Maybe this third Drake will change something, but with the TPs having just been expended, Lions could have to move their members down here manually, and it seems like they have done so. TP and as well from Nila. I said the game has slowed down, but that Drake surely is about to change things, right?
Yeah, I wasn't convinced if Lions Creed were gonna contest, but honestly, once you've blown those flashes, you kind of have to, right? This is a really good opportunity to make it happen. There's a big team fight controlling flashes with the Rel and with the Nico in mid lane, so I think it would be a mistake if we don't go for it. And here we go.
Yeah, he wants something, and now the re-engage from Romeo. The Pop Blossom comes through as well. Knocks up 2. They've already removed them off the Rift. Banderas trying to do something, but unable to gain anything. It is Merps who gets the first kill. The resets might just come through here, but it's only found 2. They can't get more. They lose Warzy on the backside of things, but regardless, the soul point in their sights as they look to claim that.
Great engage there. Both Romeo and Warzy putting the trigger. Didn't even need their flashes, which for me, this is extremely worrying now at this point. Like, you saw how impactful those ultis were from both the Rel and the Nico, and without the flash to set those up, I was thinking, this would be a little bit lackluster, but it was still enough. It was more than enough. And Nord must be feeling pretty good after that, not only winning the team fight and getting the Dragon, but just the implications for what that means and how they can pilot these team fights moving forward. Of course, for Lions Creed, though, they're still waiting for Smolder to do Smolder things and to, you know, really scale properly. So that is something that, you know, they just need a little bit more time. But are they going to be able to get a little bit more time? You know, like, they are being put on that timer with the Dragons. It could be tough. They might not be having the luxury of being able to wait.
Yeah, this is so good for Nord. I think you're really highlighting the perfect thing, because can they stall this game out? If they do, this discussion was in the draft. Yes, the Smolder is just a stronger version of the Jinx, or Jinx is a weaker version of the Smolder in the late game, but at the moment, they are not at the same point in time. You can see 2 items, almost 2,000 gold ahead is Smurps now, in terms of where Jinjo's at. Jinjo hasn't had the Q fully upgraded either. He doesn't even have a second item, so you can definitely feel the difference here in the AD carries, and despite it being even, you know, the other parts of the Rift, Merps is just so strong at the moment that he's able to cut through the HP bars relatively quickly, despite not having too much tank kill built in. A lot of pressure on him in this first game of the playoff series, and, you know, despite him being a veteran, this is actually his first ever game in the NLC playoffs. So he's definitely performing under pressure so far. But I mean, I had no doubt about that. Merps, despite having never played in the NLC playoffs, has been to places like the LCL, but let's see if he can have another successful fight under his belt as Roshan looks to get it kicked off. Kasing is the initial target, but they do manage to get onto Johan. TPs are being blown. Roshan taken, you know, not quite low, but the fight has been started off with Banderas. Finds himself in no man land. The Pop Blossom on 4! That is absolutely massive, and it's just what you need to win a fight. Maps is safe in the backline. Baron is on the map, and when they find Johan, they will surely find the Baron. Nord with a crucial team fight in game 1.
That's as massive, that is, and it is illegal, beyond illegal, for Lions Creed to be caught in a 4-man Pop Blossom. with Nico not using flash, like you just can't be set up that way. It looked like a good start, you know, getting a catch onto Maokai, but obviously Maokai not the easiest customer to take down. But ridiculous stuff, honestly. Just great combo from Nord. We worried about the damage profiles coming through from Nord, whether or not Jinx alone would be enough. But when you've got wombo combos like this and you're ahead already, it's just so easy to obliterate targets in these team fights. And look at that total damage dealt. The Ahri, not really a team fight champion, more about those picks. Not in her element there compared to the Nico at all. And it really shows.
Credit to Roshi there from finding that magnificent engage alongside the rest of the Nord front line. Merp surviving that fight as well. It means that the Baron just go down so much quicker. And now that Lion Screed up on the map, Nord have been able to reset as well. The gold lead now growing in other lanes than the AD carry position as well. 2.8k now separating these two AD carries. The Smolder, a far cry from the Smolder we've seen take over across International League of Legends in the big leagues. Nila, 1.3k ahead as well, and that's Banderas. Underneath his own turret, might have been caught out, you know, then just take it down. The tier 2 falling on the bot side, the gold lead still growing. Soul up in a minute and a half. Not have everything in their sights here that they could possibly use to win this game. And you asked the question just 3-4 minutes ago, can Lion Screed buy the time? Well, the answer hasn't quite been given yet, but it looks harder than it did 4 minutes ago to delay this game even further.
Yeah, that Baron going down definitely gonna change some things up. There is Warzy isn't here, but I don't think Lions Creed have info. They will do now though. He shows on the mid lane wave. I'm not sure Lions Creed are gonna be able to pull the trigger and really punish that, but nor just being able to spread themselves across the entire map here. Really nicely done and easy for them to take out all this standing gold on these turrets. And there's not too much that Lions Creed can do. Still need that time, and they're not being given it. It's Nord just buying enough push, getting enough gold, getting enough waves positions here for that 28-second mark, where we'll be getting that 4th dragon spawning.
Yeah, if Nord are able to cleanly close out the game, it will be a huge statement. So often the split, they've almost thrown these games away, or delayed it longer than it should have when they've been this far ahead. And in a game like this, with EMEA Masters on the line, in the first game of the upper bracket final, surely a game under 30 minutes, and in this fashion would be a statement for them coming in as the second seed. Their place in this upper bracket wasn't even guaranteed until the final game day, where they beat Lions Creed, and they're looking to do so again just 1 week later.
There'll be no contests for the 4th dragon. It will be Cloud Soul free for Nord here. Getting all that move speed, I do think honestly that's a bit of an underrated dragon to be picking up too. Yeah, like when you've got a non-mobility carry, I guess, like a low mobile carry, it's really nice to have extra move speed on someone like Jinx, obviously. She's certainly going to be getting enough with that Ghost and those resets, so having the Cloud Soul even better in that sense. It's looking tough now for Lions Creed though. They're still got to work on trying to get those picks, trying to buy some time for Smolder. You have a good pick team, you've got Vi, you've got Ahri. You just need to be able to find that. If you can find it, and then Nord will have to play slow, just not be able to push out and be aggressive if it's like a 4v5, for example. And again, that buys you time. That's all that Lions Creed need right now. They need time. They're not being given it. They have to try and make some for themselves. It's way easier said than done.
I very much think like a pick on moves here would delay the game for quite a while if Jinjo is able to get the shutdown gold, just due to the fact that it would give so much gold into his own pocket to get him back into the game. But also just removing Jinx from the map for a minute and a half, or about a minute, will mean a lot in terms of buying that space, because so quickly Merps clears out these waves. But he's played safe so far. He has made no missteps. He's been close to dying a couple of times, but that's just because of Kazan save things. He's I honestly haven't seen him be just 1 pixel too far forward. I haven't seen Johan be able to easily catch him, and he's playing phenomenally so far this game.
It's really hard, isn't it, for Merps to not die against this team, but just the fact that the rest of Nord are as strong as they are means that Lions Creed can't actually push forward and push through them. to catch Mervs. But yeah, he's been playing really, really solid, really smart as well, knowing his position, not overstepping too much. And he is at that point now as well where he doesn't have to step forward too much because he will delete the front line of Lions Creed at this point.
Banderas.
Looking
What
for a
are you
flank. I
doing here,
don't think it's gonna
Banderas? He's looking for a flank, but surely this won't work. He jumps out with the all-out, but he finds himself right into Wolsey, who still finds a 3-man pop buzz him. How is that allowed? And now they can just look to run down the rest of Lions Creed. That's exactly what they're gonna do. Merbs is unlocked and untouched, despite the cease and desist. The only thing stopping... No, I can't believe this. This is just... They're dominating, man. This is horrific. This is brutal.
It was a
Like,
questionable
that
flank.
wasn't even close.
No, I don't know. Maybe Banderas is trying to sneak in, and I thought... I'm not really sure what he was thinking, because you don't want to set up a play there. You don't want to be aggressive and to try and make things happen at all. You're just trying to chill at this point. The rest of the team was not in position either, so really, really risky stuff. That absolutely does not pay off. Fortunately for Lions Creed, though, not going to be ending the game off of that one. But still, it doesn't help your chances at all. Now you're going to be pinned into your base. Baron is spawning up here. It's literally just spawned. I don't think Lions Creed can contest this one. What do you do? What do? You kind of have to let the Baron go, but if you do that, it's going to be really easy for Nord to just push top, push bot, and take away your base. It's like, it's certainly a rock and a hard place situation for them, and Lions Creed going to have to make a decision. Will they decide to opt for a play? Will they be able to get a little bit of map control now that Nord have reset? And by doing so, will it mean anything? Can they set up a play? I'm not convinced.
This really is looking good. Look at the item difference in the AD carries position. Jinjo also without summoner spells at the moment, just level 13. Yeah, the Baron is up, and can they survive the Baron buff? But there's also the question about in just 2 minutes and 15 seconds time. Well, there will be an Elder Drake on the map as well. You can give that up, then the game is over. For sure, yes, if you steal that, but maybe you can do something. But we're starting to grasp at straws here for Lions Creed, and Banderas just walks up too far forward again. Doesn't quite get punished as hard this time. But still, man, needs the respect, because, once he's CN, he is done for. He might be a tank, but with all the damage being on this Nord composition, you can't just overstep like this. If Merbs and Wolsey were here right now, it would certainly be doom and gloom, and they're trying to buy the time for them to come up here, yeah. Banderas, can you get out? Oh, the Nature's Grass does connect, and he's just gone. That's just... Banderas, you can't do this, man.
I don't know.
That's Baron giving up. Can Johan cook up something? No, they are punishing these Lions Creed mistakes, and they are playing phenomenally well and on the same page. 9,000 HP and dropping. Johan can't get anywhere near the pit. They know where he is. This Baron is going over into Nord's pocket for free. I mean, this is good League of Legends. They are looking incredibly strong. They're dominating.
Johan's gonna die as well. He was trying, I guess, but just no way he was gonna be able to get in there. I mean, this is some next level negative gaming from Banderas. I don't know. I don't really know what to say about this. He was just super disrespecting Nord there, because I guess he thought it was only Maokai and Rel, but all that crowd
That's
control
so much CC.
obviously is going to buy time for Merbs and Code to come in. Yeah, I'm not sure. That was just really strange, like really, really peculiar. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is at this point. Lions Creed, I think, the Smolder is relatively strong. Probably needs a little bit more, maybe one more, but it's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, Jinjo locked up initially, still rooted airborne and taken down. This is game 1 into the hands of Nord, and Merbs continues to unload the rockets into the backs of Lions Creed. The Nexus turret in his sights. It took just beneath 30 minutes, and Nord dominantly win game 1 in this best of 5.
Insane stuff from Nord, picking up where they left off against Lions Creed to end the season. We thought this could be a 3-0 here, Duckling. We are both very wrong on that front.
It
Nord
could still
looked
be a 3-0
insane.
very much for Nord, man. Holy
I think
moly,
that
what a
draft
game.
was really hard for Nord to play, honestly. Like, it was really hard for them to execute, and they just didn't break a sweat, honestly. Like, that was just, yeah, really impressive
shocking
stuff.
Really uncharacteristic mistakes from Lions Creed, but Nord were phenomenal as well. There is never a time where I got nervous when I saw someone like Merbs or Wolsey just way too far forward without the team around saying, oh, be careful, you could get picked off here. Merbs wasn't in danger of dying once that game. He was playing safe. He knew where to position, how to position, and Nord didn't just win this game. They dominated. They were by far the better team for pretty much the entirety of the game. The first couple of moves went into the favor of Lions Creed, but then very quickly that changed into Nord having the lead, and they just continued growing it. They didn't make any mistakes. They punished the over-eagerness from Lions Creed. This is a statement victory for them and completely changes my trajectory for how this series will evolve. And this just got a whole lot more exciting for Foxtrot. I think we might be here for 4-5 games, or maybe even just 3 in the favor of Nord. Who knows?
Yeah.
That'll be discussed more by the desk when we come back after the break. But wow, what a shocker here in game number 1.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. Let's let we go do.
Nord takes down the first game and somehow Smolder lost. So against all odds and all we set up on the desk, by the way, Smolder actually lost. But we need to understand how it happened and how it went through, because it wasn't just the Smolder, it was the Jinx plus the entire team. Let's start with the early game to understand how Nord were capable of taking down Lion's Creed.
Yeah, so there we go. Ooh.
There we go. Sorry, flashbang, Warren. My bad.
There is some poor guy sitting in a dark room right now who's just been blinded because of Aragon. I can't see!
He saw the sun for the first time in the week, like, oh gosh!
So, I mean, bringing it back. That game, I don't think quite went to plan for how we thought that was going to go. We expected it to be a relatively slow game, and I saw a couple of Roshan invades into the red side early, but were maybe a little bit questionable. But you had pushing lanes, then they get caught out later, and it was that bot lane play where they went bot lane pretty early for the kills, and Merbs and the rest of the team just played that so well, like juggling the tower dive, juggling the aggro, getting the damage down. It was just a really, really clean play. Romeo setting that up beautifully as well. And yeah, I think Nord caught us all off guard. I didn't actually think Smolder could lose games. I thought that was actually not a thing that I thought it was his passive, because he just wins games. But they dismantled them with that one.
I did think at the start it was going pretty well for Lion's Creed. I think versus Renekton and Nico, securing first 3 grubs is kind of illegal. Managing to pull off a little bit of an early lead, but then, like you were saying, that dive I think is the big play that turned the entire game around, because that converted into so much.
So might as well look into that play at the 10 minutes. We were talking about the way that we try to set up the Jinx into a way that we're capable of finally hitting it off and slowing down Smolder.
Such a good setup. Honestly, Romeo gets the 2-man ult. Jinjo, that champion is ridiculous, so he does get away. But this just gives him so much free time on Kasing. Kasing has to use flash here, but he still can't break away because the zap comes in. And then it just feels like at this point, Lion's Creed are just going in one at a time. Like, Johan now has traded a little bit of HP, nothing too big. But the big play here is actually when Warzy goes back towards mid lane, along with Tempt, they see this massive wave stack up. That rocket definitely set up the position for this dive to happen. But they now think that because Tempt is mid, Tempt can TP in and save the day. The TP gets interrupted as well, and it is just so over. I mean, this interrupt coming in from Warzy in the middle just completely won that for Nord. Massive wave stacks. They miss out on that. They 2 plates over the Merbs and all those kills. And at that point, Merbs is just in the game. Like, bot is one off that.
So if I may add a gun, because I think this is where you want to hit the nail, is the fact that you want to set up something versus the Smolder. You were talking about ways to defeat the Smolder, and this is one of them, isn't it?
There's a lot of experimenting going on right now with handshaking the Smolder, trying to pick other things. Generally, the idea is you make bot side volatile with stuff like the Kai'Sa. You can do Kalista, Zeri is picked sometimes, and you take a lot of trades to try and set up dives, potentially converting that into more plates, getting your AD carry ahead more than Smolder, so that by the time 3rd Dragon rolls around, which you should have secured because you're against a Smolder, you're way stronger, and he doesn't have enough stacks to come online and take over the game, really, and that way you can secure Soul. Now, I was a little bit worried in this game because it was a Cloud Soul. It was a bit unfortunate, not quite the most potent of souls, but still managing to make it work and ending the game using that and using the bot lane snowballing.
So that way it was about setting up the Smolder to, like, you need those stacks, but you're not healthy enough to take them down. And that was a good way for Nord to start up the game. We were wondering, how can you get the Jinx online? And there you go. That's the first step of doing it. And afterwards, at 17.50, I think that was the time we had another team fight that we should highlight because of the dragon you were just talking about, Aragon.
Yeah, exactly. So a big important point is the fact that this composition, it functions very much as a Jinx reset composition with a lot of upfront burst and dive potential with the engage. So you'll see them engage and a bunch of damage will come down. A lot of snap engage. Take a look at Warzy's engage there as well. And the second Jinx gets a reset, he's so much more useful than Smolder can ever be, especially on the stack threshold. And that just means they win the fight. They manage to take the mid tower. And now I believe that's 3rd Dragon that they secure right there. So big snowballing. Sorry, go ahead, mate.
We were talking about MVPs off air because we all put our votes in for MVPs. I feel Warzy might have done a little dirty, if I'm going to be honest with you. Warzy got some filthy ults. I don't know if we have another replay lined up, but there was that one where he got like the 4 or 5-man ultimate
on the
Nico.
All in good time, yes.
And it just like that was it. Like the game was pretty much done But that's, it's the double tap. It's that's where they got that second shot in on the floor just to make sure they stayed down. That vault from Warzy was absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, Warzy done dirty. It's justice for Warzy. That's all I'm gonna say.
So while on one side I understand the fact that Warzy was such a big chess piece in bringing that victory towards Nord at the beginning of the game, if I may recall, and I think you will agree with me, Tempt was just dancing around him and completely demolishing the mid lane. So it seems yet again we get to see the highlights of individual play coming in from Lions Creed, but then the Nord team fight potential in setting up for what sort of champion pool they brought into the game. Am I correct?
Yeah, this is the Nord we had at the beginning of the season. A very coherent and cohesive team who had all of their conditions and understanding of how to play their comp. And this is actually more akin to what we saw Lions Creed at the beginning. A lot of individual talent, which wasn't really meshing together as well. I think maybe they drafted themselves into a corner where they locked a little bit too much scaling in. I know Ari's not a scaling champ, but they kind of played for the Smolder scaling into the late game, and Nord just understood, right, our condition is don't let this game go for 35 minutes without having a lead. Let's go bot. Let's take down the Smolder. Let's shut them out of this game. And that's what we saw coming into this. So yeah, I feel like genuinely, if Nord continue to play like this, like the Nord we had at the beginning of the season, I think there's a world where some of us could be losing, all of us could be losing a hell of a lot of points.
A lot of points will maybe disappear today, especially with that team fight that I want you to highlight, Aragon, the 20 minutes team fight. That it's actually the deal.
Is this it? The double tap.
I don't think there's any better team fight to highlight exactly how this team fight composition wants to play out. Just watch the rocket in the end, I believe. How it all works out. Everyone gets chunked, engaged in TPs down. Yeah, and I think just see for yourself here. It's really, really beautiful. The rocket is what I'm waiting for, because Merbs, here, the reset,
bam,
boom. Yeah, it's... And then Banderas gets knocked down. A lot of disrupting attempt from Banderas in the backline, but it's just not enough. Merbs is too strong, too fast, and they managed to make the Jinx pick work, which I'm really surprised, because I haven't seen it yet globally.
Yeah,
we had it addressed, but it just didn't work. And we'll take this opportunity to highlight what we were debating: the fact that you get the single individual player style, and then you get to the team fight potential from Nord, and this is where they can shine out of a sudden. So as we head into game 2, by the way, Lions Creed picked red side into this one. Is there anything that it changes, or it's up for debate?
I'm not sure that Nord want to pick Smolder. That's what I'm thinking. I feel that while Smolder's very, very strong, I think Nord are better off playing more aggressive again. I don't think Smolder suits that play style. I feel like the best way to beat Lions Creed is not just to let them scale, is actually to try and beat them in the early game, and then once they kind of fall apart, because they do seem to fall apart when they fall behind, you then push the advantage and you take the win from that. I feel if you take the Smolder, you actually could be playing yourself a little bit. So I actually think this is kind of nice for Lions Creed, because odds are you're probably not going to handshake Smolder over on that first pick. You maybe don't even have to ban it if you can call the bluff on it. And then you can get Smolder plus something nice as you get yourself like 2 good picks in your first rotation. That's what I actually think I like about this here for Lions Creed. I mean, the proof will be in the pudding. We'll see if they can actually do that. But yeah, I want to see more of this aggressive bot lane. I don't really want to see Merbs on the Smolder. I know Jinx is technically a scaling ADC as well, but I think Jinx, like Aragon was saying, offers just quite a little bit more when you get into those kind of mid-game skirmishes because of the power of the reset. Smolder doesn't even have that. Like, Jinx at least offers something with her reset power, where the Smolder, he needs 2-2-5, and then he's a champion. Well, sorry. He goes from, kind of okay to giga busted on 2-2-5.
That's true. So I think a big thing to note is that LC have now taken red side, which means they get counterpick in whatever role they choose. I wonder if we'll see a kind of shift towards maybe Banderas getting counterpick on R5, and I still see a Smolder angle potentially for LC, because what you can do on red side is, you pick Smolder early on in rotation, R1-2, and then at R3 you can counterpick support, and that lets you scale with counterpick support almost guaranteed. But I'd like to see some kind of carry pop-off potential from Banderas here on R5, because he's had some really good performances recently.
Why change if it worked? So far, it seems like Nord are sticking with the bans they brought in the previous game. The only change so far, it's Lions Creed taking out the Varos, so Smolder is still up. Senna as well. And Smolder, get it taken out, but they had to shift their attention to the bottom side, and there's a lot of champions that we can see that
Yeah.
are open. The Senna, the Maokai, for instance, as well.
I think this really suits Nord because now they don't int themselves by picking the Smolder. Because, like I said, I think they should play it early. So this denies them the option to take it and kind of like int themselves here. Maokai, it's such a go-to right now for like all of our junglers in the meta. Locking in the Twisted Fate and the Rel was very quick lock-ins there for Lions Creed. Remember, TF was banned last game by... Was it by Lions Creed? I think it was by Lions Creed.
Lions Creed.
Yeah. So they banned it last game. So they obviously have something cooked up on this front.
Yeah.
Nord now looking for their last 2 picks of this rotation, expecting this to be a jungler, probably an ADC here as well, unless you don't really know where the TF's going. He's pretty flexible.
You usually want to pair it off with AD mids like Jace, and you get the Jace Maokai pairing with usually with Varus alongside it as well is a possibility, but that's banned. But Jace Maokai really potent thing. Warzy's played 3 games of Jace the split, if I recall correctly. So it's definitely comfort. And then it's just what you want to round out here for the side of Nord on blue 3. Maybe you match top lane because it's probably a top lane Twisted Fate, although it is technically a flex with Jinjiao, but there it is. That's an insane core. You have Maokai ulti and Maokai sapling poke alongside Jace poke, and the second the Maokai ult hits, you drop a rumble ult on them and they just can't move. So it's really, really brutal.
Yeah, that's a really nasty little combo there. And like you said, that's the core. We now get to see what the rest of the pick bands are like. Maokai, remember, stays a flexible pick, can go support still, can go jungle. Lions Creed locking the on, so kind of giving up the lane pressure for team fight capability and obviously ornaments and things like that. I'll see how it works out for them. I'm not completely sold on that one, but then again, I wasn't sold on Nord's draft last time around, so you know, I could be wrong here. So this bands are going to look like.
Yeah, it's still a mid 80 carry flex for Twisted Fate. We see a little bit of 80 carry TF over in LCK. So curious to see which role that ends up going. I think it's a good pairing with the Rel as well because of the single target setup. It's quite nice. But yeah, you're probably going to save mid lane, counter pick for mid lane and preserve that flex all the way to R5.
So what are they going to go next? That's the real question. So I feel like this is, just probably going to be... Yeah, they are pretty unsure of where that TF's going, so they're banning the Orianna. I was expecting this to be support bans. Oh no, Rel's already locked in. Oh, Rel can jungle.
Okay, so hear me out.
Go on.
I've completely derailed my train of thoughts. The absolute classic. I was going to say that could be Senna Ornn pairing because that's something we see over in the LCK, but that immediately got banned away, so that's unfortunate. Still, Nautilus is going to be taken away for the side of Romeo because that's his best support, and it's been picked 7 times, I think. So, good takeaway there.
Well, we'll get an idea of what's going to get picked up here, whether or not this be a ADC, whether this be a not top laner, an ADC or a mid laner here. Option in jungle or support as well. It's so flexible for Lions Creed, and that's the scary thing about this.
It's so hard.
Yeah.
Every single champion that's picked right now is
TF.
completely triple flex. There it is. Vex locked in. That must be comfort because usually you pick Vex into champions that have a lot of dashes that come into you, right? So
yeah,
you know, I'm going to be honest. I haven't thought about Flex since her release. Have you seen her much? Yeah.
Yeah, because I play LeBlanc. Everyone I see, if I blind pick LeBlanc, I see Vex. It's pretty go-to. I'm very used to playing into this champ. I mean, she has really solid teamfight capability. You've got a pretty heavy teamfight team. You've got massive AoE fear from Vex. You've got the resets on the ult with that. A lot of upfront burst as well. I feel like that gives them enough damage, but I'm curious what the rest of their team is going to look like. Yeah. I think they need to pick someone who can early jungle. So this Rel should go support, and I'd like a Xin Zhao. Yeah. Nord just got the Lovers Duo as their bot lane. So, man, I actually think Jinjo and Kasinga are about to get absolutely slammed again in bot lane. I am not confident in this right now for them.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it'd be nice to get a jungler who can invade
That's
early.
Fine. That's fine.
Absolutely invade early and take over the game versus Maokai. Generally, you want to invade Maokai and shut him down early because he's a scaling champion. He's not that great early. So having a good pairing with a lot of setup. Look how much setup Lee Sin has. The amount of CC that's incredibly easy to land to secure his, for example, Q means he can do a lot. So eyes on Johan. I think that's the real takeaway here.
Yeah, especially early bot.
Johan. Yeah.
Especially early bot, because once Zaya's got that ultimate, it becomes a lot harder to set those gold cards, set those Rel ults, and get that big kick in from the Lee Sin. I genuinely, it's weird. I've seen a lot of Vex. I don't actually know how the Vex Jace lane goes. I feel Jace outranges her, so I don't really think she does much in this lane. But that doesn't mean that she's useless. I actually think if you go for a
together.
2v2 skirmish, jungle mid, Lee Sin Vex beats out Maokai Jace. That's what I'm pretty sure of that. So in lane, I think the Vex is just going to be farming, but I think you've got a very aggressive jungler. Play with that. We want to see this Korean jungle duo pair up. Like we said at the beginning of the show, when these two pair up, that's when Lion's Creed looks so much stronger. So that's where my attention is right now.
I completely agree. I think the bot side, with all the setup, Lee Sin is set up for success as well. You can just go invade the Maokai, and really how you shut down the early game is the most important thing.
So with this in mind, let's see if Lion's Creed is capable of coming back in the city zone. If not, we'll put it into match point. It's the second game of the day. It's a best of 5, and it's Duckling and Foxtrot to the cast.
Yeah, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the caster's desk. After both me and Foxtrot have our predictions completely ruined by that first game of the day. Regardless, though, it is something that not only, hurt my predictions, but also changed my views on how I expected this series to go, Foxtrot, because I thought, to be honest, Lion's Creed in general, just a better team. But with how dominant that game 1 is, or was, I think that image has now been changed. Like, Nord certainly can play up to them, and more so than just one game, because we saw it 7 days ago as well when they played last time around, and today, I mean, Nord, they are looking really good.
Yeah, for sure. Nord have been insane, and game number 1 was ridiculously impressive. So I'm waiting to be impressed for game number 2 as well.
Game number 2 ready on our screens now. Lion's Creed look to make some level 1 cheese, and it is no surprise when you have a Lee Sin jungle that you're up to cooking something early on in the game. Maybe this might be a bit early. Let's see what happens. Neely could be the potential target. Banderas only want to show his face so far. Here comes the West of Lion's Creed. Do they play around vision well enough? Yeah. Banderas steps up. We can't really see if Neely spotted anything. I think he's definitely seen it now, and
he sees.
should just be able to get out as he hovered around his entrance. Wards might just be placed out or placed down, and in the end, the researcher comes through the level 1, not earning anything out of the ordinary here for Lion's Creed.
I think whenever you're playing versus like a trap style champion as well, like it's always nice to get a little bit of information down and as to what's going on. You can see there the Lovers Joe got a return info into the bot side of the jungle, so kind of a not a split map in the traditional sense of where the junglers are pathing, but certainly at least for information and stuff here. So we'll see that that Lee Sin Johan is going to be starting bot side. Obviously the same for Maokai. Now, does that mean that we're going to get a standard bot to top clear and try and make something happen? I mean, to be perfectly honest, I would be a little bit surprised to see that, in all honesty. So yeah, lots of different ways that we can go here from this early passing.
Yeah, Kasing goes back in after Romeo, the first one to initially engage. Twisted Fate bot lane is interesting. I think that's probably the word I'm gonna go with here, because we've obviously seen AD Twisted Fate pop up in popularity over the past couple of patches, but normally it does get played either in the mid lane or the top lane. So for it to be brought down into the AD carry position certainly intrigues me. And Twisted Fate, AD carry build, it is very strong later on, scales well, but in the early stage of the game it could certainly struggle. And when you're playing against one of the strongest 2v2s in the Lovers duo, I'm not sure if Jinjo can survive this. If Nord played this well, they could certainly look to get a couple kills early on.
The cleanse though from Xayah is certainly gonna make things a little bit easier for her, and when she hits level 6, you can like predictively use your ulti to get out of a gold card or something like that. But obviously trading a gold card for an ulti is still a good trade as far as Lion's Creed are concerned. I would imagine that Lee Sin would maybe look to try and make some more plays happen around the bot side. I don't think you care too much about the top side of the map, to be honest. Like, yeah, you can gank a rumble, you know, low mobility, etc., but not exactly something you want to look towards, as Johan is shadowing topside. Roshan not going to overextend right there. Instead, respecting the potential for Johan to be about, as that is the correct call. And now Johan actually has a bit of tempo advantage over Roshan, and it looks like he might be using that for a cheeky invade.
Yeah, last time we saw Johan on the Lee Sin, he looked phenomenal, to say the least. Let's see if he can replicate that performance here in game number 2, as he will be able to steal that away. Connect on the Sonic Wave. Yet again, yet another clean lead play. The Flash forced. Doesn't expend his own, knowing that he wouldn't have had the damage. I mean, that is just another great Lee Sin play from Johan.
Yeah, Johan's done so many good Lee Sin plays. Love it when he picks this champion.
Yeah,
and he's got double leads as far as camps go as well. It's not like Maokai needs a lot of gold to be effective, but still, it's something. And yeah, really, really good early game here from Johan.
Romeo Kasing both roaming here, as Romeo now sees Kasing. Same goes the other way around, of course, as the ward will be cleared out. Likely to both now just head back into the bot lane. Warsi reset, TP'd in. Same will be happening for Tempt here as well. So within the first couple of minutes, we've had a bit of action, but nothing that's led to the first blood. It has though led to a 500 gold lead now between the junglers, with all the tempo version is lost. That is, that is
lead already.
crazy without a first blood being involved in this.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is as well is that Johan took the entirety of Roshan's top side, right? So that's not even going to be there for Roshan if he decides to go back up and look for it. On the plus side, however, depending on what Roshan decides to do, by the time he gets to that top side, it may have just respawned and respawned as like a higher level as well. So it could actually be something that doesn't hurt Roshan too much in the long run. The fact that he's so far behind as well gives him ridiculous catch-up XP. Like, just that crowd camp that he did gave him almost a full level. So kind of gross stuff, but he definitely is behind at this point. But maybe in, like, 2 to 3 minutes time with that catch-up XP, he might be in a bit of a better spot.
And Johan now back towards clearing his jungle. Top lane trades coming through as well. Banderas obviously will be struggling a bit in a tank against a mage matchup. He's going to be poked out, especially as Rumble has no mana. But I do want to keep our focus on Johan here early on. The jungler's very important for this matchup, but look at the level difference as well. 2 levels at the moment. Johan slowly but surely getting towards that level 6. The level 6 will be huge for him when he really gets the opportunity to make the action happen. Banderas could be solo killed here. The flash is available. He doesn't want to overextend, but Roshan might want to just buy some more time here. Yeah, he's not going to go for the dive. Just throws down a sapling.
Does he
Will be at the price of the Drake. And for Lions Creed, despite an early Drake not meaning too much, it's certainly nice of them to get their hand on their first Drake in this whole series, losing all 4 early on in the last game. Just making sure that won't happen this time around.
Yes, indeedy. A bit of a reverse here for how the early games have gone for Northern Lions Creed compared to the first game. But of course, Lions Creed did opt into red side. Potentially, this was something that they had in mind. Johan, on that minimap, always got to keep an eye on him, has actually jumped the wall and avoided this pink ward. So now he's behind. He's behind, but has completely avoided this vision here. That is so smart. Nord have no idea.
No level 6 on Merp, but he does have the cleanse. Will Johan go for it? Is he going to go for the dive? But will Merps get the XP in time? Rotation coming through from Tempt as well. Warsi, no TP, can join quickly. Merps, clearly the target here, but with both sums, it might be hard to connect on him. Romeo, both sums as well. They want the AD carry, and they will get it cleanly as well. The first blood underneath the turret, claimed by Tempt.
Great dive, really well executed right there from Lions Creed. And I honestly cannot emphasize enough just how smart that parking was from Johan. He jumped from the dragon pit to over the wall with the ward, and then from that area into that pink ward that you're seeing on your screen now. Because both other entrances, you can, yeah, perfect, thank you, Observe. You can see the little ward remnants as to what his path was. Both other entrances to the jungle, to the bot side jungle, were warded by Nord. So they thought they were safe, right? You have the chicken entrance, you have the bot bush entrance as well warded. You don't think anything can happen there. But oh my goodness, just really, really smart stuff from Lions Creed and from Johan. And this is, on a champion like this, on a playmaking champion, he can always make it happen. And he's making it happen here in game number 2.
So patient as well. He spent so much time, as you said, making sure he didn't get caught by the vision. And it paid off, and it's very good to see. This feels more like Lions Creed. A good move from them, but I want to see them take it further in this game and not just make a couple bad mistakes. I think outside of Nord playing above what I expected them to do up against Lions Creed in the first game, I think Lions Creed made some horrendous mistakes towards the mid stage of the game as well. Early game as well, to be honest. They made some blunders, is probably a way I should put it best. And if they can remove that, I think the games will be closer. But Nord playing up to the level of Lions Creed, and maybe just to their own level. This is also a good roster. Like, look at it. We have experienced players. We have someone like Merc. We have Nila, who was the king of top lane last year, and we have someone like Roshan as well, one of the biggest talents we had in our, Norwegian scene for a couple of years. He then rose up to jungle and went over to the Benelux. Had a, if I recall correctly, a couple of decent performances there. So he's someone I was excited to see in our league as well. But other than that, I mean, Warsi and Romeo, both complete rookies to me who look like veterans when they play because they are so incredibly good and consistent.
Definitely, and this is it. The benefit of Nord's just that pure talent there, and you can see how they were able to take it to Lions Creed in game number 1, right? It was really impressive stuff. It wasn't anything cheesy or anything like that. Like, Lions Creed are a great team, and Nord made them look not great, very much not great, if I'm to use good English there. It was really impressive. Nile already in this game has just really made Bandera struggle.
Build.
Yeah, I love it. The double cloak build, he's certainly got something on his mind. I think it's okay though, as far as Bandera is concerned. Like, being behind against the Rumble is fine. But yeah,
Johan coming up.
2 people.
Yeah, good flash. Will Johan continue to go for the play? There will be a response coming through from Nord, by the way, so they need to burst Steeler down quickly. Can they do it? He gets good damage, but Johan has been taken quite low. Kasing making his way up as well. Initial engage from Romeo as Johan ticks ever low with the ignite. Surely will fall. The knockup on 3. Here comes Warsi as well to get the dunk down for the second. Nord now wants to continue this play. It's one in their favor as Roshan slows up temp. Warsi will surely claim the kill, and in the end, it is 3 into the hands of Nord. Lions Creed only claiming 1.
3 for 1, really good response there from Nord. They read it like a book, and they were able to respond. They may have got there a little bit too late to save Nile's life, but it's absolutely worth it when you pick up 3 on the backside, especially when you consider who got those kills. Warsi sitting pretty on that one. He'll be very happy, and a Jace as well. When you look at the lineup for Lions Creed, you've got Rel, you've got Ornn. These are 2 characters that can absorb shock blasts from Jace, but everyone else is going to get absolutely obliterated by Jace when he throws out that poke. And to be honest, even Banderas early on won't have much to say about it, because he's hard stacking magic resist. Really not someone you want to give kills to, and already looking great here for Warsi.
And just a great response play from Nord. They've really been on the same page today. Let's see if they can respond to yet another Lions Creed aggression down here on the top side, or up here on the top side rather, as Nila is the target now underneath his shirt. Has found some bit of relative safety with the TP coming in as well. Warsi will try and turn it around, but this time the response not quite as easy to pull off, as Lions Creed just cleanly claimed the 1 kill on Nila.
Jinjo also flirting a little bit with Romeo. Romeo's getting pretty low. I don't know if this is going to be a solo kill on the bot side. I think it might be. Jinjo's popped his ult to chase Romeo.
Flash
Romeo's
as well.
juked him.
He wants it, but in the top side, Warsi underneath the turret.
There it
in
is.
trouble as well. Yes, he's got Roshan here, and they'll surely claim Kasing. But the shutdown goal goes over to Johan. And across the map, it's a 2 for 1. Now TP coming in as well.
Happening?
They claim Roshan. Warsi and Roshan both die as Nila just TP's in to see the bodies, unable to counterplay. Will he be dove as well? No way, they dive in for a second time as the red carpet has been laid down, but it just leads to a nice entryway for Lions Creed to complete their 3rd successive dive. Nila gets one back on Johan, but it is... What is even happening? Is this bronze up in the top lane? Did they just die 4 times in a row?
It was ridiculous. I mean, while that is all happening as well, Romeo generally got solo killed by Jinjo bot side in the river. So yeah, I don't know. So much crazy stuff is happening here. Yeah, I think on the plus side for Nord though in that play, Nile got a decent shutdown. I think it was like a 600 total for killing Johan. So actually not worth it as far as that dive goes, the 1-for-1, because there wasn't really a huge amount of minions being lost for Nile either. Not too bad as far as that goes, but yeah, just crazy aggression here on Lions Creed. I will give a lot of credit to them. They were burnt once for being aggressive, and sometimes you can see teams rein that in a little bit, play a little bit more passive after that happens. Lions Creed decide, absolutely not. We're going to speed it up again. We're not going to slow down at all. We're going to go the complete opposite direction, and very nicely executed by them.
They'll even be able to claim the dragon. This game looking more like the expectations, I think it's fair to say, from our casters here, all having predicted Lions Creed to win. Fair play, by the way. Quick shout out to Middlecop for predicting Nord to win that game 1. But yeah, I really do agree with your point. It's good to see them still go with the aggression because they need to do it with this Lee Sin. They need to be able to build up an early lead, and for Jinjo to be able to claim the solo kill as well. This Twisted Fate working out so far, having an 800 gold lead despite being left there very alone down in the bot lane. Kasing playing the bigger picture here, and Jinjo, he's thriving in this situation.
He is, but you may have just cursed him. I think, no, he should be all right here. Nord definitely putting a little bit of pressure towards the bot side of the map here. And it's exactly as you mentioned, and a very good point to bring up. Jinjo has essentially been left alone this game. Permanent roams from Kasing on that rel. It's going to go for another engage, however. I don't think Romeo will be in too much trouble. Just going to be dancing away from that one. And we'll get to this Aram style of play right now. We can see the flank on the map from Johan in the enemy jungle is going to get behind everyone, looking for that play.
Yeah, Herald on the map, clearly in both team sides as they rotate up towards the river.
Ooh, this could be
Looking
so
at the
bad though.
summoners, ultimately as well, Kasing has the opportunity to fall in and engage. Same goes for Johan, who now shows himself. Ornn has been called. Roshan might just be the target, but he flashes out. Romeo jumps out as well, and in goes Temp. He's got Jinjo with him, but they might have gone too far forward to the skies. Come down as Nile will claim both the carries' lives. Lions Creed have overstepped, and they've been punished by Nord.
I don't know what to say about that one for Lions Creed. That was just really disjointed. Not good at all, but a great response from Nord. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I want to sing Nord's praises here on that, but they didn't do anything. Lions Creed just threw themselves into the middle of Nord with Tempt on Vex and Jinjo on the Twisted Fate. They're not exactly your engaged characters. Like, obviously they have some engaged tools, but you don't want to be in the middle of a Nord squad, which is exactly what happened. And just, they get blown up instantly. There was no follow-up. I do think, though, that Lions Creed had the good setup and had an angle to make something happen there. But they just disrespected Nord. And they didn't execute it properly with the Johan flank. Like, if they pop the Twisted Fate ulti for vision and then Johan can figure out a good flank and maybe get an engage or something, I think that could have worked out quite well. But whatever the hell happened instead was really not good for Lions Creed.
And that was just so questionable. Yet again, it kind of goes back to some of the mistakes we're talking about in game number 1, right? Where you're thinking, why are you in this situation? Why are you doing this to yourself? Why are you overstepping like this? But you have to give credit to Nord as well. They are punishing it very well, taking up all the table scraps that they are being given by Lions Creed. And they are now in the gold lead for the first time in this game, I do believe. This time they don't have the Drakes stacking in their favor, but very nice to get that shift around. And we just discussed just a couple minutes ago how Jinjo had an 800 gold lead. That's shrunk now to just 100 gold, and in the top lane as well. Banderas 1,000 gold behind his counterpart.
Yeah, Banderas is always going to be behind on Ornn, but 1k is... it's a fair number, and Nile is getting really big right at this point. Like, considering how squishy a lot of Lions Creed are, just that red carpet alone will do a lot of problems, you know, a lot of work. It's going to be difficult to manage if you are Lions Creed. These team fighting skills certainly threatening from the side of Nord. And as this game progresses here, we've got 1 minute basically until this dragon. If Nord can just keep pushing out mid, which they will have the advantage of doing because they've got the mid tower, as opposed to Lions Creed, who don't, we might just see another scrap around dragon, because the way this game's gone, neither team wants to give up an inch on the map, and they keep butting heads.
Yeah, and it's just look at what happens up in the top side here as well. Banderas going for his counterpart yet again, but just He just keeps turning around on their face. Yes, Temp claims one, but Warsy claims a triple kill with one last auto attack. He sends Lion's Creed back to the fountain.
Perfect again. Nord just reading Lion's Creed like a book. They've done their scouting report on these guys, and they know when these plays are coming through. They're there to punish. They're there to respond. Really smart stuff, super smart stuff from Nord. And this is why, you know, in that first game, to be perfectly honest, they didn't have to do a lot of this stuff. And it's why I'm so impressed right now watching Nord in game 2. Because in the first game, Nord just got an advantage early. They pressed their advantage, and that was the way that they won the game against Lion's Creed. In this game, they didn't really have any early advantage, and instead, they're the ones playing a little bit more reactionary, but they're still finding success with that strategy. It just shows us how multi-tonged this Nord side is with their strategies and their success. They're not just a one-trick pony, and they're a really scary team here.
They certainly are, and they are reading from the same fairy tale at the moment, because everything is going in that direction. It might seem too good to be true, but like, they are on the same page. They are always there for each other. They are responding so well to these moves and picks that Lion Creed are looking for. And now they'll, you know, be able to claim up their first streak of the game as well, slowing down the scaling or the spikes that would have come through from getting a Dragon Soul early on for Lion's Creed. Lion's Creed are grasping at straws here pretty much. Yes, they're only 1,000 gold behind, but Warsy sitting on 2 items. His mana meme will still be a mere mana. All the gold is sitting on a Johan, who will slowly but surely become less and less relevant in the game. Yeah, they've got a Twisted Fate scaling, but it's not optimal anymore, considering how good the early game looked for Lion's Creed. They are a far cry away from that at the moment.
And you have to also just think about, oh, hang on here, Banderas could be in trouble.
He's just been caught out yet again. Seems like the answer is a clear yes. He can use the auto all he wants. He's dead here. He's not getting a way out. Yes, he has the flash, but Warsy would just easily follow. Won't even be needed. One more auto attack or Tooth Disguise instead will put Warsy on a rampage.
Lion's Creed tried to do something bot side. They popped the Twisted Fate ultimate and tried to punish in that side of the map instead, but they weren't able to find anything. And yeah, Banderas just falls another kind of pointless death, I guess, in this series. Not looking too hot for the Lion's Creed top laner, as Nord are now really starting to pull away with this game. As you mentioned before, that gold lead mostly coming through, or I should say the gold lead individually for Lion's Creed, you know, with the jungle difference there, isn't really that important. The fact that Lee Sin's 1.5k ahead, so the fact that the gold as a whole doesn't look massive, it's when you think about where the gold is, this game's looking a lot worse for Lion's Creed than you might think.
Yeah, this is honestly shocking. This is not what I expected for Lion's Creed to be doing this, and the fact that Nord are punishing it so well, it makes it look like Lion's Creed's plays are worse than they are, because I see some of their ideas, I see some of the plays that they want to go for, but Nord are just one step ahead. It feels like every time Lion's Creed want to make a move, Nord are ready with an even better counter move. Just look at this! Out of nowhere, they spot 2 on Vision, and they take them all. 3 actually, as Temp is here as well, and without a flash, he's set to fall to the harpoon from Nile. Baron is on the map. Foxdrop. Nord are deconstructing Lion's Creed.
This is exactly how I expected these games to go coming into this series, but I didn't think the nameplates would be this way around. Nord are just, they're not hesitating. They completely had Lion's Creed's number in the first game, just stomped from the early, rode it out to victory. It was easy as you like. This game around, Lion's Creed just looks silly. They keep trying to make plays, and normally this is where Lion's Creed find their advantages and look so strong. It's just not happening here. Nord, again, know what's going on. They're always available for these plays. They're constantly catching Lion's Creed out of position. And there's no hope for Lion's Creed when the game looks like this. You know, like Nord are just giving absolutely nothing over to Lion's Creed. How do you get back into the game when every time you try, Nord are just there, 3-4 man strong? You can't do it.
And think about how this Nord team has progressed, right? They struggled to close out games at the beginning of the split, having a couple of up and down periods as well. And there was the whole meme of Nord time. They were winning in the 35-minute plus games, but it was long, drawn-out battles. And we're sitting at yet another game, 22 minutes in. They are in firm control. Last time, they were able to close it out before the 30-minute mark. this game as well, if they continue on this trajectory, they will close out this game in a matter of 5-6 minutes. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, it's looking kind of tough here. Nord now with that Baron buff, able to push down the side lanes ridiculously fast. Lions Creed on the wrong side of the map, not going to be able to defend that or match the push either. I think this inhibitor might just be falling down.
Yeah, the inhibitor and the base will now be broken open. Tempt is here to try and defend alongside some of his teammates. And Johan, the only one who does have a goal lead outside of Jinjo, looks for an engage. Jinjo has now joined his team as well, but 3 items. It's good. He's 1.2k ahead still, but he's not being able to dish out the damage. Johan unable to find the correct engage. The Baron buff time is still a minute to go, and they have been able to break open the base. Able to claim a couple of kills as well, and just look at Warsy here, 8-1.
That's insane.
3.5 items, just 23 minutes in. If
Such
he
a
gets
good
in
game.
a big EQ, I mean, he takes one of the squishes down to half HP. Maybe not actually. That's just about 30%.
Well, Tempt has Zhonya's, but it's still gross stuff. We were saying maybe Warzy was a bit of an unsung hero in the last game, deserved more praise, and this game, I mean, he is just him. He's the guy in this game. Like, there's no doubt about it. Really, really crazy stuff. Like 8 kills, it kind of speaks for himself. He does incredible amounts of damage. His movements on the map, I mean, he's always great movement on the map. That's just like Warzy is probably the best guy in the league for doing that. The stats kind of showed that as well in the pre-match segment that we had, showing off like his kill participation being quite high, but his like XP per minute being relatively low, especially compared to his lane opponent, which really does just prove like he sacrifices waves to move around the map. But he's not had to sacrifice too much at all this game, right? He's just been in the middle of every single play, and this Jace is looking exceptionally scary.
And yeah, they can just play through pretty much every member on this team for Nord. It's so impressive to see. We have games where Nila can take over in the top lane. Warzy can take over like he's doing now, where Mrips takes a bit more of a backseat, where last game he was really the main one that they needed to protect. And they did just that. Now it's someone like Warzy who's the key member here. Baron up on the map sooner rather than later, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe still a couple minutes. But I want to highlight what Jinjo just did while we were discussing. Nord wanted to take the second Drake. They got that for free. Or not quite actually, because Jinjo was able to take 2 turrets in the mid lane with bounty on them. And also just hoover up the whole top side in terms of camps and get a lot of minions. So he's now 2.6k ahead. He's doing very well for himself. The problem is, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't mean too much. Yes, the goal lead isn't that big anymore, but I've struggled to see Jinjo have an impact on the fights. But I want to give him credit because at the moment, they are not losing too much not having him there. And he's able to keep himself relevant and give themselves a lifeline in the game still.
There's 2 things as well to mention about this, right? Is like, firstly, Jinjo is pushing the inhibitor wave, which means that having an inhib down doesn't really do anything for Nord, because super minions aren't pushing forward and pouring into Lions Creed's base when Jinjo is pushing that wave down himself. He's the super minion in this case. But also, the more that you lose from Lions Creed's perspective, like the more objectives are taken on the map. This is going to sound super dumb here, okay, Ducklings, so bear with, right? The more that you lose, the less that you have to lose in future, right? So if
yeah, I do get your logic.
You kind of get what I'm trying to say, right?
Like,
I
certainly get what you're trying to say.
It becomes easier to defend, I guess is probably a better way to put it, right? Because Nord, if they want to keep taking towers, now have to assault inhibitor towers or like Nexus towers, you know, these kind of things, which are a lot easier to defend if you're Lions Creed. So to that extent, there's a little bit, I don't want to say like a stalemate, but like there's an opportunity to stabilize, I guess is a better way to say, if you're Lions Creed here. Having said that though, Jinjo, no idea this is going on, has to be very careful.
Oh, Ghost has been popped, but it doesn't do enough. Shut down, massive one I do believe, into the hands of Nile. Yeah, I wanted to say it. I didn't get to say it, but I didn't think it would happen this quickly. Jinjo cannot afford to be caught out. At this point, this time, not too bad. Yes, he gives up a bit of a bounty, and he can't be able to hoover up minions for 30 more seconds, but if this happens while like a Baron or another Drake is on the map, they lose it. This time, they might just need a single turret for his death.
But this is a thing at this point as well, like just killing the split push threat still does similar things, right? Because at this point now, Nord know they
Goes
can
back.
push down away for free, and there's nothing they can do about it. And yeah, Ginger still dead for 5 more minutes, but I think he'll get here in time.
Yeah, does have the ultimate. Destiny is available. 6k and dropping now. They can see what's going on inside the pit. 4k getting ever so slightly lower. They don't know if they wanted to commit. The route is there. Will they commit to it? Can Johan just going to finish it? No, it will
Okay.
reset. Back to 7k HP. Almost back to full now as Nord will look to restart it. The Destinies run out as they try to get some vision off the area. The control ward is in there, I do believe. So Johan can get in. Look for the steal. It's a complete 50-50. This might be just one Lion Creek's need, but they must win this smite fight. Feels like
Surely
do or
Nord
die
don't do
here, and you
this.
can feel it on Nord as well. They aren't sure if they want to commit, but they keep it going. They're TPing into the base. Warzy, he wants to end it here. Who can get back in time? It's only Tempt, and I think he stopped Warzy for now, but can he win the 1v1? I very much do doubt it, as Warzy just throwing these auto attacks in. The Baron gets secured as well. He goes golden, but Warzy ever so slightly lower. 2 kills already into the favor of Nord, and they might just move to match
game,
point
baby.
here. It is game, as you say. Only Jinjo and Tempt really remain, and Tempt trying so desperately to save this base. The TP will be cancelled, and Banderas will be taken down. Jinjo has flanked Warzy, and I do believe he should be able to get him. But now Jinjo up against 4, alongside Tempt, the 2 carries. Forced to try and save the game here. 10 seconds to support. This might not be it.
wow.
Jinjo is very strong, remember. The cards do hurt at this point. And the house always wins, you could say, but at this point, I'm not sure anymore. As Jinjo makes a last stand, and he keeps the game alive.
All right, I was
Baron
wrong. That's
went over
not
to
game, baby. We still got a little bit more to play. I thought Nord was barreled into the base, but Warzy getting collapsed on does pause things for a little bit there. But I mean, what a call though from Nord, right? Just decisive action. Warzy teleporting into the base. The fact they were still able to pick up the Baron though is huge, because yeah, it just means at this point now, Nord is still a massive threat to the Nexus. I don't think Lions Creed are going to be able to contest this one. It isn't Soul, it's only the 3rd dragon, but still stacking mountain drags is just pretty gross in of itself anyway.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
That's a lot of extra resistances, right? And really does mean a lot. Is it what, 7% extra resistances now, or something along those lines? Maybe just 6, but regardless, when you add that
yeah.
up 3 times, it is a lot of extra resistances you get out of your items. And someone like Roshan has just become a whole lot tankier. Nil as well brought some armor. And yeah, it just makes those items so much more gold efficient. Get that 4th one as well. Pop a shield on top of that. You'll be so hard to kill. And the burst won't really stick anymore from someone like Tempt with that shield, keeping him safe. The lead, it's only 3.5k, but Nordfield in full control. I have no worries that they'll win this game at this point, unless Lions Creed pull a rabbit out the hat.
The difficulty now for Lions Creed though, they don't really have the team fight. They're trying to split push, and you've been seeing it for the last 15 minutes. Jinjo's been sitting in a side lane and trying to just put pressure that way, and it has worked to a certain extent. The thing for these guys as well is like when you've got an Ornn on your team, and at this point you can upgrade into those those ornaments. That is going to give you a little bit extra gold value as well. But if I'm Nord, I feel quite confident in my ability to just dive at this point. If Jinjo is in a side lane still, especially when you look at the minimap, like
And look where
Johan
Jinjo
and
is.
Kasinga
He just altered. He has to
completely
recon now.
nowhere near.
Yeah, this turret is gone. The inhibitor is gone. Could they
I'm
just
not-
try and charge down the base?
What are they thinking? I'm not sure. They've got to go for an engage.
Johan is looking on the flank. They now see Jinjo is back, so they can play it exactly how they like. The poke sticks Tempt down to half HP. They can move towards the second inhibitor. They can just move towards Johan. He gets the kick through, but it means absolutely nothing. Tempt didn't get to heal, but he goes into the front line regardless. It is all on Jinjo, but what can he really do when Nord is coming for you? They crush this team fight. They'll advance to match point and move 1 game away from the NLC finals.
Nord have just looked absolutely insane in this series. They have not hesitated for a moment. Game number 1 was a stomp. Game number 2 wasn't going their way, and still they made it look like another stomp. 32 minutes on the clock. 2-0 here for Nord in our upper bracket game.
Simply exceptional. What a performance yet again. So few mistakes, and they just feel so in control as well, regardless of what the goal lead is looking at. You feel like Nord, they know exactly what they need to do. And I think there was this game, a 15-minute span where it felt like every time Lions Creed made any move, regardless of what it was, Nord were there to respond and win the play. Exceptional, phenomenal. It's hard to find all the adjectives that can describe how great that game was from them. I'm pretty certain in my 3-0 prediction now. Sadly, I only put 2 points on it. I think Nord will 3-0 this. They look different than what I saw in the regular season. They look insane. But that is not our job to break that down. We're going to throw it to a break. And when we come back, the desk will have the pleasure of talking about how good Nord have been today.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
It's a 2-0 in favor of Nord. Out of the sudden, out of predictions as well, everybody's looking at the end of the battle and saying, oh gosh, this is not good. For Nord though, you're killing it and I love it and I want to understand how.
Warzy kind of built diff, bro. Like, this guy is just crushing it. I genuinely was kind of a fan of the Vex, especially that really good rotation bot lane early from Nord. But I don't know, man. Warzy just a different kind of monster. That was horrible. That was absolutely horrible for them.
Yeah, I mean, just to expand on that, I also think Nord is just showcasing really good adaptability, right? You're playing multiple different styles of compositions. Last game, you had a bit more volatility early. This game, you have great team fighting core that you have to scale up to. And in both games, they looked really convincing coming back into the game. So,
but how are they pulling that off? Because yet again, you look into the composition, you think, I mean, individually, I mean, Lions Creed should win, no? And it seems like not even on that department they are winning, Aragon.
So what Lions Creed had was a lot more proactivity, potential for Johan with a bunch of setup in multiple different lanes, priority mid lane and setup bot lane. They could set up dives in top, bot and mid. They could do anything they liked. And the problem was the fact that they were never really quite clean. There were some really clean plays, like down bot side, but some of them would come to bite them because they would get cleaned up
like
by
the top
Warzy,
lane one.
like a top lane player. If we have that replay.
Transition, eh? Ooh, look at him.
I assumed we had
Let's
the top
put
lane
it in the
replay
replay.
ready.
Oh, yeah,
That wasn't a good
replay
transition.
Now. Start. There we go.
You got it.
But yeah, here's the really extended play, right? You could see everyone shifting up towards mid without the Twisted Fate there. So Johan does a nice kick Q, and this looks all fine and dandy. They lay the CC really well, but then the Goon Squad arrives. Everyone is on the way, and all the damage is used up. The CC's really nice. In the end, Warzy gets a bunch of kills and a bunch of extra items to snowball from.
Yeah, this was nasty. I initially was a bit worried because I was like, oh, Nord have run out of damage. They've only got Romeo and Roshan. Then Warzy comes and gets a 3-man empowered Q, and it's like, yeah, that might be a little bit ogre. It was, really, really nasty stuff. And Warzy just like, he just ran with that. And this is what we've seen from Nord is they make a good play happen, and then they just run with it. And I actually think Lions Creed looks super scattered right now. I think they look very, very lost.
Yeah. And I think
I dread for this game 3. Lions Creed really need to get their head in the game.
And I think the problem is when you're playing this kind of composition from Lions Creed, you have to dive backline fully. You're playing Lee Sin, Vex, Rel, and if you're not ahead versus the scaling of the enemy composition, you're just not going to be able to find the angles. You're not going to be able to find the vision to be able to flank. There's so many reasons why it's going to be hard to pilot the composition into Nord's comp. They just fell apart, right? They made a couple of plays afterwards, like some knife dives top lane, like a repeat dive that happened 3 times over. But in the end, it just bought enough time that Nord could scale up.
My question right now is that a way that Lions Creed is losing in Champion Select or even Nord winning in the same department? Because I look at the compositions of Nord, I'm like, yeah, this makes total sense. I like this. And then I look to the other side, I'm kind of confused at the same time. I do believe we have another one just for you, Aragon, because you're setting up the timer, so might as well start the counting now.
Yeah. And I can't remember exactly what this replay of. Oh yeah.
Oh, you
okay,
don't?
so I believe
this
there's
is a big
a
one.
TP up top side if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Although it might just be a fight, and it's just another fight which goes the side of Nord, right? Over and over again, we just keep seeing this. It's another turnaround, and I believe this is one where Warzy managed to find a bunch of kills too, Nord, and they just clean up. It's another attempt at trying to make a play from Lions Creed that isn't clean enough. And then there's a TP, I believe, up top side in the next clip, rather, which secures them Baron. So it's just a chain of events.
It's the scattered playstyle. I think Lions Creed, they're not on the same on the same page. Like that was Tempt jumping into the middle of 4, and then not having a team who can gap close with you, because Vex can fly a long distance away from the team, and you have to hope that your W shield and the fear last long enough that you don't get murdered in that time, and that's exactly what happened. Warzy just able to tidy up. They split scattered focus in all of these fights, and that's really the undoing, where Nord is like, right, we're going to this person, all on this guy, then we're moving to this guy, peel this person away to safety, and they just look so much cleaner. It's very hard to kind of break down that game because it was incredibly one-sided after that top lane play had happened.
And that's why I can't say that it was draft Archeron, to go off of your point, because it was working for a little bit, right? Lions Creed were finding plays. I think there was a huge CS lead at one point with 73 CS on lead to 46 on the Maokai. So a lot of proactivity coming in at LC. They just couldn't drive it over the finish line.
So it was working until it wasn't, and the team fight that they were looking for, the TP, is ready for us, so we can actually take a peek at what happened and how important it was to seal the deal.
Yeah, very early TP from Nord. I remember this now because I think the TP in response was quite slow. Oh,
gosh.
Actually, I don't think there was a TP in response. Yeah, it was just nasty.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just a nail in the coffin, isn't it?
Everything.
After this, on this, they can just secure Baron for free, and then it's just a permanent siege, right? Banderas doesn't even bother TPing, or he doesn't have TP. So, in the end, get Nash, and the game is relatively simple. You can just run mid with your poke, throw down a couple of ultis, and you can free hit the towers, because that's also what this composition is incredibly good at. And closing out the game, it's just simple.
Yeah. And another point that you brought up, we're looking into a team fight that it was not even a team fight. It was just like, hey, we're ahead, chill. We'll talk on a third game. We're talking about a fight at 20 minutes in. Remember the meme of Nord 35 plus?
Yeah, they've dropped that entirely. This is
By
more
10
to
minutes!
Wow.
This is more to the style of them actually at the beginning of the season, I think. A lot of people were like, when we started to see Nord fall apart was when they really lent into scaling. But they were actually very aggressive earlier. Maybe not this early. This is a remarkable improvement on their early aggression. But they were definitely playing more aggressive early than they used to. And now that they've returned to that form, we are seeing them really show up. This is just a massively improved Nord, and we're all about to lose a lot of points on the prediction off the back of this one because at the state Lions Creed are playing at, I just don't see them recovering. I really don't.
I think it's completely fair because we kind of glossed over a little bit to celebrate Warzy, because I do believe he was the one driving every single play. Any play they came back from the back of Lions Creed, he was the one that would turn up and clean up fights and manage to get a bunch of goals. I think he ended like 10-1 or something ridiculous on this Jace, and it's his most picked champion this split in the NLC, and it really shows.
So when you see the top team that was supposedly undefeated lose versus the team like the meme team of the 35-minute plus in less than 20 minutes, this is a showcase. And I understand the point you're bringing in, Hipbrain, the fact that, we're going to lose a lot of points. In my opinion, I'm like, take them away, because this also shows how good Nord are right now looking into EMA. Like, I think this is like a hope. There's hope at the end of the tunnel.
I think if a team who play this well versus like a super team can show up like this, and really it doesn't even look fair, man. They are taking candy from a baby right now. Like, Lions Creed are struggling, and I don't think Lions Creed are looking inherently bad. I just think
it's not.
Nord are looking a lot better. I will say Lions Creed definitely crumble when they fall behind, and like their communication seems to fall apart, and versus a better team, that would be the challenge, I think, for Nord, if they can get ahead and then keep that lead. But they seem to always have a very clear, coherent idea of what they're going to do. And but we lost points. But I had a lot of faith in Nord at the beginning of the season. I don't know when or where I dropped that faith in them, but I'm being punished heavily for it because I clearly shouldn't have. This team is still cracked. They ended the season second, which is a lot higher than anyone else expected them. Everyone thought it was going to be Lions Creed and Venom Crest at the end of the season. At the beginning, I had the expectation that we would see Nord in like top 3, but I quickly dropped that to be like, they're going to be 3rd or 4th about halfway through the season. I thought they were good, but not good enough. I'm clearly wrong. Like, Nord look absolutely cracked. I'm so excited for this 3rd game. And honestly, if I'm going to be real with you, I think this might be the final game of the series. And I think Lions Creed are going to have to figure out how the hell to beat Ruddy or Venom Crest in the next stage of the bracket, because right now, they do not look worthy of finals, and I need to see them challenge one of those slightly weaker teams and actually prove that they can go toe-to-toe with Nord, because Nord are 1 win away from qualifying for EMEA.
Eragon, I don't know if you agree with me. Maybe this is more on you than Hipbrain. I think you understand this a little bit better, but this is like working out with someone on the gym for like 5 months, and all of a sudden, he benches 10 times what you were benching. I'm like, there's something in this. Like, what's the pre-workout you're taking out of a sudden? Well, we're jumping into the 3rd and possible last game if Nord are able to close this up. Twisted Fate is no longer a viable answer, and even then, it was Lions Creed picking the Twisted Fate. Yeah, it's like, don't pick it, Jinjo. Don't.
I'm glad, because that was a real pick. I didn't like it at all.
They really think Twisted Fate is super OP, even losing, where they'll still ban it on blue side so they don't get traded away. Crucially, now LC are on the blue side, so they're trying to change things up, which is quite nice to see. I wonder what they got cooking. I hope that they tried to put Banderas on a carry at one point, because what Nord are fundamentally drafting every single game are some kind of front-to-back composition, at the very least team fighting. So if you can break the front-to-back or break the team fighting by having consistent split push pressure, side lane pressure, maybe that's an avenue of attack.
I would like to see a Smolder band coming in from Nord. Even though they beat Lions Creed do it, that actually frees up a potential for a Varus ban. I know the Ashes banned already, so maybe you don't ban
Senna's
both.
also.
Senna, yeah, sorry, you're all right on the Senna. They banned the Volley Bear instead. It's actually the same 3 bans they did at the beginning of
So far,
the
they
first
haven't
game.
changed.
And
Yeah, so-
everything's staying pretty much the same here.
Adaptations are coming in. I wonder if Nord are going to deny the Jace Maokai combo by picking it up, because it is a flex that both Warzy and Nilly do play. Because if you give it over,
Yeah.
Jace Maokai really, really potent. They just proved how strong it is. But yeah, 1-2 Rel is also a popular thing at the moment. You could just pick up Senna Nautilus here. Nautilus early would be a very standard Romeo thing to do. He does love that champion. But going to break up the Rumble Maokai combination instead.
I'm curious. I feel like the Jace is a pretty decent one here for them. I
could be
hate talking
aggressiveness
hovers.
you
I hate talking hovers.
There it is.
I just feel like that's more Romeo. Yeah. I first of all flex for Roshan as well, but Romeo. I said at the beginning of the day, he is a playmaking support. This is his style. So don't give him an army. Give him something that he can enable and set up his team. Already, the buildings are a pretty solid foundation here for Nord. Lions Creed, though, they're also looking to lock in a front line. They've got themselves into this Rumble matchup, so they're thinking about what they're going to pick, and it looks like it's just going team fight, something that can eat the lane and not go too far behind and give too much over. I think Aragon's right. A Jace here would be really nice for them.
You could do a few options. You could do Tristana, you could Jace, you could do Yone, you could pick a control mage. Like, the world's your oyster. You could even drop mid lane if you'd like. And that's exactly what you're going to do, because mid lane has a lot of champions still up there. You could potentially pair off with the Maokai. So going to pick up AD carry and potentially pinch AD carry if it's not paired up, if it's not matched here by the side of Nord.
Is this a
but I
Jinx
imagine it will
again?
be.
Could you Jinx angle this? Or do you think it's purely Smolder?
No, it
that it's
definitely
good
could
into?
be. It could be.
There's no smeltered, yeah.
Zeri also likes to scale up quite a bit. It's not exactly that powerful in the early game, so I think you could match it with a Jinx. I do think you could pick anything into Smolder, so it is definitely better into Smolder. But yeah, I do think it could be. Depends on what Merbs wants to answer with, though. And
I like that.
Yeah, they're gonna pick the lockdown. It kills the flex, but lockdown to Zeri is incredibly broken. So that's the idea they're going for.
Yeah, I think that's a really solid pickup. You obviously, like you said, you've denied that and now expect to see probably a bunch of ADCs get banned out here.
Yeah.
I feel like the Jinx is not a bad ban. I believe a while ago, it's been so long since I say so long. Do you remember we had Zeri meta for like a long old time? There was a lot of times where the Jinx was like a pick into the Zeri. So I feel like that's an option for them. They're taking away the Varus, though. I know that the Ashe has been banned away, but they still want to deny that. Just trying to run my head through other things. So you've got options of, obviously you can't go Nautilus because you've got the Rel locked in. Could still go like,
I think you ban away Nord if you're. Oh, sorry. You don't consider.
Yeah,
Nautilus.
I'm racking my brain. Don't worry.
I think Alistair is good into Rel, which is a good 4/5. Alistair and plus some kind of AD mid is going to be important for LC. I think you could do Jace, you could do Yone, you could do Tristana, like I was saying before. Alistair is good into Rel and offers nice peel for the Zeri and the front to back. So those are the champions I'm looking at for LC. But on the side of Nord, yeah, it depends on what you want to blind. I think you probably just blind pick AD carry since you see the enemy. Kaiser's been a champion that you pick into Zeri recently in the East. So yeah, it's up to Merbs. Maybe it is the single target damage Vi composition for the Jinx resets that we see again. And we just see the Jinx pick here.
I mean, the Senna is open, but I don't know how Senna really matches into the Zeri. So yeah, it looks like they're just going to go into like equal scaling, equal team fighting, locking that one in. I will say though, the difference between this one and the first time was they had a lot more frontline, a lot more peel for the Jinx. This time it's, the Vi is not going to be standing in front of the Jinx for protecting Merbs. Like, Roshan's finding Tempt and he's running Tempt down. Roshan. And then Romeo is going to be jumping forwards on the Rel. Ooh. And Rumble's also just going to be laying the carpet down. So it's not got much frontline. That has not been locked in. So ignore me. The way you said it baited me, bro. It baited me. But I think Nico's somewhat similar. Obviously, you don't have the invisibility, but you do have, well, technically you do, but you don't have the long-lasting ability. Nico plus plus like an aggressive jungler is just like guaranteed Merps dies.
Yeah, so something I wasn't considering in that whole spiel I did was the fact that Maokai was a flex and it could just be put in the support role because it's really good into engage champions, right? So you can peel off the rel if you really want to for your Zeri. So that's exactly what they do. They flex it into support and then counterpick Kindred into the Vi, which is great because now you deny the reset from Jinx. So I think utilizing counterpick here and flexes from Lion's Creed are really good. Now, what do they count? Yeah, okay, there it is. That is, I thought they were going to take Nico or Talia, but ball delivery always works as well for the upfront burst.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you do have the worry of the Kindred are being able to shut that down. If you hit like a multi-man rel Ori ball, it's pretty rough getting Kindred hard, but I'm interested by this one because I actually find this one quite hard to call. I feel like Lion's Creed have given themselves some really, really solid tools here. They have a bit of like safety in the Kindred. They have a good front line to peel for Jinjo. Tempt can set up massive team fights. On the other side, Merbs is going to have to play this game very well because his entire team are not there to protect him. They're all kind of there to set him up for fights. But if he gets caught out by Kasing or the Kindred, he could be in some serious danger. I think this is down to Merbs to play this really, really well.
So what LC have done is they've pivoted away from that front to back with the Maokai jungle into a Kindred. And this is something that we see a lot recently, at least in the LPL, is like Graves or Kindred plus priority lanes, where you use the priority from like mid lane Nico, who gets priority to almost everyone, to invade using the Nico. And you can secure your marks, you can secure absolutely anything because you always have first move from mid. So that's what LC are trying to pull off. A lot of pressure on Johan here to pull off the pick, as well as synergize with Tempt.
So don't let me know. This could be it. This could be the last game for Nord to take it away and jump straight into the last game of the playoffs bracket, or it could be the turnaround. Gentlemen, who's gonna take this one?
Nord.
Oh.
I think, yeah, they have the momentum. I think momentum's a really big thing in series. I think they've got a decent draft, although slightly counted. But in terms of gameplay, what I've seen, if it was pure composition, I would say LC. In terms of the series,
his answer there.
I say Nord.
He's going to go with Nord at the end of the day. So let's toss it to Duckling and Foxtrot. Who do you think is gonna win?
That is the question, right? Potentially our final game in our upper bracket final here. Nord sitting just at the cusp of qualifying to the EMEA Masters, just one win away. But that Kindred might throw a wrench into the plans, in my opinion, Foxtrot, but it could also just not work out. Look horrible, nor winning 25 minutes in the series is over.
Yeah, but if there's one guy in the league who I would put some money on doing some spicy things on a particularly spicy champion, all things considered, then it would be Johan, right? So he's done he was really good, honestly, in that last game. I know Lions Creed kind of got smashed, to be honest, but I think his early pathing was really it was sublime, to be honest. He had a significant lead over Roshan on Maokai. I know it's not a big deal when you're playing Maokai and you're behind, but still, he was just really smart with it all. And if this game plan, as Aragon mentioned, is to invade some more with Kindred against Vi, when you've got a Nico in the mid lane, then we can be seeing some similar things as we saw last game. And yeah, Roshan could be in trouble again.
Yeah, Roshan had a rough game number 2, but I mean, he did definitely play a good part in the turnaround. I think we discussed it just before we threw it to the desk as well. There were these 10-15 minutes where every time it was the proactive Lions Creed who were playing, Nord responded perfectly well. I mean, it was impeccable, the responses. They always managed to turn the situation around, not just go 1 for 1 or 2 for 2. They always won the plays as well. I mean, it was out of this world how clean those responses are. But as we do have a bit of a technical pause and as the tension is light before we throw it into potentially the final game of the day, here's a little pop quiz for not just you, chat, but also you, Foxtrot. I will give the answer once you've guessed.
Oh, I'm excited.
One of our players in this series has formerly played in both an ERL and a National League team with now current G2 jungler Yike. Who do you think it is?
He played in a National League and a what, sorry? And an ERL? There's a difference between those two? What's the difference between a National League and an ERL?
I guess they're kind of the same. I mean, ERLs are sometimes more countries, while For
Who's
example,
played
back
that
when we
team
had
with
just a
Yike in the
back when we just had a
ERLs?
Danish league. That was the national league, and then we still
Okay.
had an ERL above as well.
Okay, I think I get you. Yeah. One of these guys. I'm gonna say it was Mubs.
That's a good guess. That is a good guess because that is correct.
Let's
Mercs they played
go.
together with Dyke. It was back in 2020 when we had our inaugural Nordic League of Legends Championship Series. It was not the Northern, it was the Nordic that was just before the NLC merger, where they played together on hybrid. They didn't actually qualify for playoffs, despite having a pretty good roster. Looking at it now, they then moved down to the Swedish National League, and did they win that? Yes, they did, but they actually failed to win the Telia Masters, which, considering that roster, is quite surprising. Regardless, though, that's a little pop quiz done for today. Let's get the tension building for potentially a final game of the day as we are heading into Game 3 with Nord on match point. And on to the Rift we go, Foxtrot. Yet again, the Jinx here for Merbs. Had a very good game on it in game number 1, to say the least. Positioned well, didn't make the mistakes. This time, though, he doesn't have to avoid the buy, but he will have to avoid Tempt, who will be sneaking up on him with the flanks and the pop blossoms.
And again, eyes on Roshan for this one in the early game to see whether he can survive the onslaught. That is Kindred plus Nico. This draft specifically tailored towards Invade and making Roshan's life difficult. Can be a little tough early to make that happen. We'll see where the junglers decide to start. Important to note, Lions Creed have opted into the blue side once again here. So now they're on the left-hand side of the map, as was the case in game number 1. Unfortunately, however, the top lane matchup is the exact same as game 2. Rumble into Ornn, and Rumble gets a lot of priority in that top side. He can be really, really difficult, really hard, I should say, for Banderas to contest, to really do anything that enables him to leave lane and potentially help Johan with an invade. And Banderas has not had a great series, to be honest. So Johan going to be having to pick his fights towards the top side of that map, and you can already see Roshan deciding, you know what? I'm going to split this here. I'm not going to be matching the same side as Johan. I'm going to be playing as far away from him as I can.
Now, Johan obviously wants the invades, getting those stacks up and running early. 4 stack is the mark you need to look out for Kindred. That will give you the 75 extra range, which really does leave a huge impact on how you play the champion and really scales you well into the latter stages of the game. So that's what you're looking for, really, to be the big break point. But as you said, want to put the pressure down early here. Want to make Roshan suffer. The thing I've been most impressed about with Nord, outside of just the individual flashes of brilliance, is the team play in the series. They have really been on the same page. I've said it time and time again, the way they've responded to the proactive plays from Lions Creed have been impeccable, and they need to do that here again to stop Johan from doing these early game shenanigans and putting Roshan too far behind.
Yeah, and this is really smart, right? You have your Roshan starting top side, and then you fully ward out the bot side of the map. So you know exactly what Johan's up to, and there's just like no chance, basically, for Johan to get any kind of aggressive play. But he's got some clear the pathing here, going to go for a gank on Warzy.
And we'll get some damage on the slowest there as well. I don't think this will lead to a kill, but no, just a bit of poke in the end. Johan might take a sneak peek into the jungle to see if anything is available, and no, instead might just run into the top lane because a big brawl is going down here. Flash is available. Overheating now coming through from Nila, but doesn't overcommit. Communication was probably there that Johan was rotating up at the speed of sound, so Nila didn't manage to force the flash, but didn't use his own either.
Yeah, you can see pings on the minimap as well. Someone from Nord was spotting out Johan or predicting where Johan would be there and just warning Nile not to go too far forward, not to get caught out there, because you don't want to give Kindred any early kills. As you mentioned, those stacks are really important for Kindred, the first 4 especially, or reaching the number 4. It does increase your attack range, which is a big deal when you're playing AD carry or AD carry adjacent. Kasing though.
CC's there initially. Romeo doesn't go for the commit with the flash into the wall. Bit of trade back here from Jinjo. Roshan doing good damage to Kasing here. don't think he can commit fully. Oh, he will be in trouble. Flash is back out. Kasing still has the flash. Will he be forced to use it? The movement speed is coming through. Roshan, they just can't quite get him. The flash from Romeo followed by the flash from Kasing. Roshan now out of there. Same goes for Romeo. Manages to force Kasing flash. Will make it harder for him to make a play early on, but he still does have the Hex flash. Do also want to mention, just before I give it to you, Foxtrot, Roshan winning the lottery here. Johan not being able to claim the stack as it spawns on the bottom scuttle.
Yeah, the very first mark for Kindred is going to be in one of these skulls, and it is just a coin flip which one it is. And unfortunately for Johan, it was bot side, so he's not going to be able to contain that one at all. Just going to have to let that one go, as instead he's going to be taking the chickens for himself. We'll get a little bit of something to punish Roshan for ganking bot side.
Yeah.
Jinjo, though.
Let's get the CC. The chain is there as well. Will the flame jumpers connect? Yes, they will. Surely has to flash this. Oh, the E over the wall. Just a bit of Sarah things for Jinjo to get out. Otherwise, great play here from Nord. But Jinjo, impressive that he keeps his calm there and doesn't use any summoner spells. And is able to get out with the E.
I have not missed Zeri not being a meta.
That's so disgusting, right? Nord played that perfectly,
gross.
and Jinjo gets out without using any summons.
Johan, I think, was able to pick up a stack there, though, on the top side. Yeah, he's got a stack now for that from that crab, so that's something. But yeah, Nord actually played that bot engage really well, right? Like, the layering of the CC was really nicely done. Like, it was pretty much perfectly executed, but it's
These
just
Zeri,
so...
Fuck.
Yeah, but top side,
this?
like, can
Send
you...
TP'd
Okay,
in.
here we go.
Yeah, Roshan without a flash gets cancelled on the Q. Now no way out. First blood set to be sealed. The Q cooldown comes back off. He's in the bush. The CC comes through, but Johan claims the stack and the first blood. A horror scenario for Nord.
You had to suspect something there if you're Nord. Tempt was missing. He went back, came back in the fog of war, and just really easy as you like with the root there. And Roshan with no flash, yeah,
Pop
it's
Blossom,
crazy.
was he locked up? Taken low, but there is just not enough follow-up damage. As Tempt unable to get the kill. Action is starting to brew around the rift. As the Void Grubs do get taken down, 2 for Lion's Creed, 1 for Nord. And in the end, that is a big kill into Lion's Creed pockets.
Yeah, Nord being a little bit disrespectful for Lions Creed here so far. And nicely punished by the Lions. And I think Tempt on that Nico really getting the most out of all the crowd control that you can throw out here. And unfortunately, you know, Roshan blowing that flash in the bot lane play does come back to bite him. Was able to take one of the Void Grubs. I mean, I don't really think that's too consequential, however. As, you know, a kill over to a Kindred plus an extra stack, as Kindred was able to mark Roshan before he got the kill. You know, 2 stacks already.
Happening. They want to stop it. Pings have come down. Tempt could look to rotate Warsy in the middle of resetting, so Roshan has to give this up. Johan now want to go for a play towards the bottom lane. Kasing still flashless, so can't quickly go for the engage. As Merbs wants to crash this wave.
As we've seen in pretty much every game, I think, so far, the lane priority, especially in bot side, has always gone into Nord's favor. I think Romeo and Merbs is one of the more underrated parts of what they've been doing so well in this series. We've been seeing them do really well in team fights, and their positioning for Merbs has been great. Romeo's roams and his engages in team fights. Like, it's been, honestly, sick stuff from Nord's bot side. But just the way they played the lane phase as well really has gone underrated. In my opinion, at least, and I think just all that priority they've been able to generate really has unlocked Nord and made it so easy for Roshan just to choose a lane and to unlock the map.
Now the Drake now being the target for the side of Lion's Creed, I think they will get this no problem contest. Won't be happening from the side of Nord, as that rocket is all they'll throw into the ring, and it sadly for them won't connect. That's the first Drake into their sights or into their pockets as well. Now they could look for more towards the spot lane. As Johan still investing his time here. Lamb's Respite is now up and available. Could make these fights a bit more peculiar to play. As the blue buff might be the target. I just want to highlight as well. Roshan just denied yet another stack by taking the chickens on his own top side.
Yeah, a lot's being lost though for Nord in this bot side jungle. It is going to get scouted out by Romeo, but I don't think too much will happen as a result. Johan should be able to just take this red. I think he was sitting in that bush waiting because this should be a lot lower, but Nord, I mean, they're in the area, but I don't think they want to contest this one. They should just be backing off. Romeo, though, yeah, they're certainly in two minds about whether they want to take this play. Oh, sure, it's a good idea.
Yeah, so the Smurfs want to step up here. Might not want to do so. Has both Sums ultimate available soon. Roshan in the area as well. Also, we do need to keep our eyes on this top lane because Banderas could get punished. I think he's just able to get that safely. Now Flame Jumpers not quite connecting on towards Kasing. Temp hovering around as well. The intensity is so high in this game. You can feel the pressure here as they want to play on the bot side, but are unable to force it through. Good connect. Just a bit of poke.
Yeah, just kind of chilling a little bit here. We can see Johan's very desperate to get involved into the invades, and to be honest, as a Kindred, you have to. That looked risky though. Is Banderas in trouble? Okay,
He's fine. He's fine.
There's no ult or sums from there. There must have been blown before. We didn't see that. Yeah, I thought like if a red carpet comes down, Banderas are in trouble. But no, there is no red carpet. Instead, just a little bit of poke and harass. Nothing too sexy going forward there.
Warzy under pressure here in the lane so far. Temp's been able to really dominate the waves, you could say, and been able to be a first mover around the map. You can see it here yet again, trying to force Roshan out. But Roshan, I believe, was he able to claim them all? I think with the smite he did. Void Ghost being up for the second time though, and with all the pressure coming through in the mid lane means that Johan will be able to contest that. Roshan, what is his counter move? Does it look for a gank in the mid lane? Just try and steal some camps away in the bot side. That might be a bit hard to do though with Kasing keeping a watchful eye over his jungler's camps.
Not too much to respond for Nord and for Roshan. And most importantly for this one here, that should be 5 grubs going over to Lion's Creed, so they will get that extra little army to help them push down waves. Which can mean something, honestly. It can be quite useful when you're looking to stack up and to get things going. I will say, however, like as a team comp, they don't really have that team member that wants to be going into a side lane and to be split pushing, and so this Void Grub buff isn't quite as useful as it could be in some other team comps, right? Because like Nico and Ornn, they're not really split pushers, they're not side laners. They want to group up and they want to make team fights happen. So not a huge loss for Nord to give that one over, and I think Lion's Creed probably won't get quite as much value out of that as they could in a different game.
Yeah. And just talking about Warzy, he's had a hell of a series, right? He's a player who has, when you look into his history, been around for a while, hasn't left any real impact on the NLC scene, but over in Poland, he has done very well, playing on some big rosters like Illumina. But looking more into it as well, he did actually go to EU Masters back in 2023 on a Super. Went 0-6 in the main stage, but the most noteworthy thing was actually, let's just see what happens here. Though I do want to be watchful of the top lane. Neela does have a lot of damage.
And a lot of friends as well.
Yeah, a lot of friends, so I'll hold off on my story time about Warzy. And maybe you can see what happens here. Romeo rotated all the way up, simply just to bait me from telling my story, because he recalls immediately. I think Merbs might have called for assistance here, as he is still under pressure down the spot side.
That is going to be a 3rd stack, if I'm not mistaken. It's at least 3. I don't think. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, we've got that little thing. That's cool. Oh, I didn't realize that. We've got a number on his profile.
Yeah,
on the
that's
top
so
left.
nice.
You can see the stacks. Yeah, 3 stacks then for Kindred. 1 away from the magic number, which will increase his auto attack range and his Q range actually. But most importantly, the auto attack one, as you can imagine, an ADC-esque champion really likes range and auto attack range. So definitely unlocks Kindred to a certain extent, and almost picking that one up, as Dragon now will be spawning in 3 seconds time. Lion's Creed are poised to make a play happen there, but I don't think Nord are going to let it go for free. Teleports are up. We could get our first rule of this game. Having said that, Roshan's gone to his wolves, and maybe nothing happened.
All the cooldowns are up though for both sides. Yet again, the rocket goes wide. But no, look at Roshan and Warzy are heading back towards the safety of their own side of the rift. The second Drake will be claimed. That will leave me a 20-second window to finish my point on Warzy here just before this Herald spawns. I do see pings towards it, but he did actually play in the NLC before. This was 3 years ago now. Do you want to have a guess at which team he played for? It's one of the big organizations in the NLC.
Natives?
No, it was Dusty. And you probably
Dusty,
don't
good old
remember him
Dusty.
because this was, I think it's fair to say, Dusty's most forgettable split in the NLC. 2021 summer, a time when Denmark ruled our region with Trick winning the split. Reverse sweeping Fnatic Rising. Warzy got relegated out of the NLC with Dusty, with a roster consisting of M-Test and names like Khalid as well. They didn't even re-qualify. They genuinely got relegated out of the NLC. He failed to leave any impact on our ecosystem, but this time around, he will surely leave with a bigger legacy behind him, because this split, he's been instrumental to Nord's success as Lions Creed now push for this Herald.
Yeah, he's definitely been one of the best mid laners in the NLC. Some would say maybe even the best mid laner in the NLC for his redemption arc here as Lions Creed now going for the engage.
Yeah, the Herald has been claimed, but can they get the kills on top of it as well? The Unknown has been called. Pop Blossom finds two, and it's just the right targets that they want. Merbs though finds one, the resets. Will it be enough for him to turn all around? Good shockwave as well from Warzy. He does exactly what you need him to. As now the flash forward from Merbs. He wants it all, but the Lamb's Respite just keeps Johan alive. He's on a sliver of HP, but same goes for the rest of the members in this fight. Jinjo now finds himself in the face of 4, and he can't quite take down more than 1. It's Nord who claim them all.
Merbs does it again, baby. His team fighting is insane. And Nord in game number 3, where it's looking like actually maybe we got a series here. Lions Creed coming back, making some good early plays. Nord say no in the first team fight of the game. They make it happen. They clean up. And Merbs now 2-0-2 on that Jinx. And bloody hell, look at that melee damage. The red carpet in a choke point, all of that fire, rage, and fury. Over 4,000 damage onto Lions Creed. Ouch.
What a fight. It was on a knife's edge. I thought for a second, maybe, just maybe Jinjo would have it. He had, around the same HP as all the 4 members combined. And with those Lightning Crash stacks really adding up, it just wasn't quite enough though. Nila able to get one, and when I then turned my attention to see where did that goal go, well, they went on the perfect members for Nord. 2 on your mid laner, 2 on your AD carry, 1 to your carry top laner as well. They're all benefiting from this, and really massive fight here. As had they lost that heavily, the Herald could have been placed, Lions Creed could have gotten tempo across the map, maybe taken 1 or 2 turrets, build up a goal, and now the game still dead even. And the Herald, could still be used, but it won't be getting any plays, that's for sure. And it might not leave as big of an impact as they could have had they just cleaned out the fight. And Lions Creed then had 15 seconds on the map all to themselves.
Indeed, we see this game progressing right now as the tables have turned. Honestly, like the tempo of this game was very much in Lions Creed's favor, and it's just all swapped from that fight. Lions Creed now looking to get the Herald pushed down into mids. They should be able to take this mid tower. I don't think there'll be too much stopping them. Nor don't want it to go, but I don't think they can stop it. No, maybe another charge, but that is unlikely onto the tier 2 mid. So just going to break open that mid lane. I think this is probably the first time this series the Lions Creed have taken the first turret. I could be completely wrong.
First turret might be correct, but they have been able to open up the mid lane before, just last game with the Twisted Fate. But this one is huge, right? Because it's actually at the point of the game while they're able to step this far up, and it opens up the map for them, gives them more opportunity. Johan will have an easier time to get those stacks, but while we've been too busy talking about the fight, he has managed to accumulate his 4th stack, meaning he does now have that extra range, which is, as we said right at the beginning of the game, very big. And if there's someone who might be able to carry outside of Tempt and Jinju still being in the game, it is Johan. He does have a goal lead over his counterpart, and he does now have the 4 stacks that are crucial for any sort of success on a Kindred.
Yeah, and Johan's Johan, right? So it's kind of just
that's
to
also
be
a completely good point.
Yeah, a little bit. He's just so good on these kind of champions, and he's always got pressure. His positioning as well is sublime. And yeah, it's just going to be very difficult, honestly, to navigate if you're on Nord. The thing is, though, for Kindred is you have to get relatively close. I know he's reached 4 stacks and he has increased his auto-attack range, which is really nice, but you're still quite a low-range carry. And up against Orianna, Rumble, Rel, like how close can you get in these team fights, right? There's a lot of danger zones to navigate in fights. And Johan's going to have to be quite wily to be able to get through those and not just rely on his ultimate to keep him alive. Tempt though has snuck into this. But what is Tempt? Is that a minion? Is that a what? I can't see it, but he's it's a little minion.
Ornhorn has been popped. Warsy forced to flash, and Johan follows ever so slightly, and it will take him down. One more shot will do it. Tempt finds 3 this time. No quick resets, no turnaround. That is the fight Lions Creed want. They claim it cleanly and will move towards the 3rd Drake once they've gotten the ace.
Just like that. Just like that. We were singing the praises of Nord. They were able to make such a good fight happen before. And then what? What happens now? They just completely flounder it towards this 3rd dragon. I wasn't expecting that at all, honestly. I thought, you know, Nord's setup was okay. There was nothing particularly wrong with it, but Warzy just gets caught with his pants down there, completely out of position, and the burst damage that comes through from Kindred. Yeah, look at that. Like, it's nasty. It's actually nasty. Like, it is insane amounts of damage though from the jungler. Johan, there's such thing as a caster curse, and then there's caster prophecy. And we did say Johan on Kindred would be able to make it happen, and yeah, just absolutely. Oh my goodness! Speaking of gross though, Rumble doing Rumble things.
Yeah,
too.
Rumble still is Rumble, right? We might be able to prophesy some things, but Rumble will always be Rumble. That is one thing I can say for certain. Baron is now up on the map as well. Luckily for Nord, it wasn't there at the time that they lost the fight. We can now see what the Kindred can do. That is for sure. And when you get close enough, there certainly is the damage. The question is, will he be able to get that close yet again? Nord got split in that fight, and if Nord are able to target someone down quickly, well then Merps, at the very least, has a shot at winning the fight for his team. Flash is now up for him as well. Tempt Flash in the previous fight. The cooldowns though are all back, except for the Lancers fight really. And that Red Carpet and Ornhorn coming right at these seconds. So Baron, Foxtrot, is the target. It is clearly where the focus is, and Tempt.
I wonder what this minion's
Surely
doing.
Warsy knows what is happening here, right? Shockwave. Can he force the kill? This might just be massive actually. A pick at this point of the game with Baron up.
Flash, yeah.
Could lead to something more. Yes, they use some cooldowns, but could he reset TP and try and force something? It's a 40-second death timer, but no, I might have just taken it a bit too seriously, as it likely won't lead to anything more.
I absolutely love that. That is just such a Nico death. That is your Nico solo queue in Emerald. Disguised as a minion walking through the enemy jungle. Nah, I mean, there's nothing going on here. I'm just a minion, right? There's nothing happening.
I'm just on my way to lane, mate.
Oh, God.
TPs, though, they might want to force something, actually. Still 10 seconds on Temp, but he does have the TP. Baron has been started.
Okay.
Will they stop it? Will they continue?
The
They've
red
piqued my
carpet here will
interest
be
here.
huge. Watch Rumble in this fight. Watch where he puts his ultimate down. It's not happening, so never mind. Don't worry about that at all.
We would have looked at him, Foxtrot, had the fight actually happened. And we will keep that in mind for the next one as well. We've seen the damage graphs. We don't need to reiterate the statement again, but yeah, just keep our eyes on Nile. He's Rumble. He does Rumble things.
Especially when it's Nile playing that Rumble
I
as
mean,
well. Like, he is...
Yeah. What a story
there's a
for
reason why
well,
this gets banned against him so much.
He's
kind of gross.
He's been in the NLC for quite a while. Since back when I was a child, man.
You're still... Ducklin, you're still a child,
look,
mate.
Look,
what
man.
What are you getting
although I am still young, I am 20. I'm legally an adult.
Right.
But my main point here there is, like, right since the beginning, back in the Ends days, when Ends were in the NLC, like, Nile was on that roster. He's been a stable. And I'm gonna be honest, I've always thought he was a decent top laner in a region, but it wasn't until last year where I thought he really came into his own and just took this league in his own grasp. Like, he dominated 2023 up in the top lane. This year as well, he's still been among, I will say, top 3 top laners in my own opinion.
Yeah.
And with such a storied player in a region, it's so good to see him really step up to the plate to be one of the best, whereas just not one of the rest. And let's see what happens here in the fight, though. They're targeting Banderas early on. Merp forced to cleanse. TP's coming in from behind as well. That is Tempt, who's snuck into a minion. Can he get the pop blast? And Flash is available. Roshan caught on the bad side of the fight, though. They don't want to lose the smite. The red carpet goes down. Tempt looks for the lockup. He finds it on towards 2. It's 2 of the carries as well. Warsy goes down. Roshan, though, still alive. Baron is on the cards here for Lions Creed as the recalls come through. I think they've given up. Lions Creed are getting this for free. 2 kills in the pocket as well. Yet another nicely executed fight. We looked at the Rumble, but the red carpet didn't do enough this time around.
Nah, I think it was a little bit disjointed for Nord, to be honest. Romeo flashing forward with the ultimate, looking for the engage. And yeah, Nile tried to follow up with the red carpet, but as you mentioned, just not quite as effective. I think the fight was quite split this time around though for Nord. Like they didn't have targets all grouped up together. It was a little bit trickier to execute in that sense. And so Lions Creed would absolutely take that every time, every single time. If you can fight, you know, like a 2v2 one side and a 2v3 another side, whatever that situation might be, as long as you're avoiding straight up 5v5s, it will work in your favor, especially from Kindred's perspective, right? And you saw it again. She was able to pop off and make some really, really nice plays happen. This time around, of course, it's not just the team fight victory in the pocket for Lions Creed, but going to be that Baron Nashor too. That one's going to fall down. Plus, look at that gold lead at this point. It's real significant. It is big. You know, even when Nord were winning in game number 2, the gold lead was never more than like 1,000 or 2,000. This time though, 7k in the lead for Lions Creed. It is significant, and they're still on the hunt. They're still on the prowl. As this
soul, by the way, they're giving it up.
Yeah, I don't think
they're gonna
Nord
take a
can do
turn in the
anything
top
about
side.
it.
That's all.
Yeah, it's gonna be free.
This is a bit shocking, to be honest. Giving up the soul here. You even you're up against a couple tanky members as well. Johan buying those resistances, making sure he's getting value from money with the soul. Can he even be able to take the top side turret? They've sent Banderas up to defend it. I'm not even sure they will get it. And while the bounce would be nice, the Baron buff is still active, and Lions Creed have a minute and a half where they can continue to push forward. So they do get the turret, they get something back. And yes, it's on towards Nila as well, who will claim a lot of the local gold. But it feels like they need one more item at the least on their carries before they can really shine through. Level 16 as well, needed on both Warzy and Nila in my opinion. So they are quite a ways away from really being able to step up, because at the moment, I'm saying this despite them having 3 damage dealers, it feels like they lack damage.
It's true, yeah. I think they're just a little bit too far behind at this point, really. And Lions Creed are very good at buying themselves time. They've got a lot of crowd control and a pretty strong front line. And even if you do catch Johan out of position, Johan, you know, with the Lamb's Respite, can buy himself even more time as well. Nord now just desperately holding on, trying to find a way to stall this game out a little bit in a similar style to how Lions Creed were in game number 1 with the Smolder pick, just waiting and trying to get Smolder online. It's the same for Merbs, right? Merbs needs to get online too. Still only 2 items on a Jinx really isn't going to make it happen, and I think a big deal for Lions Creed is just how much they're able to throw towards Merbs and just dive on top of him, right? And he doesn't quite have the same protection now as he had in previous games either. It's very hard for him to navigate these fights, especially when you're quite far behind in items overall. Doesn't have a way to get through the Ornn and the Maokai front line.
Tim? The first time it seems like Nord are looking for a pick. The TPs are coming through. Can they cancel? No, it's Nila. We'll have to try and stop it. And Nila might be caught out as well on the top side, but we'll take that later as Warzy is very low here. Can he get taken down? The flash forward as well. The rocket comes through, but it's a 1-for-1 so far. Now back to what I talked about on the top side. Nila wanted to stop the TP. Can Johan be locked up instead? Does have the Lamb's Respite, and look at how tanky he is. Oh, doesn't get to use
Red
it.
buff?
Gets blown up, and the red buff, not quite enough. The shutdown goes onto the right target. That is a massive kill overall. A 2-for-1 in favor of Nord, and they will happily take that as the kill gold onto the right target yet again.
I'm a bit surprised, and I'm not quite sure I understand why Lions Creed decided to collapse alongside Tempt in that bot lane and protect him in the split push. I don't think you needed to do that. As soon as Nord dedicate numbers towards him, I think you just you say yourself, okay, you're going bot side, we'll just keep pushing top, we'll keep making that happen. I'm a bit surprised, honestly, that they dedicated so much into that, and it did cost Johan his life and a lot of money over now to the Rumble too. And more importantly, as I said, you're just buying time. You just need time. Nord being able to buy themselves quite a significant amount with that play.
Yeah, they're getting closer, right? You can see the 3 items now on Merbs. I still think that Crypt Bloom and the Magic Penetration in the Void Staff that will be coming on towards Nila soon as well will help them out. They have, in my opinion, you look at that, Elder, say 2 minutes and 50 seconds, right? That's when it's go time. Nila now level 16. I think that's his third item secured as well. So he's now ready, per se. Warzy still, though, needs to go with level 16. Crypt Bloom also needs to be purchased. But at that point, I don't think you will get many better odds. I think Lions Creed, with the level that they have, if you lose the Elder to them, just giving it up, they will just force a fight within 2.5 minutes and win that very easily.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Nord want to give up Elder for free. They've done it so far with the other dragons, but
They
I
need
really
to
do
fight
think,
this one.
yeah, I agree. I think that's going to be too tough. Question is, as you brought up though, Baron spawning too. Just you've got to pick your fights. Like this could be another one where if you give over Baron, then it becomes really easy for Lion's Creed to just set up so much pressure and like push you so deep towards your base that you then can't contest the dragon. So you kind of want to fight Nash, but if you fight Nash, it's gonna, you know, you're gonna face check. You're gonna be in a really tough spot. The Ornhorn's gonna come through. Maokai. Oh, do you know what I mean? Like, there's just really no great answer here, and either way is a minefield of macro for Nord to have to find their way and trudge their way through. We'll see what their decision making is. It looks as though through this mid push, they might actually look to try and contest Nash.
Yeah, the Nash has been started though. Let's see how low it is going. Nature's Grass comes through. They want to turn for the fight very quickly. Johan has found Warsy on the other side. He's knocked up by the Ornhorn. The engage comes through as well. It's yet another good Pop Blossom. And they've found 2 kills already. Make that 3. Now Nila and Merps, all that remain. Johan confidently steps forward. Has the Lamb's Respite. Will use it. And now Jinjo lightning crashes forward here. Finds the triple for himself. And Lion's Creed find a foot back into this series. They will take a game and they will make this a real series to watch. They'll push us to game 4. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a series on our hands.
Hey, he said it. It's not going to be the clean sweep for Nord. They were looking so dominant in the first 2 games, but in game number 3, when it all matters here, facing elimination, Lion's Creed coming out.
Lion's Creed looking more like you and I expected initially, fucked up here. 30-minute game. Yes, they had some struggles early on, but they were pretty clean from around that 15-minute mark. This is what I expected, to be honest, from the first couple of games as well. But those games didn't go that way. And to be honest, we could now be looking towards 4 games. I think that is 5 games rather. 4 games is now guaranteed. I think that is a real possibility. But with all the outcomes, draft changes, what will happen? Will the Kindred be banned? So many questions, and it is up for a desk to answer those right after this break. So don't go anywhere.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
The Lions still bites at the end of the day. The last possible scenario, they pull it through, and predictions are saved somehow. But what was the plan? How they took down North? Ooh, I actually lagged over
You
there.
alright there, mate?
I'm like, oh,
Crumbling.
So
Yeah, go on, Aragon, go on.
I think the big plan that Lions Creed had, which I highlighted in desk, was that they had prior mid and prior bot and prior anywhere they wanted to be able to invade with the Kindred for Johan, to give him a bunch of agency to punish the Vi, who has a relatively slow ramp up in the game, slow early clear, and to needing to get level 6 to be able to play the game. So they were able to secure every single neutral objective, punish Vi on a grub take, which was quite greedy, as well as make a bunch of plays around the map, which I thought was a fantastic plan that they managed to pull off.
I'm glad you highlighted the Roshan thing as well, because I think Roshan's been playing a little disrespectful to Johan in this series, and they finally kind of punished him for that. I think he's kind of had pick of the litter because he's had so much lane pressure in the 2 games leading up to this, and they just found the opportunity to get the punish off onto Roshan there, and that game just snowballed away. I mean, the Kindred pick kind of came out of nowhere. I was not ready for that, but goddamn, they absolutely wiped them with that one. I mean, Merps finally came online, but like it was just a little bit too late. And I think the major thing for me is I highlighted in the pre-game for that last game was I thought Lions Creed looked very disconnected and weren't really playing coherently as a team, where Nord were functioning really, really well as a 5-man unit. This game, it was like the turns had tabled, man. Like it was the Nord just looked lost. They looked like they had no idea what they were doing.
At the beginning of the game, because there's a specific point at 5 minutes where everything starts going for North. It was quite early to begin with, right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's just such an interesting one. I really liked the proactivity we saw from LC. Right, every single Raptor respawn was just taken from LC. They didn't give Vi any room to breathe. So you have Nord trying to start up these grubs to potentially deny one, but it's on Vision. He has no flash, no priority mid. Oriana's just TPing in now, so honestly, just a little bit disrespectful, maybe over relying on the Rumble's priority. But he gets bursted out before he can even get out, and I think his Q gets cancelled. No, it doesn't get cancelled, but he gets chased over the wall. So yeah, just a little greedy.
Yeah, that was very, very greedy of him. Did he even get a single grub? I can't remember.
He got one. I think it was
got one.
5 to 1.
Yeah, it was like, it wasn't it, man. It just wasn't it. Really, really solid punish on Roshan. And I think that's because he's just been playing with the mindset that like he has pressure every game. So why do I not have pressure this game? But not the case. I will say, I think that Warzy had that one very, very bad play down by Dragon where off air I said some choice words. I was very disappointed in him. Tempt, I don't think played very well this game. Like, even when Warzy was behind and kind of playing a bit poo, like, Tempt still solo killed him at one point. Like, it was, like, I'm not impressed by Tempt this series right now.
Yeah. And I think the thing
Let's
is...
bring
with
the
Tempt-
dragon up, but yeah, continue.
The word choice is immaculate. But the thing is, when you're playing Nico, right, you're essentially saying, I'm on a timer, I've got to make plays with my early priority with my jungler, because I usually get outscaled at even as early as Merc treads. And that's exactly the job that he filled in. Now, Warzy, yeah, he gets picked off, and then watch this shockwave. It just misses Johan, and this is why he was my MVP vote. Dashes out of the Oriana ultimate shockwave. And in the end, managed to pick up the win. And I think they clean up and even kill Jinx by the end of it. So
yeah, they did.
This is exactly where all continued snowballing. This is exactly what Lions Creed needed to bring them over the finish line, because their composition really wants to snowball through dragons.
I will say, as much as I took a little bit of a poo on Tempt there, I think that flash ult from him was really, really beautiful, catching the 3 men over the wall. I will give him that. While I think Tempt definitely didn't play amazing, he had a few really defining ultimates in this game, but I think regardless, it didn't matter because the rest of his team was so far ahead. Like, Johan was just playing amazing in that game. Really, really solid game coming in from Lions Creed. They still got to do it 2 more times. That's the thing that's going to be weighing on their head now. Like, going into game 4 is, man, we got to win there. But any fumble, any mistake, there is no coming back from it because Nord securing EA and knocked them into the lower bracket.
And it seems like they are aware of it, especially at the end of the game. There was a possibility for Merbs to come back, as you were pointing out. There was specifically something happening for Nord, but it seems like Lions Creed still took it, especially on the 23 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, Aragon.
Yeah, absolutely. And the problem is with Nord's draft is you have to use the ball delivery well, right? It has to connect. But you see a very big disconnect here, I think is what Foxdrop said. You have a Vi ulting an Ornn. You don't want to use that for your ball delivery because then you're solo ulting an Ornn. Then you have Romeo engaging solo and the ball delivery doesn't connect onto the key targets. Johan just dashes out of it. Then watch, where's the shockwave? Right? They have no one to cast it on. And in the end, Warzy dies. Like, there it is, right? That's the problem. They need to get their engage on the same page, synergize a little bit more, and if they want to play this style of composition.
I think that also harks back, though, like the core issues with that team that Nord had was what we were talking about. Like, there was no one to peel for Merbs. It was everyone else goes forwards, and then the Orianna and the Jinx are kind of just left alone to get run down by a Kindred, by everyone else. I mean, it was mainly the Kindred doing the running down, but occasionally you'd see something from the Nico. I feel like Nord, they shined better when they just had like people who could peel for Merbs and let Merbs shine. Because I think if they had, I don't know, even not a Rumble or not a Rel, they had to drop one of those and swap it out for something that can just peel for Merbs. Merbs may have been able to carry that game because Lions Creed won that game, but they didn't look perfect. They were definitely far from perfect in that game because they were still making mistakes. Like, there was a moment where we were like, oh, this is going to be a 3-0 because Nord would just win a fight they had no business winning.
Yeah, I do think it was a case that game of Nord being, you know, we have to land the ball delivery engage, synergize as a team, secure the Jinx reset, then we win, and they just didn't pull it off. Sometimes it comes down to execution and there's not much to analyze, right? And I feel like that was the case. You just run it back and try again.
So at the end of the day, the first time Nord is looking for the late game, it seems like Lions Creed is like, okay, finally you drop the bag. See, I'm picking good words, Hip Brain. So we're about to jump into this game that could be decisive for both teams.
What are you talking about? Poo is a good word. I've just said, poo's a great word.
Okay.
Gosh.
Clip that. Just
And he goes
out
back.
of context broadcast.
He still goes back. The first live I did with this gentleman,
Yes!
he knows what I'm talking about.
That was
He
one of my
knows.
greatest lines, bro. That was my greatest line of all time.
Sadly, it was. As we jump into this game, into the Champion Select, what can you expect as well in terms of priority and Nord game plan versus Lions Creed game plan?
So, I think, first of all, Smolder seems to not really be a high priority for Nord. I think Lions Creed are also very interested in either denying that or picking it up for themselves, but I think they're now scared of it, knowing that Merbs just plays this Jinx into it and they play a more aggressive game. So I actually think that the priority on Smolder isn't gone, but it's definitely lower than it was prior. No one seems to really be favouring the Senna either, which is interesting. I think that's just not in Merbs' playhouse. Jinjo probably would play it, but I feel like Merbs definitely favours hyper carries and playing more for like big kind of mid and late game fights.
Yeah,
So go on. That was my point anyway. Smolder gone. That's Spyro.
I think the big pick that I really want off the table for whichever team is not on blue side, I want them to ban Maokai because the flex potential is too much. We saw right there with Lions Creed. You pick Maokai early, you flex it to support because you have a decent support matchup versus the common Rel 1-2, and then suddenly you have Kindred into Vi, who absolutely punishes it compositionally and early in terms of early game gameplay. Like, you can do anything you want if you pair it up with some nice priority. So, as a band-aid for Nord, definitely a Maokai ban because it is I think it's a bit too much. That is assuming that Lions Creed are on blue side, so side selection is going to be important too.
Nord is on blue side.
Okay.
Does
So
that
then leave it
change
open first pick.
anything?
Leave it open in first pick, I think, is the idea. And if you're Lions Creed, you probably ban it away because if Nord get Maokai, then they're probably going to pick up Maokai Jace. And we know how that went. That was kind of brutal in game 2.
Yeah, I think the Maokai has just been 100% win rate, right? So don't let it over.
Yep.
That's the biggest takeaway. I think Smolder probably not as high priority. Maokai top priority, literally at the top of the what everybody's going to want their hands on. Nord get first pick on it, so like you said, expect Lions Creed to ban it unless Lions Creed just want to go with a lower bracket. I'm trying to think who else has been like super big. Like Nilly's favoured the Rumble for the last 2 games, but I don't know if that's bannable. I mean, it looked really good in game 2. Game 3, I think everything had fallen apart at that point, so you can't really blame Nilly on that front.
Of all
I
the
still
problems,
think it was bad.
Of all the problems, I think that's like a bit down there, right?
Yeah,
I think
definitely.
there are some more problem picks, like like the Smolder, like the Maokai, that you have to value a little bit more. So I wouldn't target top lane because I feel like Banderas and Nilly haven't been too influential in the series so far.
I do think Akali gets banned here by Nord though, because you're looking at where counterpick could potentially fall, and I feel the counterpick's either going top or mid here for Lions Creed. Temp's not been having a particularly great series. If they can find a good matchup for him, and Akali is potentially one of those good matchups, like that could be a real undoing and force us into game 5. So I feel like in Akali ban, we know that Nord are willing to ban it in that first rotation. So I feel like that is something they may look at. I would like to see it if I was Nord anyway, because Tempt on Akali, very, very scary. As someone watching these games, I want to see him on his Akali. He looks so bloody good on it. So, yeah, I feel it's going to be Smolder is going to have some show up in this pick and bans, whether it's banned or picked. I think Maokai is a must ban unless you just want to lose the series. And then Akali is a potential to kind of slot in, I think. They're my 3 predictions coming into picks and bans.
So it seems like the bans are going to shift a little bit from Nord due to the fact that, well, if we're going to pick Maokai, we need to leave Smolder open. But also, if Akali is going to be open, Nord has been banning that non-stop. We talked about how important was the Akali. It seems like Nord is saying, like, yeah, we don't want the Akali to be picked by Lions Creed. So is that a possibility?
The problem with
they need
Akali,
to take it? Yeah.
The problem with Akali is that, again, like I said, it's a conditional thing. You need to pick it into specific matchups. So if we see another Orianna blind pick potential, then maybe we'll see it, and in some kind of dive composition. That isn't something I think we've seen from either team in this series. Maybe game 2 of Lions Creed where they played Vex, that sort of deal. I think Nico could be a very, very influential pick if Lions Creed secure it, because the perma prio, plus it also enables their Jinx compositions with the upfront burst and the resets. But the perma prior early game means that they can just permanently invade with Johan. It gives a ton of agency to the jungler and Johan to do whatever he wants on the map, whether it's secure any neutral objective, whether it's counter jungle, whether it's gank and dive bot side. It's whatever he wants. So I think, yeah, taking that away is going to be good.
Yeah, I think you're actually right on the Nico, because we talked a lot about how the Maokai's got 100% win rate in this series. Nico also has 100% win rate in this series. Both Warzy and Tempt have won a game on it. I would say Warzy looked a lot better on it in that game 1. It was absolutely disgusting. The ults he was landing, like 4-man ults. So Nico is something also we should probably bring into consideration. Yep. The only reason I brought up Akali was mostly because Lions Creed do have final pick, so they could potentially look to go for the pick on it. Not going to happen, just going to get banned out by Nord. I expect the next ban to probably be... I mean, they don't want to ban the Maokai because they want to first pick it, so they could look towards the Smolder angle if they want to ban that, because they know they're probably going to pick Maokai up, so don't want to trade that out, but no, just going for the Ashe.
Yep. So Akali ban... Akali ban indicates, as always, Orianna Pro, because Akali's decent into Orianna. There are the bans. I imagine Smolder on third. Red ban is going to be key. Ashe ban also takes off the table Varus Ashe, as well as enables Kalista first pick a little bit. So maybe we'll see that merge, but I don't think he's so much of a Kalista player. So it's really down to them. What do you want to first pick here? There's a ton of different options. I think Orianna could be good. If you take a look. Yeah.
The Rel Flex, I think, is a good one
here.
There it is. Yeah, I think that's the safest pick here, because you can flex it for Voroshan and Romeo.
Yeah.
This now gives over to Lions Creed. I mean, they technically have things like Senna and stuff open if they want to pick that up.
Yeah.
You talked about like the Senna on earlier on in the day. Always an option where you could run that world.
Yeah, Senna Naught's an option. Okay, so I was kind of expecting Lions Creed to pick Orianna to break up the Rel Orianna board delivery system that they had going on, but Nico is a fine matchup into Orianna. You can at least like contest priority, so I don't hate it. Here you could probably pick over any kind of blind that you want. You could blind solo laner, you could blind jungle and match jungle as well. Vi is a good champion that pairs off well with the Nico, so it depends what kind of route they want to go down.
Yeah, it looks like actually looking for a support here. Maybe looking just for their bot lane pick as their final 2. Nord, I wonder what they're going to pick up, though, as their last rotation in this ban phase. They could go mid-jungle right now and just leave ADC open for a little bit longer, or they could go AD carry and a mid laner. Curious what their answer is going to be into this Nico, because Nico is pretty miserable in a laning experience to play versus. There's very few champions who like hard beat her in lane. Like you said, the Orianna, it's a bad matchup in lane, but I will say Warzy definitely played better between these two in the last game when he was on the Orianna as well. So gonna comfortably go for that. They've got that ball delivery service. Kindred is still up and available, and I don't know if they're gonna pick it, but it's something you got to be careful for with Lions Creed, because Johan looked really solid on that Kindred. So it's gonna be burning at the back of your head, right?
You could pick AD carry here, you could pick jungle, you could pick Xin Zhao and have great ball delivery with Xin Zhao thing, but then you'd kill the flex. Xin Zhao Ori, sorry. The problem I have is that you're probably going to go Senna Nort if you're Lion's Creed, right? So if you pick AD carry here, you're probably going to go against Senna Nort, and that's going to be miserable. We know how strong Senna Nort is. Although I do think Lion's Creed might have lost on it earlier on today. I'm not too sure. Maybe you guys can...
This will be our first Senna if it gets locked in.
There it is.
Yeah.
There it is. Well,
There it is.
no, it's still
Still
changing.
not
Yeah, the
locked
bar's,
in, by the way.
bar's still going, bro. There's time. The Kais is open as
Yeah.
well if you want to go for that. Did get banned last
The
game as well.
Vanos has a 98% participation in NLC. They're going to
Oh.
swap it to Kalista. We've seen him play the Kalista.
Yeah. So I think if you're Lion's Creed, you've got to ban away Vi. Lockdown's too strong into Kalista, and it synergizes too well with the ball delivery. Orianna and Nocturne are also a ball delivery combination, so getting rid of those, pinching jungle, I think is best there, because you're not sure if Rel is going to be support or jungle yet. And then you could also ban away Braum. That's a good pairing there, and it counters Nautilus pretty hard. The problem is if you ban Braum, they could just go Alistair, which also serves the disengage function into Nautilus. So I think just banning Vi is probably the best bet here.
Yeah, I think so. See what the
Final
final
bans
bans are
from
going to be.
the-
They are really just
yeah.
thinking it out, though. No, this game, this draft could be the difference maker between them making it to EMEA or having to fight for that spot. Rumble being the final ban.
Okay.
I think Nilly has looked really good on it. I think that's a pretty fair ban coming in from the side of Lions Creed. Nord. What are they going to ban here? Because the jungle pool getting somewhat squished at the moment.
I think it has to be Kindred, right? So the thing is, what they're doing
Yeah.
is they're leaving Vi open and then drafting priority with the Nico, and then they're going to counterpick Kindred if a Vi gets picked, right? Potentially. And then you have that whole situation from last game
True.
again where Vi can't play. So they're not even going to consider picking it with the Orianna because they know, it's good for the enemy team with a double lockdown with the Nautilus ult plus Vial and a synergy with the dive. And they don't want to be put in a situation where they get Kindred into with the Vi. So makes sense. And they're going to pick a good pairing in Nico and Viego.
That's
Final
pretty
picks
nasty,
from
actually.
North. This could be it to seal the deal.
Yep.
And now you have a lot of power with this Rel, as you told us, Miles. And Xin Zhao could be the first time today, if I'm not mistaken, or the second
are?
time.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
That's
Another
really good.
Big priority.
That's really good into Nico. You can knock her
Yeah.
away to stop the engage. I think if you're LC, you probably want to round out an R5 with a single target burst champion. That synergizes well with that in securing Viego resets. Renekton's actually really good here for Banderas if he wants to pick it. So I'd pre-pick something for Nord that's good into Renekton. Something like a Gragas could be good for the front to back. But they're going to take it away. All right, so it is an important... Yeah, there it is. Gnar, potentially, into the Renekton. Although it doesn't synergize with comp really well. Gragas could also be picked too.
So, Nord have actually locked in a draft that's relatively similar to their previous game. There's not lots of peel for their front line. Roshan technically can peel because he can just ult people off Merbs. But the main thing is the difference between this and the Jinx is the Zeri is a lot more self-sufficient. You can avoid and can get yourself out of that. Did they just counterpick themselves on the top side?
It's one of those, you kind of soft lose a little bit, lose a couple plates, but you are Cassante at the end of the day, right?
True,
so
yeah.
In a way, yes, but you can't be Dover's Cassante, right? So at most, you're losing very little. And I completely get it because it's also Banderas' comfort pick, one of his most played. That's the idea behind that.
We've seen amazing plays coming in from Banderas with that champion, so that could be the deal maker to make them go for the final and fifth game of the series. So far, it's 2-1. I would like to ask you both, starting with Hip Brain, who you think is going to win? Because you
I
predicted
can't get off
Lions
the hype
Creed,
train.
but
I can't get off the hype train. I'm losing all my points today. I'm going to say Nord win.
Nord wins with this one. Okay, Eragon.
I'm going to go with Nordwin as well. I think they have a much simpler front-to-back composition, whereas LC, they have a very single target, a lot of pressure on snowballing the early game style composition. So ease of execution makes me go Nord.
Okay. Well, we know the analyst prediction, but what about the casters? And you back at home, don't forget about joining Twitter and putting your predictions to win that Still Series Arctic Nova. That is a beautiful headset. This is exactly what we're using right now, wireless and even through Bluetooth. So it's all new to the casters, Foxdrop and Duckling.
Yeah, welcome back to the casting desk, where we are about to get on the way with game number 4. These drafts, Foxdrop, they are intriguing. I don't know if I like them. I don't know if I hate them, because I feel like they are very close. I don't look at any of these drafts and say, this team's just won the game. I can see the strength, I can see the weaknesses. It is very hard to predict this game, especially as momentum seems to be swinging back in Lions Creed's favor.
Can I just say before we get into any of it that Archer was like, this is the headset we're all using, and actually no, I'm not, because I've not been given one. So if we could all just write to your local members of parliament and stuff to make sure Foxtrot gets his headset, that would be really appreciated.
Hashtag give Foxtrot his headset. And regardless, let's move into game number 4. Foxtrot, while your headset might not have arrived, Game 4 has right in front of our
So
eyes.
smooth,
So,
duckling.
Nord, yeah, I mean,
What a smooth segue.
sometimes I am smooth with it.
Love
a bit of a
that.
smooth criminal. So bad. Regardless, though, it's so bad. I should stop doing those.
I think you're doing great, honestly. As are Lions Creed as of game number 3.
Too smooth with it.
can I
Yeah,
say?
Lions Creed, game number 3 was pretty dominant. One of the things that worked out well was putting a carry champion in the hands of Johan. Someone who could definitely take over a game is also the Viego. So he yet again has the pressure on his shoulders. Obviously a team to back him up, but it has to come through him. This time though, not as peculiar of a champion as the Kindred, but a more traditional, more common in competitive play jungler of the Viego.
Yeah, and again, keeping your eyes on him to see where he wants to start early. If I'm Johan and I want to, make some plays happen, then I'm looking towards bot side, right? Like you've got loads of crowd control from Nautilus, lots of damage from Kalista as well. I don't really think you care too much about the top side of the map. I don't think that Kasane is really going to be that interesting to play for. So instead, Johan, actually for the first time, both junglers are deciding to start on the top side of the jungle. Up until this point, it's always been bot side, but it looks like both junglers will be pathing down towards bot side, and they just know how explosive it can be.
Yeah, a little bit of an early trade here. Jinjo getting some mortars off. The Rend does a bit extra damage, leading them to winning that trade. So, Jinjo keeping his pressure up in this link, I think, stepping up as well. Lions Creed wants to put the pressure on early and get that level 2 first. But for Johan, he started top side, rotating towards the bot side. Same goes for Roshan. So we'll see them down there in about a minute and 10 seconds time. And then the top side, Nile. It was a bit discussed in the draft that with that Renekton and Banderas kind of picking himself a losing matchup with the counter, but as Aragon said, you'll take these small losses. Banderas comfortable on the champions. He's played the matchup already this series. That didn't go too badly in the laning phase at the very least, so why not just do it again?
So far, huge push into the bot side. So if both these junglers decide to go for a potential crab play in the bottom of the river, it will be Johan will have the priority to help him out there. It should just be a full clear though for both of these junglers, just chilling out right now. You can see they're pretty much positioned in a similar spot. And not too much happening on the other side of that one. Just getting some vision down, protecting themselves on the side of Lions Creed as Johan finishing off this blue. We'll be able to get this done around the time that the crab spawns. And we'll have an advantage there as, Zin being on the bot side of the map isn't going to be able to leverage any of that pressure that the Renekton on the top side has been able to generate. So he will fall behind just a little bit here with this first crab. Not the end of the world, but good advantage here for Johan.
It is something at the very least, right? And he might be able to get 2 as well, unless he would rather look towards the bot lane. Roshan seems to have the same thought. As said, none of them have shown their face yet, but they are both there. Johan quickly starting the recall, will cancel it. The engage comes through. Roshan also his face is missing. Is in a lot of trouble. Does have the fracture, will get out for now. The Ren stacks no stacking up on Romeo. Will the Ren be enough? No, it won't, but Johan will be able to secure it with the Blade of the Ruined King. Can't get the reset off as he doesn't have the ultimate quite yet. The W connects, and now forward goes Roshan with the fraction, but he gets right into the drench line, and now he falls as well. It is a disaster for Nord as Lions Creed claim 2 early kills.
How sick was that from Kissing though, throwing out the preemptive Q predicting Roshan was going to flash forward and catching him right as he landed the flash so that he's not able to follow up onto Johan and get that kill. That is actually really well played there by Kasing. 2 kills early over to the side of Lions Creed onto 2 of their carries as well. That's big news there as Tempt.
Looks for the solo, but that last take of the Q doesn't go off the flash from Warzy was needed. Otherwise, he would have been dead. But Tempt, feeling himself, Lions Creed, they've woken up. They are looking so good in these first 5 minutes.
This is it, right? Lions Creed now with that 1k gold advantage already, and in the pockets of some favorable members for them too. You want to have you want to have your Kalista, you want to have your Viego getting these leads here. So far, so good for Lions Creed. You can see some pings as well, potentially going over to the Void Grubs, but I don't think Johan cares too much. Instead, just looking for more gold, more full clearing. Kind of going towards that first item, trying to keep that advantage over Roshan.
Void drops and Drake now on the Rift as well. Just adds a little bit more to play for. But with a lot of cooldowns blown early on, I would suspect there would be a little bit of a quiet period. But maybe a couple of objectives gets picked up for free, but without the big contest about it. In the mid lane though, the trading does continue. Level 6 now for Tempt, so also just to be a bit careful and not get caught out. Pop doesn't. Could mean he could look for the solo kill. Drake might be in the sides here for Johan, as I do believe he might have started up. No, instead we'll go into his opponent's jungle. But with all the jungle camps being taken, there isn't much to do other than either look for a gank, just hover around, or go for one of these neutral things.
Banderas now just farming under his tower. Doesn't really worry too much, to be honest. Like, Kasane just has so many tools in his kit, and it's not just for team fighting and PvP plays, but he's actually really good at last hitting minions too, pretty spammable Q, so he's not behind really that much in CS at all, so it's no biggie there. And that will be the first dragon going over to Lions Creed, level 6 now for Johan as well. Big explosive plays happening potentially for bot side, and to be honest, they might even go for this dive. No flash on Romeo, no ghost on Merbs either. And we've got the roam from Tempt. I think it's happening here, Duckman.
Yeah, level 6 is available except for on Kasing. Tempt turned into a minion, but it seems to be running back very quickly. The Void Crops are being taken as soon as they realize what was going on to get something back at the very least. And the play has been called off, so the Void Crops just going over to the side of Nord.
All in all, this is really, really good for Nord, actually. Like, you've absorbed so much pressure from both Tempt and Johan, and you not only didn't die, you didn't lose anything, but you actually were able to stabilize a little bit and get your own stuff from the top side. So Roshan, probably the first game, I'd say, in this series where he's not actually found himself a pretty significant disadvantage in the early game here to Johan. Instead, no, actually, he's the one with the lead. I don't think anything's gonna happen, to be honest. Like, I'm trying to like not get baited into it, but I'd like to see some action top. It just, you know, Ninja Tabi Rush for Nile, Banderas is Cassante. You know, I'm just.
Yeah, I mean, for me at the very least, I just see it's Cassante, and then I realize, yeah, anything can happen because Cassante is Cassante at the end of the day. But the game slowed down a little bit. Those loot objectives get taken precisely as I said, without any real contest for them. But Johan still eager to make these plays and continue to push his lead. Unable to really find one though, as it seems like Nord playing a bit more defensively up at the top side. Something is happening this time around. The ultimates get used. Ghost as well for Banderas. Realizes he was losing that one and gets the hell out of there. So that's the Ghost. Pretty short cooldown, all things considered for someone as well, but still nice to have that little bit of window for Nina now.
I wonder if that will convince any of the junglers to peep topside a little bit. I'm not really sure it will, to be honest, but maybe when there's no, like, especially for Banderas, he's got no ghost, no ultimate available either. The thing is, like, it's just so difficult if you're a jungler looking at this topside to be like, you know what? This is a good idea, let's go top. Because, you know, Renekton with that ulti can turn things around or survive. Same for Cassante. He can also survive or turn things around by, you know, like kidnapping you, essentially. So the fact that those are down, maybe Johan or Roshan will look topside. I would be still a little bit surprised as this bot pressure keeps mounting, continues to climb Johan was actually able to take away that red buff as well in that play.
Yeah, Lions Creed obviously still one game behind in this series as Roshan is looking for the playdown bot, and I do believe it will be called off. Johan might have found himself a window here. As the wave does get pushed in, Lucas rotating up as well.
Too.
It is Kasing, but on the bot side, Nord likely to do a counter move if this goes through. Regardless, Flash is available. He goes for it instantly. Warzy knows what is happening and is able to stop it from coming to fruition. Instead, it will just be a plate, a simple plate into the hand of Tim. Maybe not even, as the plate now goes over the turret shot. Not enough though. I thought for a second the second turret shot would come through, but Warzy manages to cut his losses short there and force Tim away from the push.
That was kind of spicy there, actually. Warzy was almost able to turn that one around. Imagine that, though, in a 1v3. That would have been pretty gross, actually, if Warzy was able to do that there. But yeah, just able to put that pressure down and collect this wave. They're both mid laners here matching their recalls. Nothing too much happening here. 1 minute until the dragon spawns as well. This is definitely a low state right now for the game in both teams. I'd imagine the most important thing to do at this point, you know, just reset, get those items, get your health back in order, try and look for these pushes and set up for the dragon, right? Like, it's obviously not able to be taken just yet, but you can certainly put yourself in a position to take it when it does spawn.
Yeah, for sure. That well and truly is the case. But with this low state, right? I wanted to get back to talk about this before, because with Lions Creed being still one game behind, obviously they would have to pull off a reverse sweep if they were to win this series. And you know, reverse sweeps that have happened quite a few times. We've actually had a couple of finals reverse sweeps. Can you mention any of them, or maybe just
ever in the history of ever?
In the history of the NLC.
In the NLC, NLC 2024 spring.
2024 spring. I mean,
Dun dun dun. It's the future.
That's a fun answer, but it's not the correct one at the moment. At the very least, there has been. I might have to go and double check back in the early history as the second Drake will be taken. It looks like it might go over to North, and I will hold on towards my history lesson for just a little bit longer there.
Is history what you teach with the kids when you're?
I teach everything. Today I taught music, and I don't play any music.
Did you sing for them?
I just do stuff. No, I did not.
Disney
sing for
tunes? Do you want to give us a? What do you go to?
I did
Frozen,
not do that.
Aladdin?
I think
no?
yesterday I watched Kitchen Nightmares with a class in cooking class.
That was your lesson plan. Let's watch Gordon.
No. I mean, the teacher specifically told me that I shouldn't go down into the cooking room, and told me that I should watch a movie with them, but they would rather watch Kitchen Nightmares when I proposed it. Regardless, though, we can talk so much about a nightmare. Lions Creed had 2 nightmarish games, but now they might be bouncing back, claiming the second Drake off the game, and these 3 Void Grubs will be going over to North. That is 6 for them, so both teams happy with what they've gotten in this early neutral objective game, as North will have an easier time pushing, while Lions Creed can almost start to look forward to an early soul.
And I actually think this is much better than the last time we saw these Void Grubs, or like the Void Army get knocked down. I think it's more important here in this game because someone like Renekton certainly can put a lot of pressure in a side lane. You've already seen him proxy topside, right? Like, he's already been dancing in between the 2 towers there. So the fact that he can do that now with a little bit more of an army is definitely beneficial. But at the same time, as you mentioned, I think both teams will be happy with this handshake. 2 dragons is, you know, setting yourself up for a lot of success, as Merbs now is going to be in a lot of trouble. Kasing is hiding in that bush. There's a lot of CC. Can Merbs escape this one?
Yeah, does have the E available. Will he even be able to use it? Because that CC chain is massive. Goes right into the waiting hands of Johan, who will claim that kill. 3-0 now on the scoreboard. He might go for more. Just a bit of fun there, as I do assume we go back to a bit of a low state. And I want to go back to my quiz here, fucked up. While I have the time to talk about this. I have fact-checked. There have been 2 reverse sweeps in NLC finals history. Can you mention just one of them?
No, I can't.
No. Both times, then Voxler was the AD carry of the team reverse sweeping.
Ooh, so Natives.
Does that help you? Natives was not one of them.
Oh, come on. Who was Dan Vox's name with? Well, no, I don't know. Pass. I'm passing.
Well, here is the data. 2022 and 2021 summer seasons both had a reverse sweep in the finals. Initially,
Yeah.
in 2021, it was Trick, as I mentioned earlier, who reverse swept Fnatic Rising after being 2-0 down. Famously known for the Caitlyn pick at game number 3 in Voxnet, helped turn it all around. And in 2022 on Dusty, he did the exact same thing up against X7 while he was playing on Dusty, as I said.
Ooh, wasn't Kasing actually on X7 on that
Yes,
roster?
he was. Kasing
So-
was indeed
And
one
here
to
he
have
is
been reverse
again.
sweep.
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
the victim of the reverse sweep, and now he's looking to be the.
To be the reverse sweeper, if you can
Yes.
could say that. I don't know if that's the way you bend it. Regardless, though, Banderas, can he bend it like Beckham out of this tough situation, or will he be stuck underneath the turret? Or maybe, I don't think he'll be stuck underneath the turret, because there's no longer turret to be stuck underneath. He gets CC chained and sentenced right to death, despite the Thresh not being in the game. The death sentence did come through, and he's been sent back to Fountain.
And what do Lions Creed get on the rest of the map for this? That was 4 members dedicated towards bot side to kill Banderas. He does fall, obviously, but Lions Creed are able to take a tier 1 in mid, a tier 1 in top as well. I think, honestly, all things considered, that's not too bad of an exchange there. You get your 2 towers and you open up the map quite significantly, especially the top side of the map here for Lions Creed. When all said and done, it's a pretty good trade.
I do very much agree with your point. It feels like Nord just wanted something on the board, and they certainly did get that. But it did obviously have a price in the end. So this game's been more quiet than the past couple of games. It feels like the tension has really started to get to both teams, because for Nord, they don't want to mess up a second match point here. Since this is game number 5 where anything can happen. And for Lions Creed, make a bad mistake, throw away your lead, well, all of a sudden Nord are looking towards that EMA Master spot and a spot in the NLC finals.
Exactly. Lions Creed, despite being in the lead of this game, still have put themselves in a bit of a tough situation. Anytime that you drop 2 games in a best of 5, there isn't really a lot of room for error here. As it goes, though, in game number 4, Lions Creed haven't made too many errors. In fact, I'd say they've had a pretty flawless game so far. The way they played macro, played the map, has been very smart. They've gotten themselves 2 dragons as well. This 3rd dragon now spawning in 45 seconds. Temp's got to be a little bit careful, but I think, yeah, Roshan gets spotted out, and Lions Creed now actually may look for the counter engage.
Now Romeo, the initial target depth charge comes through as well. TP now coming in. Johan, can you get the reset? Initially can! And that's a beautiful 3-man pop blast, and the shockwave is good, but it simply does not matter. Nord have been sentenced to death by Lions Creed, who'll run them down. Johan finds his 2nd of the fight, the 4th in total for Lions Creed, as that is exactly what they needed to consolidate their lead.
When you're ahead like this, it doesn't matter who you focus. Kasing blowing everything to get Romeo down. The ultimate, he flash auto attacks for the passive to lock him down as well. But I really feel like Nico, as a champion this series, has kind of been a bit of an MVP, whether it was in the hands of Warzy or Tempt. Yeah, these team fights, plays have just been so powerful, and the way that this series has gone down as well, with a leaning towards team fights, I think this pick certainly has been so useful, and whoever gets it. And if this game goes towards Lions Creed and the series goes to game number 5, I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit more priority on that Nico being risen here, because holy moly, these flash plays, even sometimes flash not being needed with that pop blossom, it's been ridiculous.
Yeah, it's been a crazy couple of games, and now we're sitting in kind of the same situation we were in game number 3, right? It was Lions Creed who've, after one big fight just before Baron spawns, gotten themselves a good lead. They are sitting on solid ground now to take the Baron. They're spawning in a minute and a half. Tempt trying to do a play, but has been spotted out and won't be able to pull it off. But what I actually wanted to get to before just the fight happened is, from around the 15 to the 30-minute mark, it feels like these games have been decided. We've had relatively short games this series, just reaching around that 30-minute mark, and a lot of them have been pretty early, pretty even in the early game. A big fight around, a neutral objective at around this, just before or at the 20-minute mark, and that kind of decides where the game is heading. Now, though, Nord might have a chance to strike back because the Baron hasn't quite spawned, but in a minute's time, if they force a good fight, and if they win that being 6k down, they could flip the game on its head. And remember, they are on match point. Lions Creed, they might be looking good, but just a couple of mistakes could put you right back to that lower bracket Swarzy looked for the pick, but Johan able to survive. A crucial target to focus down Johan. Not only the smite, but also so much gold sitting in this Viego's pocket.
Oh yeah, he's huge, but he could be in trouble here actually.
Yeah, forced to Heartbreaker out. Will he be CC'd up? He hasn't quite been locked up yet, and the damage just can't quite come through. Banderas, now the target lightning crackers come through from Merbs. He wants to stack this up, and the fight continues. Jinjo, somehow, somewhere, finds Nila before the fight even really begins, and now the tank above comes through onto Romeo. The double kill is claimed by Jinjo, and a fight that Nord wanted turns into disaster. Baron spawning as well, and I think this has just been gifted into the hands of Lions Creed.
Yeah, as you can see, the teleport going down to bot side from Warzy. They have completely decided Nord has to just give it up. They're not going to contest this one, and it was so close to being a good play for Nord. They were able to find Johan out of position, and to be honest, it was the right play. It was the right option to go for it, but they were just a little bit too far behind. They weren't able to pick him up. And that's what happens when you're, this far behind already, like 20 minutes into the game. Like, it should have been a good play, and if the game was in a more even state, I think it would have been. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite go your way, and not only does it not go your way, you don't get the benefit of making that play. You actually get turned around on yourself, and it happens right outside of Baron as it spawns. Really not nice stuff there, and that's another Nash going over to Lions Creed. 20 minutes into the game. This is the most one-sided gold lead that we have seen so far in this series. 8,000 at 20 minutes. It's looking pretty dire here for Nord in game number 4.
Yeah, it's been a rough one for Nord, and struggling to find a way back in that last fight. I now think it'll be even harder, especially as Soul could be claimed in just a minute and 30 seconds time. Game 5 might be on the horizon here. A reverse sweep potentially as well would be another one to add to the list. But Lions Creed, they are expected to win this series. Remember this, they are living up to expectations now, but those first 2 games showed that Nord can do it, and these past two games might seem one-sided. But Nord just has to look back and remember what happened just a couple hours ago. They were the ones having the fun, winning the team fights, being on the same page. They've been a bit disjointed recently. Just in the last fight, nearly got picked off, and they need to get back to the version of them we saw in the first couple of games.
The question is as well, though, if you're the coaching staff for Nord, what do you say in this kind of situation? Because your players have already proved that they're capable to bring it to Lions Creed, right? The first 2 games showed us that. But at this point now, you faced a slacking 2 games in a row. Like, how does your mental kind of recover in that sense, where not only are you, yes, you're 1 game from winning as Tempter now, I think is going to be okay. You're 1 game from winning the series, but you're also, you could get reverse swept. And that is just so hard to kind of shake, mentally speaking, when you know that's on the cards. And I think in this situation, yeah, you're really going to have to just find a way to stabilize your team mentally.
It is very hard, and Nord now just giving up the soul, right? I was there when Trick did reverse sweep Fnatic Rising. I was sitting in the corner as well with the team, and obviously when a team loses 2 games in a row in a best of 5, the mood is down, right? You are sad, you are distraught, and you are probably also a bit annoyed, because why are we playing like this? Why are we making these mistakes? Why are we doing what we are doing? Might be the question that you want to ask yourself, and you have to try and pull yourself back. And what happened when Trick were down 2-0, looking like they were gonna get smacked by the big favorites in Fnatic Rising? I remember then Voxner, quite tilted, saying that, guys, why are we losing to them? They are so bad. Something along those lines, right? Saying that, like, they beat them the week before. They know they can do it, because just before Fnatic Rising played Trick in the grand final, they also played in the upper bracket final, where Trick won. He said, we know we can beat them. We know we can do it. They are bad. They are making mistakes as well. I know we're making more, but we can come back. And that mental reset, and him also saying, I want to play my Caitlyn. I think we need to do it in game 3. That helped them back. And obviously, when you get that 1 game, obviously it's a bit easier to keep the momentum going, right? Now for Nord, they need to dig deep, look back at what happened just 2 hours ago, where they were on the top of the world, and try and recoup. And I don't know these players well enough to see if one of them can do it, but I would probably look to someone like maybe Nila, who's been a veteran for so long, been in finals as well, to say, okay, let's mental reset. We know we can beat this team. They are also still making some mistakes. And let's get back on it and play for game 5 as Kasing narrowly throws that Dredstein wide. But it is a very interesting mental game, right? Because there are so much mental in League of Legends. It's not just mechanics, but let's see a mechanical fight play out right here. And it is disgustingly clean from Lion's Creed. Yet another 3-man Pop Blossom. Banderas from the flank, zones moves away. He's stacking up the lightning crash, and that is a good shockwave, but it's only on to Johan and the clone. Merps does 0 damage this game, despite stacking up the lightning crash. He has nothing to say. The 10k goal lead has been reached, and it is doom and gloom here for Nord. That mine's probably already in game number 5.
Yeah, you'd have to think that's the way this one's going here. Nile gonna fall as well. That will be 3 members down in this team fight. And again, I actually think this isn't a bad team fight for Nord. And I think the way that they played it, like they actually survived the initial 3-man Pop Blossom. And in that situation, you think, okay, maybe now we can regroup a little bit. Zeri's on the back line, she can do Zeri things, but they're just so far behind. Like Zeri's not doing any damage right now. It's so difficult to actually engage these fights and just see it through, you know, like, yeah, you have like a checklist of things that you need to do to make fights work, and it's just not enough, you know. It doesn't matter what step you're on, it is simply not enough. And you can see there, honestly, you're just being slapped about with your wallet. Yeah, it's just not good for Nord. They just don't have the money, they don't have the damage, they don't have the stats.
It is really a wallet diff. I think Merps for sure needs the 3rd item. Same goes for Wolsey. Those two together tried to kill Johan while he was Romeo. I mean, that is a support wallet who's far behind as well. And they didn't have the damage to burst him down. That is quite sad for your 2 big damage dealers in this game. Obviously, when you're Nila on the crocodile duty, you're this far behind as well. You have very little to say in the game. But if there's one thing you could say to them is, I mean, you have a couple of big bounces. Get those and maybe you can start dreaming again, but at the moment, all you can dream about is the game 5. Now, though...
Was that a flash?
Yeah, that was a flash.
Yeah,
Didn't want to mention it, hope you didn't see it.
Okay.
And Baron is up. That is a flash remove from Romeo. Merps has no sums. Lion's Creed instantly have turned their attention to the neutral objective, and they will look to try and claim it. It is Roshan who goes in first, does take a decent amount of damage, Banderas takes 2, and yeah, this is just done. It is dusted. Merps get the lightning crash off. They find one target, it's a good shot down, but look at what Jinjo is doing. He is just shredding through them all on the backside. Merps gets all outed and taken down by Banderas. That is the fight going over into the pockets of Lion's Creed, and they are forcing the game 5 around the cusp of a reverse sweep.
17 kills to 2. 27 minutes into the game. Lion's Creed now in game number 4. They show us the most dominant game we've seen so far in this series. We're going to game number 5, a potential reverse sweep for the Lions. And finally, after 2 disappointing games to start this series, they're showing us why they're our #1 team here in the NLC and why they're favorites in this series.
We are going all the way to the Silver Scrapes as we have a 5-game thriller up our hands. Lion's Creed might have been the favorites, but they come as underdogs from 2-0 down to force a game number 5.
It was impressive. I mean, this game was super dominant. And as Aragon said, coming into game number 3, when he predicted Nord to sweep this series, he was like, yeah, Nord have all the momentum, so I'm going to predict Nord. Well, talk about momentum. Talk about momentum coming out of that game. Yeah, it's kind of scary here for Nord. I wouldn't want to be in their shoes.
Lion's Creed have it all going for them. That was a good game. That was a clean game. They had a pretty good game number 3 as well. They've forgotten all about game number 1 and 2, and that is what Nord can only reminisce about now, because it is do or die for both these teams. When we come back from the break, it is 2-2. Only one will claim an EMEA Master spot today. We'll find out right after the break.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
What a better way to start playoffs than get 5 games out of a sudden, and you thought you were going to get to sleep earlier. Nah! You watching League of Legends, you watching Lions Creed versus Nord, but we need to understand, what is that?
There we go, here's the banger, the classic.
Make it go away. No, I'm kidding.
Wait, what?
With this in mind, what can you expect from the 5th game? Because on one side you have Norn waking up, Warzy being a maniac through the first 2 games, and all of a sudden it disappears. Tempt is back, Kasing is back, everyone in Lions Creed. What is happening?
I feel like I cursed them, bro. Like, I just feel like no matter what whenever it comes to Nord, whatever I say, the opposite happens. So, I don't know. Like, I guess Nord are gonna not give me a winning lottery ticket or something. I like this team just seems to do the opposite of whatever I say. And I think Lions Creed have really fixed whatever issues were plaguing them at the beginning.
Yeah.
They are playing much more coherently, they're much more smart. However, I will say, I do think, and Aragon I know is about to go off on a waffle spree about this. I do think their draft has been pretty tragic for Nord for the last 2 games. Please take the floor, Aragon.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. So I think we could start with what Lions Creed did well, because that's only fair. I think they've had a real resurgence, like you said, in terms of the last 2 games, coming back, making it 2-2, equalizing the score. And the way they've done that, at least in the last game, was having a lot more agency to play around Johan, ganking bot, as well as playing through a Callista now in order to secure neutral objectives, dragons, platings, dives, what have you, and snowball the game that way through Sol. And they performed extremely well. We have a bunch of replays to showcase that. So
Well,
yeah,
let's start
can
with
we
the
get
first one, yeah? I think that was the first blood
There
as
it is.
well.
Yeah, exactly, right. So
So
you see,
early.
the raw firepower of a Callista at this stage in the game, they don't manage to burn down Kasing, so he lives. Then the pure resets as well as the single target damage from Callista at level 3 compared to a Merbs on a Zeri is just way too much. I think Roshan flashes forward here but gets hooked on Kasing, which is super nice. Denying that, and then Roshan falls, and the game is just boom from there, right? The full control goes over to the side of LC. They can dive bot off cooldown. They can take every single dragon, and that's exactly what they did well. So going forward, I'd love to see them with continuous agency, early game junglers that can utilize priority just like this.
Yeah,
Do you
that
think
was
they kind
that
of
was a rough.
fixed? Tell me. Yeah.
No, I was just saying that was just a rough play there. Roshan unfortunately got himself caught out when he was not ready for it. Yeah, you're challenging, like you said, you're challenging a Callista, a champion who's just going to be so much better than you early. So, of course, that's going to go bad for you. It's weird because it feels like Nord have done this so well in the other games. They've played so well through this bot lane, and this time it was just like, I think Lions Creed had a really good read. They're like, right, they're going to play aggressive early. That's how they are. So let's lock in something that will be powerful in that early game. And that's what they did there, because they did hover that center, remember? And if that was the center and not a Callista, that fight probably would look very different. So I think that was just genuinely really good prep from Lions Creed. And one of the major things that I look for in a team in a best-of series is your ability to read how the other team is playing and adapt to that. We saw that a little bit in that last game where they won in game 3, where they punished Roshan on those very greedy invades and kind of like disrespectful plays he was doing to Johan, and they killed him at the grubs when he probably shouldn't have been doing the grubs, but they just knew that he was doing it because he's just been kind of so disrespectful. This time they went, right, bot lane is always a point of contest, lock in the Callista. I really like that adaptation from Lions Creed, and I think now the emphasis is on Nord to adapt going into this last game.
Recon, we still have at least one reply to go from that one, because on one side you had Warzy so powerful at the beginning of this matchup, and all of a sudden Temp updated the drivers and is now showing up as well.
Yeah, so I think we might as well open up the can of worms that is Nord's composition and why it's not working out. And the reality is they keep drafting bold livery, right? So you could see that's just a beautiful engagement. I mean, we have to give props to Temp where it's due. Their compositions keep coming down to board livery and how well they can play it out. That's the second game in a row of Warzy on Orianna, and I'd actually like them just to drop it. Not because necessarily he's doing bad individually, but the whole team needs to perform the Orianna board livery composition well, and it's just not working out. So sometimes in series, a meta develops its own meta in the series, and it might be down to mental block or till or whatever. Sometimes you just need a change. And in this case, I'd love for them to move away from that and maybe go back to something that they were playing earlier on in the series that was actually working, because that kind of mental refresh might be all you need.
Foxtrot was talking about that situation, the mental, because you start off with the 2-0 and you think, well, we might be able to close. Then we lose one, it's still good. We'll lose another one. And that's a big shift in the entire series all of a sudden. Because everybody talks about the 2-0, but when you get the reverse, mentals can go down. So this is a test of strength, in my opinion. And when you look into Lions Creed, I think they have that experience right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I feel like it's so weird because when you get onto this 5th game, it's you basically throw out everything that's happened before. It's like it's now just a best of one. Don't think too much on it. You have a little bit of information gathering, so it's slightly better than a best of one in that sense, where you can go right. We know that the Nico is disgusting, and as much as I thought game 3 Tempt was kind of meh, oh I should say he was kind of poo on it. I think in game 4 he was a lot better. Like, he was super consistent. Nico still has a 100% win rate. Same with the Maokai. They're 3-3 in this series. Maokai has to be banned unless do we know who's on what side? I'm rambling, but I actually don't know who's on what side. But like, whoever's not
Nord
on
is
blue side bans Maokai, and I think Nord need to ban the Nico. I'm gonna stop waffling. There we go.
Yep. I agree with you. I'll just harp on that, right? I think
Yeah.
the way that Lions Creed are piloting these lanes, these prio lane compositions, and snowballing the game is incredibly impressive, right? And you've just got to find some kind of way to match that or break it, contest the picks that they're using, you know, maybe contest the priority of the Nico with something like a Karma if that goes through. It has been perma-banned a little bit, but if you can't do that, then you just ban away the Nico because nothing's working in terms of getting priority into it, because it is really just Johan running the show. He gets unlimited resources, and you can't let that happen in Game 5.
So if you want to take the Nico away by Nord, in fact, and on the other side you have to take away the Maokai, it seems like Nord has to drop one of the bands that so far haven't moved at all. It's always the same 3 bands, the Volibear, the Karma, and the Ashe. No, I think it's another one. It's the Ashe, the Volibear, and someone else.
There's also been a couple
Akali.
of... Akali bans,
Akali.
It's been a couple of Akali
So
bans.
you have to drop one of those in order to take away the Nico. Which one do you
so
drop?
I don't think you can drop the Volibear, because the Volibear is probably one of the best invading champions that uses priority extremely well, which is their problem. That's exactly what Lions Creed are doing at the moment. So drafting something like Nico Volley, and you get invaded off cooldown.
It also says to me that Roshan doesn't play this Volibear, neither does Nilly. Or like, at least in its current state, because they have permabanned it and not even looked to pick it up themselves. Like, they could have blind picked it here and kept it as that flex, but they every time ban it. They do not want to be dealing with this Volibear. Don't want to be dealing with the Akali. So the Maokai is banned from Lions Creed, which at least settles one of those bans. The Smolder as well. So Lions Creed, I think, are taking 2 great champs out from what Nord want out of the pool anyway. So I think both teams are actually pretty happy with those 2 bans. Curious what this final ban is. I genuinely feel this Nico needs looking at. I think Tempt has been too consistent on it. Well, he's been too impactful in fights on it more than consistent.
So the problem is, if you ban the Nico, then you drop the Ashe. Then the enemy get Varus Ashe as a bot lane, which is the most oppressive bot lane you can go against. And then they just dive you just like last game. So picking it away...
That's fine.
Picking it away is another strat. And now you can't match the priority unless you have a new pick that you had prepared into the Nico to match the priority with the setup. And I think I mentioned it before, the Annie at the start of the series.
Yeah, you did. I mean, at the beginning of the series, we had Nico into Ashe from Tempt. And Tempt, his movement was absolutely crisp. Like, he was so clean on it. Didn't get hit by many skill shots in lane. Like, he played it very, very well. Annie... It's weird. I'm about to say something really weird. It's kind of similar to the Nico, right? Like, you just have a big group ult, and that can decide a team fight. This is going to be a very fun, scrappy game. Look at the Nautilus, look at the Rail, the Annie, the Nico. There's a lot of tools to start these fights. I do think right now Merbs is still in that situation where there's not too much that can peel for him, but it's not as much of an abandonment because people will be locked down by the rest of his team for him here. Final ban coming in for Lions Creed. I assume this is going to be an ADC here, because otherwise expect that to get heavily trimmed out and banned out, unless they just want to get themselves a good jungler and take that away. Nope. Going up for the Sivir.
Good matchup into the Varus.
Go on.
You could spell shield. It got buffed recently, I believe, +4 armor. Not going to make or break the champion, but buffs are buffs. And good matchup into the Varus. I'm just a little bit worried that it's immobile into a bunch of potential flanks from the Nico. But still not that bad. And the crucial thing, I just want to hop on your point, which was the mid and the champions and what they're good at. On top of having the big AoE ults, they also have a bunch of setup. So this is lining ourselves up for a really big mid-jungle clash. And I'm really curious to see as what pairings. Now, usually you pair up Nico and Annie with champions like Vi, champions like Lee Sin and Viego as well. So, a lot of skirmishing. Expect a lot of skirmishing in the early game. Definitely going to be an action-packed one there.
Take away the top laner power at this point because you kind of know the rest of the map itself. Was wondering if anyone was going to pull the Ivern just to make it more confusing in terms of manpower, like with the Yanni, Tibbers, and Ivern and Daisy. We've seen that before on NLC, by the way. But I don't think that's a Johan power, but let's see if they're going to go with that one. It's going to take the Nocturne, yeah.
I feel like Johan is the only person who can play it here, because like your lethality Varus, so you don't really benefit from the Ivern as much as like a Sivir would. And yeah, I feel going the Ivern really negates the playstyle we've seen from Johan. He has shined when he's been able to kind of catch Roshan being disrespectful. So I would prefer to see him on something a little bit more aggressive, 100%. Like these Lee Sins, like these Xin Zhaos. I actually kind of expect that to be the pickup here, and they'll go for the counter pick in the top laner, unless they remember they want to keep this Rel flex, because it's something we haven't seen all series, but we do talk about. The Rel is technically a flexible pick. It can go into the support or the jungle. They're going to lock in the Lee Sin. Nice. They want to give Banderas the counter pick. I think that makes the most sense, to be honest with you. Racking my brain about what's open at the moment. The Xin Zhao's still there, but I feel like Roshan was just shut down so early in that game, and if Xin Zhao falls behind, it's rough.
Yeah, nearly blind picks. You're still blind picking top lane here. Gragas and Gnar are some of his go-to options. They could also do Sejuani, Renekton. That's another rotation they could do. Has a lot of synergy here in their team composition. And gives them a lot of power topside as well. Single target burst in that. But it's up to them. I think that's probably going to be it. And then versus Renekton, you're going to want to pick maybe your Cassante again for comfort if you're Banderas, even though it's soft losing. Or you could do Gnar. I think that's probably how the draft is going to end up rounding out.
Yeah, I think Banderas has actually been really good at handling this Renekton lane. Like, in fact, he's looked at some points like he's just completely outmatched Nile. Nile actually realizing that might not be an option for him is kind of hovering through some different ideas. Goes for the Twisted Fate top lane there.
The Jax ban. Right, so he set up the Twisted Fate with a Jax ban, not just...
this is miserable. This lane is actually so miserable for TF. It's actually unplayable.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay, Banderas on tank duty. All 4 games, counter pick with the Malphite, and we've seen it go pretty badly as you get some points in queue. So.
The Meteor and the Q is just like, TF can't do anything. Because we were talking about this off while the stream was going on, we were watching the game in the first game with the TF. TF's base damage early is really, really pants, and the Malphite just like presses Q, and with Meteor it just does so much more damage. You don't like my words, man. I don't. What do you want from me, bro?
I'm not saying I don't like them. I'm just like I can't. I can't.
I'm favoring Lions Creed's draft. I think overall the entire team composition makes a lot more sense together. You have a lot of dive potential as well, a very simple mid jungle that you can bridge from. Whereas the other draft I feel is a bit more all over the place. You have Twisted Fate. I guess, which works with a single target alongside potentially Nico. But I think Lions Creed's composition is a bit more cohesive, and it's a lot easier to play, especially since you know exactly what you want to do early.
So at the end of the day, on the 5th match, with Super Scrapes, who do you think is going to take it?
Lions Creed.
Oh,
I feel like a complete loser jumping off the hype train on the last moment. But at the same time, like Loki, I want Lions Creed to win because it can salvage my points for today, which has been absolutely devastated. But I'm going to stay on the hype train. I'm going to say, Nord, you're going to win it all, baby. Let's go.
I like it. We're kind of split up, just like the points are right now for both teams. Whoever takes this one will go on to the finals and will get themselves the opportunity to look into EMEA. So without further ado, Duckling and Foxtrot, it's up to you.
Can you feel the tension, Foxtrot? So much to be decided by just this one game. Because if you lose this, you will not qualify for EMEA Masters today. You might not even do it. You still have one more chance in the lower bracket final, but anything can happen there. Against either Venom Crest or Ruddy. Regardless, we're about to find out as we jump into game number 5, who will get EMEA Masters today. Game number 5, Foxtrot. The draft continues to get weirder, more exciting, and more chaotic. A Sivir, Johan is back in the Lee Sin, Malphite top lane, Twisted Fate top lane, and Banderas spots a whole world of hurt coming his way, but is able to get out of harm's way.
And that's the invade thwarted already here for Nord. And now Lions Creed will answer with their own in the bot side. Should just be able to get some vision down. I don't expect too much more happening. There are some more pings, actually. Maybe Lions Creed actually do look for the invade here. I'd be a little bit surprised, but it could be a thing. Johan on this Lee Sin certainly would like to go for some more aggressive actions, but nope, not going to happen. Instead, it's going to be the vision instead. And that's actually a pretty deep ward as well, right? Like, that's not just a cheeky one into the red pit, but that's going to be seeing Roshan as he's taking both the Krugs and the red buff. So very, very nice bit of vision going down there already. Looks like another topside start, though, for both these junglers. So pathing more towards bot side, going for, I mean, I'd be surprised if it was a full clear for a Lee Sin. But either way, bot side is going to be the aim of the game here. That's where we're going to be focusing.
Yeah, we'll keep our attention on that, while Nila would like to be poked up at the top lane by that Arcane Comet Banderas. So, I also just want to highlight one statistic. In this series, right, Foxtrot, Nico's been undefeated. 4-0 today. That is an insane statistic.
That is
but
crazy.
This time the any counter pick comes through to try and mix things up. Will this be what ends the Nico win streak? And can Lions Creed complete the reverse sweep? So much on the line here for both these teams. A spot in the NLC final and a guaranteed place at EMEA Masters.
And it's not all over, though. If you do lose here today, you'll have another option through the lower bracket to make it to finals and get that spot for the EMEA Masters as well. It would be kind of crazy, though, wouldn't it, if this was the game where Lions Creed are able to slide into the to their spot, and it's an Annie that beats the Nico, which is, as you mentioned, undefeated today. This is game number 5. Nico's been in 4 games and won every single one, so it would look as though, statistically speaking, Warzy has the upper hand, and Lord as well, with how things have gone. But we haven't seen Annie into Nico yet, so maybe that is the secret weapon.
It might very well be. Only time will tell as this game will develop. I do expect a bit of a quiet early game, except for what Johan is up to. As Banderas does get poked out here. Yeah, range versus melee. This is not a fun matchup for him early on. So actually, you might have the poke early on, but I mean, overall, the sustain, getting the fleet footwork, Neil is able to keep himself healthy enough, and Banderas, the Q is very expensive early on as well, right? So you can do the poke 3 times and then you're out, then you're and that is not enough to take down Neil's HP. But let's move our conversation from that on towards Johan, who might find himself some action here as the dredge line comes through. The target is Kasing, who is able to crash down away to safety. Johan not even joining the action, just taking his own grub there, as Kasing forces the ignite out of Romeo.
Yeah, just one summoner traded there for nothing. Kasing will be recalling, so a little bit of pressure alleviated from this bot side. But honestly, nothing happening there. And Romeo losing the ignite is relatively big, I'd say, in the grand scheme of things. Like, no more follow-up for future aggressive plays, which will be happening because, I mean, it's Romeo. Does he ever not make an aggressive play in this bot side? And no ignite to be finishing someone off, should it come to it.
Johan here again, looking for Warzy. Hasn't been spotted. Warzy playing with a bit of respect here. Romeo will find him. Let's see what happens here though. Romeo doesn't go for it. And I'm waiting to see if Johan does anything here. Warzy will walk in and just make sure that doesn't happen. Q connects though. And now Johan pulled underneath the turret. What are you doing, Johan? 1 HP is able to get out to safety. For now, could a flash follow-up come through? Warzy, will he look for it? No. Not quite limping away. Johan makes it out. I'm not sure why he took the Q. He just saw Romeo there.
Yeah, well, okay. He took the Q because you take the Q, Duckling. You land that Q, but you take it. You just have to. Yeah, that was really close. But remember this moment though. If you're Nord though, remember this moment as we move on. Like that could have been a kill over to Warzy. He's not going to pick it up in the end, and yeah, that is the flash blown, which is good. And you can see for the first time in this series, though, that Roshan actually has a fairly good lead.
Did that
Jinjo,
just connect? Can they force the kill here? As Jinjo, with a good spell shield, heals up just a tiny bit. Romeo, I mean,
he knows.
we've come
He
full
knows that was
circle,
getting
right? We've come full circle. His first performance against Natives, incredible on that Nautilus. And now here in game number 5, looking good so far as well as Banderas. Someone who's not looking good is him. Level 6 though, could he look to get out? No, the CC. The flash should come through from Nila, and that will be the kill, right? No, underneath the turret. How is he still alive for a couple more seconds? I got to finish that sentence as Roshan in the end and finish off the kill.
Yeah, and that's first blood. It's for Sejuani, not the biggest target for first blood, but still picking that up there. Banderas falls again in this series. Has found himself on the wrong side of a lot of aggressive plays, to be honest. And really has felt the pain, and that is one of the difficulties playing up against Twisted Fate. You know, that point and click gold card, really hard to navigate against. And it's not like Sejuani on the follow-up is going to be lacking in CC either. Now that he's level 6-0 on this Malphite, this lane should become a lot easier for him to work with. The threat of that unstoppable force for the engage should give Nile a little bit of pause, make him not so aggressive in that harassment, but obviously in that situation, losing flash and ult, certainly not what Banderas wants to have happen.
Yeah, didn't have the TP either, so loses something there. There was a lot of words about this matchup up in the top lane. This has not come to fruition. Nila's been looking comfortable on this Twisted Fate. And I expect him to continue to do that with the fleet footwork, with those refillable potions. Banderas won't have the damage to poke him down anymore. He's too far up in levels. Can he win an all-in? I don't think so, as long as Nila has ult, because he'll just wait out the ultimate and then ult out to safety if he ever is in for trouble.
Yeah.
So I think that matchup is very much in their favor now. I'm gonna be honest, that could be very bad. I think he could lead the lane, 1.5, maybe 2k gold lead if things play out well for Nila here. Already 800 gold ahead.
The thing is, though, Nile also has Swifties, right? Which not only gives you more move speed, but reduces the impact of slows. So that cheese wheel from Malphite is just not going to be as scary. So you will have to rely on your ulti if you're Banderas to get that engage. But the combination of Lee Sin plus Malphite in top will absolutely spell Nile's doom. So he will have to still respect it. Speaking of respect, though, Johan now having to respect the invade from Warzy, getting some deep vision down. It really has, honestly, just flipped around. I thought with the way that game number 4 went down for Lion's Creed that this would be really hard mentally for Nord to stabilize from, but this early game's been great for them.
Yeah, and with this series having had games all under 30 minutes or just around the 30-minute mark, it would be kind of ironic if this were the one to be pushed into the distance. I see a lot of scaling on both of these teams. And despite someone like Johan potentially struggling in the late game, well, you have a Sivir to fall back on, a late game Malphite for the team fights as well, just adding some sort of front line. They are definitely not out of hope, and especially if they win this bot lane 2v2 as Kising, forced to flash away. Jinjo now in the front line, taking the damage of both Romeo and Merps' auto attacks. The snipe comes through, but that spell shield is good enough to keep Jinjo alive. The Sonic Wave misses, and the fight ends disappointingly with no one going down as Romeo wants it, but he misses the Q. Good flash from Jinjo, and he turns it around on the support of Nord. They do still want more. The Roshan is almost full HP, and look at those low HP bars. But they just can't quite do it. Roshan will try and stop the recalls here, but don't be over eager, buddy. Kasing still has to crash down. He should be able to survive this. Flash forward. What are you doing? The snipe comes through, and Merbs secures the kill. I asked the question, but he knew exactly what he was doing in that scenario. Giving the kill over to his AD carry with the CC from the E. Really balancing on a knife's edge so far this game. Mechanical outplays and small micro mistakes.
I think Roshan
costing or winning you the plays. Yeah, Roshan might be a bit too far forward. Nila could go down. He's rotated all the way down to bot lane. Pops the ghost. I think Johan forced to flash on the play. Jinjo still caught underneath his own turret. Has another spell to up. Now Banderas is here. Doesn't have the ultimate. But this looks good for Lion's Creed. They found one. The boomerang goes through Merbs. Nila, both low, but they just can't close the gap between them. As Warzy makes sure the distance will remain the same, and Lion's Creed leave the fight, only claiming one kill in return.
What on earth is happening in this bot side? What was that? They were staying around for so long. I didn't even notice Nile, who doesn't have teleport, by the way, literally ran. He bombed it down to the bot side just so he could join that play with his ulti.
Crazy.
Ridiculous. Like, what on... It was crazy. Everyone was getting involved in that one. Unfortunately, for some members, though, like, ults had already been blown, right? Banderas didn't have his ulti. Warzy didn't have his either. That could have been really spicy on either side if those key abilities were up, but nothing happening there. In the end, it's just, I mean, I lost count. What was that, like a 2-for-1, 2-for-2? I don't know. It was something like that. It was pretty even across the board, but a pretty ridiculous sequence of events.
I'm gonna be honest, that was a 1-for-1 in the end, I believe. No,
At
1-for-2
least, yeah.
in favor of Lion's Creed, because Romeo died initially, and then 50 seconds later, the other guy started dying. That is where it all happened. So, I can only ask one question after this fucks up. Are you not entertained? Game 5, delivering so far with a 2-minute long pseudo dive? What do you want to call whatever we just saw on the bot lane?
Yeah, I
We've
don't
certainly
know.
got the content in the NLC. We've also got to look back up into the top lane to see if Banderas can escape this situation. The answer is yes. Forced to use that unstoppable force.
So a really good way to protect Nile here, who's so vulnerable to the unstoppable force, is to blow it like whenever it's off cooldown by aggressively attacking the Malphite. He can't use it against TF if he's having to use it for himself to keep himself alive. So it's a good strategy here, honestly, for Nord to make sure that Nile can just keep up that pressure topside and stay safe as well. Because Johan has, you know, he's sniffed around topside. He is thinking about it. He's looked for some opportunities, but Banderas has just had to blow his ult every time Johan's around. So it's not actually working out that way. And instead, Johan's being forced to just move along, go to some different lanes here. Unfortunately, not been able to make anything happen really anywhere else either.
Just look how even this game is. Yes, there's 1,000 gold in total, right? But 800 of that is a nid up in the top lane. Jungle, only 300. Mid lane, 12 minutes. Still, nothing separates these two. As we're
He's
going
got
to
no
turn our eyes
sums.
back on the top lane.
Here comes
No sums,
Sejuani.
as you say. Johan will kick him back in. Sejuani on his way up as well. Banderas not enough damage, but Johan has enough to secure the kill. And Roshan unable to get anything back. But just look at it. Look at how even it is. Just, you know, take up the top lane. That's only just a 700 gold difference as well, but 200 gold separating AD carries. 100 now in the mid lane. Dead even in jungle. Dead even in support. This game is close. But I do want to just zoom out and give a bit of a reminder of what has happened across the map outside of the kills. First Drake has gone over to Lion's Creed. Nord able to claim likely 6 scrubs here as they look to claim the last 3 uncontested. And Lion's Creed might just make a move on the second Drake to kind of even things out.
So we saw this handshake in the last game as well. Lions Creed's coming out on top of that, giving away the grubs and getting 2 dragons for it. So no stranger to this trade-off here. But I will say, against a Twisted Fate, 6 Void Grubblies is very nice, honestly. He'll be split pushing quite a lot, you know, putting pressure in a side lane and then looking to rotate with that ultimate if he's needed. We even saw it in game, I'm going to say game 2, where Jinjo played Twisted Fate bot. He was perma split pushing, right? He was just refusing to group up. So it's certainly an ADTF special to go into side lanes. And whenever that happens and you have 6 Void Grubs to help you take down towers, it's definitely beneficial for you and can really, really add up into something quite scary, actually, that Lions Creed are going to have to respect.
Yeah, it really does make a big difference, right? Getting those Victor Void Scrub in, allowing us to get a couple extra auto attacks, the extra passive damage as well, it all adds up in the end. And Lions Creed have to be wary of that as we move into the later stages of the game. Roshan, can I get the CC off? Yes, he can, but
That was cool.
doesn't look for the dive. Freeze frame in the crash down. Herald also on the map as well, just spotted this 14-minute mark. Johan is up on the top side. He might look to go for it, but don't have too much priority up there with Nila. Having that range, of course. He is down in XP, though, in terms of the levels. After his form of his earlier death. But Roshan has rotated up. I doubt anything will happen here. Unless it's a fight for that Herald.
Johan, crucially at this point now, though, he does have his ultimate available. 1 item plus ultimate. It's a pretty significant spike, so it's something to keep your eyes on, of course. That's not good English at all. Doesn't mean...
Don't worry, man. It's all good. I
that
get your point.
Yeah, that's poor, to be fair. It doesn't mean that you can 1v3,
poor.
but yeah, it is going to be a Herald loss over here. So very nice objective control towards the top side of the map here for Nord. I would pick up everything that they want. We'll see where they slap down this Herald. I'd like to see it go down mid, to be honest. Break that mid open. It is already kind of like half HP, so it's a little bit vulnerable, and you could get it. But
Sing finds himself in trouble.
Flash
Flash
for
away to
flash.
safety. Romeo flashes as well, so flash of flash for the supports. Now Herald is summoned though. 4 men towards the mid lane. They want to crack open this turret, claim the first turret of the game, and the crucial one to try to open up the rift as well. The Void Grub's helping out. And there goes that turret.
Oh.
Tempt, though, flashes forward. He wants Warzy, and they will try and claim him. Merc flanked up as well. Does have the flash. Cleanse already used. The crashdown comes through, but they can't quite catch the carries. Warzy, though, falls in the front, and as Romeo stands there. Nile from the flank, I guess, is doing something, but it's not enough as Jinjo with the ricochet just cutting through the HP bars. He finds himself a double kill as Lions Creed win the fight.
It's a 3-for-2 at the end of the day. Quite a close fight. I thought maybe Lions Creed had overestimated their ability to make that play. It was certainly incredibly forced. But the difference, honestly, between Malphite and Twisted Fate, you saw a bit there. Just that knock-up, that crowd control coming really, really big in that fight. And the Annie. Yeah, look at that. Annie Sivir. So Annie's flash engage I thought was a little bit crazy, but obviously it worked out. But just the Sivir, right? We're 15 minutes into the game. This is not Sivir's strength. This is not her wheelhouse. This is not really where she shines. And she was already doing some crazy stuff just because of all of that, the grouped up fight for the Ricochet to just tear through Nord. If you thought that was scary at this point, 15 minutes in, where Jinjo's 3-0-2 got his item, like, imagine that at like 30 minutes, 40 minutes. You know, if this game goes that long, Sivir's going to be an absolute menace in these fights.
The game still very close. I initially thought when I saw Nile come in that he would be able to have a good flank, deal the damage because he had access to the backline, but very quickly I was kind of shocked that his damage just wasn't quite there yet. He doesn't do too much damage this early on. Still needs more items to scale up on that 80 Twisted Fate, and didn't even realize Jinjo with those ricochets completely untouched. And when those bounces come through, despite you only having one item at this point, it is a lot of damage. Now though, in a minute's time they might have to fight again, as they could meet around the soul point for Lions Creed. Remember, do or die game here. Nord, so far in the past couple of games, have been willing to give up the Drakes in terms of maybe trading for a turret when they are behind. But this guy, they're 1,500 gold ahead, so I would expect them, or suspect them at the very least, to think about contesting the soul point.
You have 30 seconds until this dragon spawns, so setup just happening now for Lions Creed. Trying to sweep away some vision for Nord and make it so that Nord have to face check into the Lions if they do want to contest. Obviously, a Twisted Fate ultimate does make the face check a little bit easier. But to be honest, outside of that, they don't have a lot of good face checking tools apart from some beefy members. But even then, they will blow up in the face of an Annie who is sitting and waiting. She's teleporting for the flank. Look at that TP on the minimap. Here comes the Annie. Here she comes.
Nord have found Banderas, but is that really the target they want? In the back line comes Temp, but he's been locked up. Pop blast him down and taken out of the fight immediately. But same goes for Nile. Warzy now kiting back, but his front line is gone as Roshan is trapped in the pit. Merbs brawling it out with a bear, struggling to take down Tip, is unable to put down any damage. And that means Lions Creed yet again walk away 3 kills richer.
Very nicely done there. That teleport for Tempt on the back line there came through the jungle. He got a huge combo off onto Nile, and to be honest, in and of itself, that wasn't like a huge deal. It wasn't like a massive like 3-4 man Tibbers, but it did force 3 members of Nord to focus Tempt down. And crucially, it was the 3 carries, right? It was Nile, it was Warzy, it was Merbs. Warzy even used his ultimate just on Tempt to lock him down. So Tempt, at the end of the day, he's traded 1-for-1. Hold on a second there. That is a stolen dragon, mind you. I don't think Johan's going to die, but okay. That kind of came out of nowhere. Wasn't expecting that.
Yeah,
one,
it is a very nice silver lining, right? As Roshan might have to pay for it with his life. Yeah, he's sent to the gulag, that's for sure, as Banderas will claim a 2nd kill of the game.
That's definitely worth it, though,
But yeah,
right?
that is certainly worth it.
Yeah.
You buy that extra time, you take some of the pressure away from yourself, you allow yourself to get a a bit more scaled up. Because look at it, right? You still have a top lane carry who's 1.3k ahead. You're only 400 gold behind in the AD carry position. Dead even still in the mid lane. The gold lead is almost dead even as well, 20 minutes in. This is so far the closest of the games that we've had in this series.
Yeah.
By a country mile, I would say. But with Baron now on the map, we're back to the point of the game where in game 1, 2, 3, and 4, the games have been decided. Around a neutral objective with a big blowout fight that leads to a confident victory for one team. I doubt that will happen this game, and I hope as well. Fucked up. We're in for a treat. Maybe what? 45 minute game, back and forth. Baron steals Elder Drakes. A backdoor as well.
No,
This is game 5 of our finals, goddammit. I need something crazy to end this series off.
Honestly, the whole series, though, I think has had all of those things that you mentioned, right? Like, individually in the games have definitely delivered. Game number 5 so far with how close it is yeah, it's looking like it could be another entertaining game. I want to touch a little bit, just a teeny weeny bit here on itemization here. Whenever I see a new item, I like to think about, okay, so what's going on here? What is this? And I just want to mention Banderas real quick, because I have been a little bit critical of Banderas. Like, some of his plays, I think he's maybe overstepped. He's died a lot. He's been a little bit of a death magnet, to be honest. But this first item you can see on the far left there is the Hollow Radiance. Essentially, it's just a tank item, like a Sunfire type item. But what it does is when you kill a minion, it kind of explodes the minion. And it really helps with your wave play, which is good versus Twisted Fate. But here we're going to go, another big fight.
Yeah, Romeo already dead. You have to feel good. Fight your way to buy a couple more seconds, but Jinjo cuts him down. Good re-engage from Kasing. The Pop Blossom only finds one, and that's Banderas. The tank is Merp. Gets sniped out by Johan and sentenced to death. Nord lose 2 yet again. Baron on the cards, but Roshan is up and available to go for the steal.
Yeah, he's done it once before. We've seen him work his magic on the neutral objective. I think Lions Creed, though, if they even let Sejuani get close into this pit, it will be a huge
They're going
mistake.
for a TP in from
Yeah,
Wolsey.
they're proper trying to contest this one. I don't know, though.
Singh wants to keep the area safe. Johan doesn't have the kick. Vision is in there for just a couple more seconds. Now, though, it's a blind area. Roshan can throw in the wall, but he's trying to sneak around as he does get spotted out by Johan. He's back out, 5k HP, not quite reset. Temp is low, though, as Romeo comes in. He catches Jinjo, but such a good spelled shield. As Nord succeed in the first mission, stop the Baron. Now they themselves, though, go on towards it. Johan obviously still in the area. Merp just walking back up. 5k and dropping. Temp can TP back in as the Kasing goes over the wall with the Hex Flash. Johan, though, waiting on the flank, looking for the moment. He's found Romeo, but is that the target he wants to go on? As Roshan in the front line as well, taken so low that the smite that could be removed. And it likely will as he's forced to flash away. Romeo, yet again, though, falls 6 feet under. But is that enough to go back on the neutral objective? I doubt it. As Roshan forced to flash, that takes one of his entrances into the pit away from him. But he will heal up with the Warmog's armor back on the Baron. Lions Creed go.
That's super annoying, isn't it, that Warmog's? Like, just whenever you think you want to fight for Lions Creed, unless Roshan dies, he's going to come back in full HP. And with a change to Warmogs, he can do that with just the Warmogs. He doesn't need any other health items.
Has the flash.
7,000 health. And Roshan do it.
They know where Wolsey is, but he has to go for this. Banderas is quite low. Jinjo also down to half, but they found the engage, and it's on towards one of the squishies. It's Snealer who's gone as Wolsey completely fails the Pop Blossom. The Baron is claimed, not rather actually, it's Romeo who comes in on the other end of the fight, as both Wolsey and Merps is dead. Lions Creed are cleaning up the fight. They've not quite taken the Baron yet, but they will likely do so soon as the fight is so scrappy. 3 members from Lions Creed die, and just no one wants to take a stranglehold on this game.
Scrappy is it. That is the word for these fights. It's ridiculous. It's just no one wants to concede anything. And so we're getting these constant contests and these really, really close fights. And it is super entertaining here. Johan, he's making so many plays on that Lee Sin. He does get his first death of the game. But more importantly, Jinjo, he's 709. He's got a 700 shutdown. He's on the Sivir. He's got champions on his team that will create space for him, where they all dive forward, and it creates so much room for him to just walk forward and right click. He's been having such a good game, and honestly a bit of an underrated series as well. now on this Sivir, looking to make it happen. 25 minutes into the game, almost at his third item. He is accelerated, he is engaged and online. And now as this soul point comes to play here, I don't think Nord will be contesting, but the clock is ticking. You've got Soul, you've got Sivir going for like 4, 5, 6 items. Nord will be a little bit scared facing down the future of this game.
Crucially, though, it is only Soul Point with the steal from Roshan just before, and I wholeheartedly agree with you, Fucked Up. Jinjo is so strong in this game. But look at the gold difference. He's only 300 gold ahead from Merps. Merps is also someone that we need to be wary of. He is strong. Now 3 items on Nila as well. This game has been scrappy. The teams are disjointed in the team fights. It is split across the map. It's hard to even focus on what is going on because we have 3 fights in 1. The game is certainly delivering, and you can see both teams fighting tooth and nail for every inch. They don't want to give something up, and Johan has been caught, but he finds an escape with the flash. Into Temp's arm he goes, makes it out of the warfare for now.
I mean, that's
Oh my god, this game is balancing on a knife's edge, Foxtrot.
that's quite a big flash to lose, honestly. A huge playmaking
It's a massive
tool.
one.
Yeah, in these team fights. Johan not going to have that available. We're going to get another
On
engage.
the hunt has been popped. They want Roshan. They want to remove this Smite out of the equation so they can secure that big neutral objective. With Nila on the bot side, they felt confident to go for it. But Roshan, with those blue suede shoes, they're able to dance away from danger. In the front line, though, he goes back in, of course. It's his job. Good stun. It's onto both of the squishies as Nila now TP's into the front line with the ultimate. The Destiny tries to seal the fight, but they can't quite kill enough members. No one has really decidedly won this. It's yet again another 2 for 2.
It's insane. Just how much scrappiness do these teams want? Nile gets to
No one
teleport
can
in
just
and
win the
join.
fight.
Ginger, I think Lions could still want a little bit more. Maybe. They're just going to be pushing through mid tier. I think that Nord have to concede the mid lane track.
Nord, though, have the TP. You win this fight now, and you can go to the Baron and try and cut down Banderas. He is tanky, but not that tank with 2 HP cutting tanks. And down goes Jinjo. Lionscreed have overstayed their welcome. And the Baron will be gifted into the waiting hands of Nord.
Look at that. ADC power right here. Sivir, Varus just obliterating everyone. Doing more than the rest of their teams combined and then some. And this game, which was so incredibly close, so tight, but if anything was looking like Lions Creed favored with the pressure and the position on the map, has now just completely flopped the other way. Nord getting that pick, that terrible teleport. I'm sorry, but that TP was garbage. That was just awful teleport. It completely throws the game and now gives the advantage over to Nord in this game number 5, who, let's not forget, won game 1. They won game 2, but in 3 and 4, the last 2 games of this series looked awful. They didn't have anything going for them. They didn't have that momentum, and Lions Creed were walking all over them. In game number 5, it's so different right here. Nord proving that game 1 and 2 weren't just a fluke. Lions Creed weren't just sleeping, and they are here to take that EMEA Masters slot.
It is a small goal lead, but I don't want to call it just yet. Lions Creed are still standing, still fighting. 3.5 items on Jinjo. A soul in their sights. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. But Nord have taken a big step towards the finals. EMEA Masters, the promised land of postseason, where you can go and test yourself against the best the ERLs has to offer. But I want to say this, while reverse sweeps are incredibly impressive and are a feat to watch, winning the first 2 games and then being on the cusp of being reverse sweeped to bouncing back and potentially taking the last game, that is also impressive. The resilience in your mental to win the first 2 games to then get stomped, quite handy the next 2, but still stand strong when it matters most, is oh so impressive. But the game still close, still just 3k separating these 2 teams. And as the Baron will run out in a minute's time, we go back to an even playing field as they will fight for the soul.
Here it is. One last dragon to bring Soul to Lions Creed.
On the Huntsman pop.
We've popped
They
the
want
Sivir
Warzy.
ulti. We could be in trouble.
He has the flash, but Destiny's been popped as well. Banderas has been hooked up by the dredge line. Here comes Nita as well to try and cut him down. They've been split, yeah, and Banderas has been cut through as Warzy is the target of Lionskeep, but they can't take him down. Johan walks them towards safety and has now found it, but Banderas is already dead. The big front and he's gone as Kasing tries to soak up the damage, but he's been locked up and he's crashed down. As it all comes crashing down in front of Lions Creed eyes, they could see the reverse sweep, but now they're being chased down by Nord in game number 5. Kasing will fall, they will not get the soul here, that is for sure. 15 seconds on the Baron, the base will not be broken open as long as Jinjo stands. There is still hope.
Oh my goodness, Nord though, again, just not great engaging on this one. They're so disjointed. There's a part of the team that wants to pull the trigger and wants to collapse. But the response from Nord is very similar to what we saw in game number 2. Just completely reading Lions Creed. Every single time Lions Creed try and make the proactive play, Nord know exactly what's going on and they respond perfectly. This time around, it was denying Banderas joining that fight. And you're going to get a pause here instead. Okay, a spicy little pause in game number 5.
Not now.
Not now.
Not
no,
now.
Not now. I want to see. We can't break up the flow. I want to see what's going on. But yeah, it's crazy. We wanted action for game 5, and they're certainly delivering.
We have been delivering. Yeah, it's this series, man. It is the first 4 games, despite taking us to game 5, were all kind of one-sided. Yes, the first 15, 16, 18 minutes maybe were close. But when a team got that one decisive fight just before Baron, or just before like a soul or a soul point, they would take a big gold lead and continue to work with that. Yes, there were maybe a couple of close fights, but this game, we've just reached the 31 minute mark. Yes, there is a gold lead now to Nord, but it is still within reach. You have a Sivir on the other side. You've got an Annie as well who could look for the big engage. This game is not over.
Absolutely not. The scaling for Lions Creed is big, and there are certainly tools to make it happen for them, for sure. I just think Nord are playing smarter right now. Honestly, I think that's all it comes down to. I think Lions Creed are maybe overforcing certain things, maybe a little bit too aggressive. Yeah, I just think that Nord really have their number, to be honest. And it's weird to say that because Lions Creed as a team individually are so talented, right? Like they're, you know, essentially hailed as a bit of a super team for us here in the NLC for good reason. And they've shown some really solid synergies within themselves. And it's why I thought this would be like maybe a 3-0 because they've just looked that good. But, you know, so far it's really not happened here. And they've got to shore up their engages. I think that's the one thing that I would say as a criticism for this game, or the main thing I would say. Their engages have not really been that good. Right, you've got a super strong Sivir to just play this front to back, to play it out chill. You do not need to force these plays at all. And even if Nord comes to you, you know, even if you're just peeling and kiting back, you can do that. You can do that with your Sivir comp. You can do that with like Lee Sin and stuff. Obviously, it's not ideal for, you know, for every facet of the champions that are on your team, but you can still do that, right? But just how it is right now, where you're overforcing and you're too far forward to the rest of your team, it's just not working. And Lions Creed are getting heavily punished for it.
4K separating these two teams. A winner take all. While the loser is not eliminated, they will have to play another best of 5 to get to the finals and get a spot at EMA Masters. The winner here skips going down to the losers bracket, secures their spot at EMA Masters, and a top 2 in the postseason. Nord, coming in as the underdogs, they just smurfed those first 2 games. Game 3 and 4 were a different story, but game 5, they are looking like the Nord we saw in game number 1 and 2. Not quite as clean in closing out the game, because Lions Creed have leveled up as well. They aren't making as many characteristic mistakes. They are playing up to the level we expect them to. But it is not over yet. Eyes on Jinjo, eyes on Merbs. Those are the 2 I want to highlight. Both of these AD carries incredibly strong. And if one of them gets caught out, it might just be doom and gloom.
Yeah, and these are the targets now. It's not just us who're going to be keeping our eyes on them. The likes of the Malphite, the Nautilus, Warzy when his flash comes back up as well. Those are the targets that you want to focus, Sivir and Varus. You can't be leaving them alive. They do so much damage in these team fights, especially like Varus. We've seen a lot of different builds for Varus. You know, obviously like lethality being an option as well, like some more of a poke focus build. But this is not one of those builds. This is a right click. This is an auto attack focused build, and it does a lot of DPS, right? The downside is you've got to be close enough to right click to make it happen, and that can be tough. But so far in these team fights, it's worked. It's worked for Merbs, and it is something that has drawn a lot of success for Nord, as this Nash is now spawned. Baron is up, and with the Twisted Fate just doing Twisted Fate things in the bot side, constant pressure being pawned down onto that side of the map. You would think Nord have the advantage now to start up this Nash if they so choose.
The next fight could likely be game deciding if it is a clean wipe of either team. The death timers are long enough, the push power on both lineups strong enough. We are all set up for just 1 or 2 more fights to decide the winner of the series, to decide who goes to EMA Masters and secures their spot at finals. The loser would go down to the losers final, where they would play either Venom Crest or Ruddy, the winner of tomorrow's series.
Look at that goal chart as well. Starting off very Nord favored, and then Lions Creed starting to take control, and you can see where that poor fight, that poor TP and the Nash happened just you know, around 26 minutes in. It's all been Nord favored since then. To be honest though, like the gold lead itself is around 4k. It's mostly just Nile into Banderas, right? And when all's considered, like a 4.5 item versus a 3.5 item, when it's Twisted Fate into Malphite, like I think it's not really the end of the world, right? If your Malphite's this far behind at this point, it really doesn't matter too much. So the gold lead is a little bit deceptive here. Lions Creed certainly still have the option to, or the opportunity to make some plays, as Banderas has been pinged out topside. Nord know that they're split. We're gonna get a fight.
TP coming in. Roshan is the target and he gets cut down very quickly by Jinjo. But not there quite yet! The pop blossom on 4, but the follow-up is not there! The kick from Johan! You absolute monster! He delivers Merbs right into the waiting hands of Lions Creed, who might just have booked themselves a ticket to EMEA Masters, cause they are finals bound!
Johan is a demon on steroids this series. Look at him go. I think you're right. I think that's it. I think that might just be the game. Gone, dusted, finished. It was all Nord until that one play, and it looked so good to begin with as well. Warzy with the 4-man. He had the 4-man Pop Blossom. But Johan with that gets the kick. Kicks Merbs into the loving arms of his team, followed up with Malphite. And that's all it takes at the end of the day. The 5-game series, the reverse sweep. It looked unlikely for the most part of this game, but in the end, it is the Lions. They're going to EMA Masters, and they're going to the finals.
Johan, unbelievable. That kick.
It's disgusting.
Disgustingly clean.
The fact you
Merbs
get a
died with flash
4-man
up.
knock up and not win a team fight is just gross. Absolutely
Merbs
hideous.
didn't know what hit him. Died with flash up. I mean, that is insane. He saves it for the lower bracket final. Congratulations to Lions Creed. What a way to fight back, but to Nord, commiserations. They were great to have in this series. And excited to see what they will do in the lower bracket final. So if you're a Nord fan, just a quick reminder, you are not out yet. You just failed to secure spot at finals in the first try. You will have another go next week. But that is it for me and Foxdrop today. What a banger we had been gifted here on the cast. And what a way to end it out. Thank you so much for joining me, Foxdrop. But when we come back from the break, the desk will take over to just analyze how filthy that Lee Sin kick was from Johan. See you after the break.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Oh,
At the end of the day, it is the lion, the king of the jungle, as light is going weird on Hip Brain's side. Just like this game, at the end of the day, we need to understand how it happened. Since we got the Twisted Fate with the attack speed on the top lane, Varus going for the attack speed as well. But I think the focus should be somewhere else, right, Aragon?
Yeah, I mean, it all starts with mid jungle being incredibly important in the early game, finding plays, Nico not maybe being used to the full potential from Warzy, and then you think Lion's Creed are going to run away with it, but Merb starts getting uptime in loads of different fights and coming back, and you think maybe they've thrown, but in the end you see that big kick and it's just there, isn't it?
I'm down,
Yeah.
we'll go to the kick eventually. We'll go to the kick eventually. We have to talk about that one.
Sorry, man, I had to.
I know, but what about the mid lane? Because such a big highlight for the Nico, and then we get the countered Annie. And to be honest, it was like watching the best trailer for the best action movie and getting to the movie and there was no action because Annie and Nico stayed in the mid lane, not doing anything until the late game.
yeah, we got all the action scenes in the trailer, didn't we?
The trailer, yeah,
there
you
was
got the story.
there was not a lot that went down there. I will say, I think Warzy kind of got a little bit sleepy this game. He's a little leapy boy. He didn't do much after game 2, really. Let's be real. Like, I think he may mental boomed a little bit, if we're gonna be real. It's a bit of a shame. I feel Tempt came online as that series went on, and I think once that like wind hit his sails, he really carried it. His Annie was pretty good, actually. I mean, like, it's an Annie, so it's not like
No, it
he's
was
Akali.
good.
But the thing is like, we know he's good at like mechanical champions like the Akali, so I'm not gonna take a dump on him for he flash tibbered, but like he was finding his good times to go for those flash tibbers. So yeah, I think Warzy definitely lost his steam a little bit, while I think the experience of Lion's Creed was the big thing here. Like, Aragon is the only one here who's actually played in a best of series in this setting. Actually, did you ever get that far, or were you just kind of giga washed? I can't remember.
Gosh.
He doesn't like. What were you washed, Aragon, or what?
I won the UKLC and I made it to Telia Masters.
He did.
Like, please,
He did.
Please.
I played versus Moscow 5 and Fnatic back in the day. What do you mean?
I was in the NLC.
God.
I played against Fnatic and XL.
Yeah, so you're washed now. I remember. Yeah. No, okay. Joking aside, let's be real. Like, playing a best of is very taxing. Like, especially when you've had 2 wins and you start to see those wins. Like, they were
Slip away.
2 hours ago ready to wrap this up, go get a victory, Nando's, and chill. But actually, most of them aren't in the UK. That's actually Lion's Creed. But on the other side, Lion's Creed, they pulled it back. The longevity, they had the stamina in them. They understood how to play a best of series, and it is hard work, and I think that was probably a little bit of a eye opener there for Nord. Also, I'm sorry, Nord, I definitely curse you. I'm convinced every time I say you're gonna win, you lose. So I'm sorry, guys. It's my bad.
But finally, we can go into the last team fight of the game. Aragon, guide us through this one because
Yeah.
I really know you won.
I love the micro in this fight. So it starts with Sejuani looking like
Yeah.
he's getting picked, right? But what that really is Roshan acting, baiting in the engage onto Roshan so that Warzy can find angles. So watch this big Nico ult as they commit onto the Sejuani. It gives a big 5-man ulti. And just when you think Nord are winning the fight, the kick.
That is
the kick
just
into the
most
Malphite ult.
nasty thing I've seen. That was beautiful.
You know the
And-
best thing?
Sums it up,
This
doesn't
is
it?
the last fight of the game, but somehow Johan still gets 1,000 gold bounty from that kill alone. I don't think it's the bounty system. I think it's the game saying, nah, that is clean. Take 1,000 gold, man. Do what you want to do, man. Buy a house. That was so good. Let me just see. Okay, we're still setting up for the communications with the teams. I think it's important. Tell me here, Prey.
I'm gonna be real with you. I said
come
it
on.
after that kick went down. I think we're meant to have 3 people in MVP, but just scrap them all. It's Johan. Like you're a clown if you don't vote for Johan as MVP for this series. Like, the guy was an absolute monster today. He played
Voting
so
is an
well.
important thing, and you should be allowed to vote on whoever you want.
No, this is a dictatorship. Johan
Let's
is
toss
our
it to
MVP.
Kasey, who's waiting for us at the interview. Oh gosh, take it away. Kasey! What happened? Now what happened?
You know, we just thought we'd put on a show for you guys, you know.
Nah, don't even try. Don't come to me
Okay,
with
I'm not
that
gonna
one.
So basically, as we lost 2 games and then we came back, right? But I think the losses basically kind of showed that we're still, even though we're meant to be a super team, we still have, I guess, things that we need to improve on. And going to EU Masters is kind of like, if we're not going to show a comp that we can try to play now on in technically official games, then we will never do it, So for us, it's kind of like, we're going to try play what we've basically tried to practice and see how it how it went. But obviously, it didn't really show the execution so well. But all I'm going to say is, like, obviously, I'm really happy that we reverse swept. Everyone kind of kept their composure. Had to do a bit of, some old man speeches just to make sure that everyone's feeling good, to make sure that even if a 0-2 doesn't fucking matter, you can still win. And yeah, I'm really, really happy with the team that we showed that, we can come back. But to be honest, on another hand, it's like, we should be the team that's like free zeroing, we should be the team that's like making everything pretty easy to do. Yeah, I think our failure as a team today was just more like we misexecuted the comps that we tried to play when it needed to happen.
When I saw the 2-0, I was setting up the interview because I knew it would be you. And I had something like, the 0-3, what changed? How washed up are you? Did you guys run out of options? Is it, like, I had some... No, what I want to ask you right now is, I'm kidding. What I want to ask you right now, you just said, I had to give some old man speeches, and I know those are not harebrained speeches, so those are good. Can you guide me through one of them at least? Like, what did you say to the folks to bring them back?
Well, some of the things that I did mention was just like, you know what? It's not even about whether we have 3 games left, 2 games left, whatever. Just take the game, simplify the game. Because I felt like we were trying to think too much about drafts, we're trying to think too much in game, we're trying to think too much about everything. And I feel like League of Legends is, bro, I'm 30 years old and I can still play this game. It's very simple. You know what I mean? The fact that I'm winning, I'm going EU Masters, I'm pretty happy about it, obviously. I didn't go for a while since my last time. Well, it was like 2 years ago or something, bro? Like, it's a long time.
Yes, sir. Okay, so tell me something. At the end of the day, there's a possibility that you might face Nord yet again on the bracket to get that sweet spot that you really want.
Yeah.
Will it be different? How can you adapt to this team to make sure that it's not a 2-0 and you have to reverse sweep and do a dusty?
If anything, I think Nord played well in a sense that they basically just weren't afraid to just execute and just go in when it was their timers. Whereas for us, it was kind of like we didn't really realize or recognize sometimes who's going in first, who should be going second, or when we're going to fight, why we're fighting, what is our job in these fights and stuff. And that kind of just created this kind of like clown fiesta that you might have seen, in the past games. But yeah, don't get me wrong. It's like the fact that we're able to still pull this off and show that, we're willing to play it, that for me is already good enough, because it's like, in the end, our goal is to have a good result in EU Masters. And without trying stuff on stage and trying stuff that we wouldn't usually normally do, I think it's like a learning experience. Even technically, even if we have, veterans, but we still have technically, we don't have all the synergy in the world, I would say, as compared to someone that's played for like a long, long time together. But yeah.
I love it. The fact that you just said play simple to get results. I mean, you guys have the talent. I love it. Well, best of luck to whoever you have to face in the finals. My points are dead, but it happens, Potato, potato. Thank you so much for the interview, Kissing. Do you have anything to say to anyone out there?
Yeah, see you in finals, Roddy. Mr. Don Jake. Good luck in the gauntlet, though.
I love it. I love it. Have a nice one, Kissing. See ya. It's always a pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Bro, that is
spicy.
Bold. That is spicy.
That is bold. I love it.
Damn. There's a lot of respect there for Ruddy. Honestly, that's like, obviously he's kind of joking, kind of memeing, but like, let's be real.
But
I think he genuinely sees something in Ruddy, and let's be real, Ruddy did start to come. I mean, what a miracle run first of all at the end of the split.
Run. Oh, right.
That's a bold one. When you got Venom Crest and Nord still in the running, and Nord almost gave it to them. Let's be real there, like Nord. That was so close. I don't know, man. I'm a bit lost for words. It's also late and I'm hungry, but like that was, yeah. We got another interview or something. I'm running out of words. I've used my daily limit up. I'm like Twitter.
And we should look into the bracket to understand what's going to happen after this one, because
doesn't want anything to do with it. It's
Lion Street with a 3-2 reverse sweep, And now Nord has to face whoever wins tomorrow between Venomcrest and Ruddy. So be sure to stay tuned tomorrow and follow us on the Miracle Run or Redemption arc from Venomcrest. It's like an anime, but we have to see who's going to take the one versus Nord afterwards. At the end, there's a lion waiting, the king of the jungle. Well, talking about the king, we need to understand who was the player of the series, and that is up to you. We'll line them up, and you have to vote them. Johan, Kasing, or Jinjo, all three coming in from Lion's Creed. Johan getting the MVP on that Kindred game, but let's be honest, before Hipbrain goes all old and cranky, he did an awesome series. It's up to you to vote on. Who do you think is going to win? Up to you!
I am neither old nor cranky, my friend. I am just informed, and I can tell you, and I will inform you at home that Johan is MVP for this entire series. Like the fact is, I actually think that was his worst game. Is the one he got MVP for. He looked great on the Kindred, but like that was his worst game. Every other game sequentially, I can't speak. Every game afterwards was just infinitely better. Like that Lee Sin kick won them the game. It won them the series. It got them a spot at EMEA. I said it before, I'll say it again, you're a clown if you don't vote for Johan here. This guy was absolutely MVP.
If Duckling was here, he would join like, oh, listen here, old man, I'm Danish, I'm young. And he would flame you at the end. But talking about flaming, let's flame each other with our predictions. Aragon, take the lead because you've been too quiet. Oh, middle cut. Oh, come on.
What the hell?
Yeah, there is no way.
There ain't no way.
You know, that...
I want to say
unreal. He was last, right? He was completely last, and he managed to get it.
Yes.
What?
I have no words.
Which in the woods did he sell his firstborn child to for this? Like, what pact did he make with an infernal demon that he could perfectly predict this?
What a lovely sentence to add on to the leaderboard to understand how we're ranking in points on our predictions. This is such a fun thing. Nobody's getting flamed for this one.
He's still at the bottom!
Oh no!
He's still at the bottom!
No, he's not. He's in 4th place. He
went from last to 4th.
I'm in 4th!
Gosh.
Oh, Duckling!
Oh, because he had the perfect day. A perfect day gives you twice the points. Initialize. I will slap you until Shurima for your decision to bring this into predictions.
That's pretty good.
I have a strong dislike in my heart for Initialize on this one. Middlecott did not. I mean, that was an insane.
You know
let's
what?
be real.
I love predictions so much that I'll give you the opportunity back at home to win something with those predictions. So toss it away. Give us the headset, the Arctic Nova. You can win this by not failing as we do. Do a middle cut, please. I beg of you. I'm improvising, by the way. I suck at this, but these headphones are amazing.
They are.
I'm just telling you, you can use a wired cord or even Bluetooth. It's up to you, man. You can even go cook chicken like Aragon just did. And you keep listening to us. Arctic Nova 7 from Steel Cities, they are amazing. You can win one by going to Twitter. That's it. So
beautiful.
At the end
voice
of
an angel.
Yeah, I have the perfect voice to play the flute. So tell me at the end of the day what you guys want to say before we head on to tomorrow. Venomcrest versus Ready.
I'll be careful. A sea witch might want your voice, and you might have to sell it. That's beautiful.
If they can give me points for predictions.
Did you want me on the games tomorrow?
Huh?
I don't know, man. I genuinely don't know. I just like everything I know is a goddamn lie at this point. Like, I think I voted Venomcrest. But like,
I'm gonna go with Ruddy. I think they're gonna 3-0. I think.
Wow.
Upward trend. Bringing coaching staff has clearly helped, and they found their form. So, Ruddy all the way.
Bold.
Just expecting Wolverine to actually sleep for that series so we can interview him at the end of it, whether they win or whether they lose. And at the end of the day, what I can tell you is have fun. Now, actually, keep climbing.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Then he's going for it. Gets the free man in the jump. Zubac stealing form after form. Rugner's going down. EMP can't deal with Deadhound as they crumble.
Trying to find some time for Lenny with a fake seal that might just do it for the game. A double kill for Passy. Pike drags him all into the dark, dark waters. And it's all but over for the crying. Johan runs away.
A little bit of time being bought, but it's not going to be enough. Surely flashes away, gets on out of there, will burn down eventually. But Agony Pain goes forward and gets taken down. Ruddy are doing it. They find an ace. Mountain Soul for Ruddy, and here comes the Ezreal. Turret has already been able to take out the enemy support, but the damage from Ruddy is too much. Silky smash through the left line side. There's too many people here for you to handle. Before Romeo finds the re-engage into the multi-man counter-strike. The shockwave too little, too late for Lightside as it's a double for Nille.